100kF，3.5赫兹。
这是您所有的设备清单，请您在这里核实一下。
这么便宜啊？哦。
激动。
100
Welcome to Dota, friend. It's Dota time, baby!
有大招，
大招踩到了4个，但是敌还在对面路上，
基本上没有突破环境了。
对面路上好像还买不活，被敌追死了。诺瓦直接跳出来，GG，恭喜Liquid！恭喜Liquid，拿到了本届Super Major的冠军。
世界游戏主办的2018 CS:GO 亚洲邀请赛。
另外一个负责人高高地，鬼王爷混爷打3个。
恭喜拿命，获得这次 CAC 亚洲邀请赛的冠军。
兄弟，第二条率有没有锤？还差一下，差一下，漂亮！兄弟，走！
这样，这一盘老坑爹其实已经没有什么机会了。
恭喜 Manesky！
恭喜 Manesky 拿到了野鸡亚洲邀请赛的一个冠军。
最后的1秒钟，我估计 Works 都没有想到。啊，他以为在 B 吧？站起来，科宝迪打下了这个不可思议的残局。
我代表个什么东西？这是 carry 吗？我又要提这个问题，3胜！恭喜 Monster！
Welcome to the International.
奇哥好像有点创造不了奇迹，扔在飞机脸上，又是秒被带走，
直接打出了奇迹。
话说，谁想玩上一把？
我的最爱，让我来。
让我
来挑战我试试，起！看好了，来吧！
我的天！
这能干嘛？
我们来搞搞明白。到底是多少下？再来一下！我们还行吧？
那当然。
再多就数不过来了。
专业。
有点奇怪。稳操胜券。
看我表演！哟呼，我总是能得到自己想要的，胜券在握。
干得漂亮！
我的法术真厉害！
不错。
你也是。兄弟，你跑哪儿去了？
想抓到我，有本事就来呀！
Ladies, gentlemen, and the rest of the Dota world, welcome back here to the spring tour of the China DPC, where we continue the road towards Division 1 and potentially the road towards TI itself. Yesterday was the inaugural day where it was a bit of a bizarre day of Dota 2, but today we're going to hopefully calm things down a bit, and we've got some exciting action on the way today. Of course, we are starting things off here in Division 2 with Sparking Arrow Gaming versus Invictus Gaming Vitality. However, we are going to be moving on to the all-important Division 1, so make sure that you internalize what you see today. Stick around because the Dota just gets better as the day goes on. My name is Snare, and today I'll be joined by Dragon Drop and Black to bring you the opening action. Gentlemen, how are you doing this morning? And Black, what the hell is on your shirt, my G? That's a fresh design right there. What's going on?
Yeah, Hero Academia, you know? I don't know if you watch anime at all, but it's one of my favorite animes. So.
Yes.
The only thing that's missing is All Might. I couldn't find one with it on it, but what can you do?
No.
That's why I'm here, right? I
no.
represent him, basically.
All right. So I thought that without Neff on the actual broadcast, we'd be able to skip through the anime stuff.
No.
Totally not. So,
Sorry, there's no escape, Dragon Drop. But you're being hypocritical. Aren't you wearing an anime shirt right now, G?
No, I'm wearing a Pikachu shirt.
That is literally anime.
No,
It's literally.
I refuse. I refuse to acknowledge that.
Lol.
It's my childhood.
There's literally an anime running right now called Pokemon.
I've never heard of that. I don't know.
You know which anime we all have heard of, though? Fortunately for us, even though he's never heard of Pokemon, he knows at least the stories of the come-up, right? And the story of arising from the ashes. And both the two teams we have today, although they haven't really covered themselves in glory in quite a while, Invictus Gaming Vitality and Sparking Arrow Gaming, Black, there's been some incredible names on both of these squads. So I was looking through like some of the history of iG Vitality. We've had people like OP, XXX, Paparazzi, Dust, and Mian who just got promoted to Division 1 in Team Magma. All of them have made their way through the squad. But how is it possible that though this has been the feeder squad, it's a bit unfortunate, right, that because it's feeding all their good players away, the results never come to this particular org, right?
That is, I don't know if it's... Yeah, it's pretty unique to China, like where Division 2 teams or Tier 2 teams in general, you know, they always have this 1 or 2, sometimes 3 amazing star players. Or like, well, at the time they're not star players, but like really talented players. And then as soon as the Division 1 or Tier 1 team needs a player, and they're like, oh wow, this guy has been doing super well for like 6 months. Let's just take him from that team. And unfortunately, usually the organizations don't really have, you know, the money to compete with them, so they just get bought out, and then they have to like reset the whole roster again, which is... It's been like that since like 2015 when I was there, so it's probably never gonna change. It's kind of like I mean, it's good for the players, you know, but it's pretty bad for the orgs themselves.
Yeah, you actually raised a good point there about the orgs being bought because, I mean, on the other side, Dragon Drop, for Sparking Arrow, a similar situation ended up happening, right? We've seen some really good rosters from Sparking Arrow Gaming, but RNG, the royal organization, looked and said, hey, that team looks nice. We could probably use a couple of God Kings ourselves.
Yeah, I mean... It's one thing to have academy teams for that express purpose, where it's just like, oh yeah, this is where you get your competitive experience, because like you can be as good as you want, you can be a 15k MMR player, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you're gonna make a good team player in a pro circumstance in a pro team, right? So you have these academy teams where they can get that particular experience. It's another thing when an organization poaches someone from another organization, but all of that is a reality in Dota, and all of that is it's just always going to happen, right? There's always going to be shifting teams, players looking around for a better fit, and all in the pursuit of that goal to win DPC, and eventually win TI.
Yeah, all those pro players though, they're like, I was so happy here, and I get grabbed. You know, I play with all these star players now. I'm not the star anymore.
Big fish, little pond syndrome. But one thing that I'm also curious about what you gentlemen think here. iG.V, this is sort of like a new roster that they've come upon right now. A lot of the players have scattered to the 7 wins. They only retained some of their core squad here, even bringing back the coach into playing. Interestingly enough, though, for Sparking Arrow, they've only replaced 1 player. MS was playing with the squad last season, and we saw him in action yesterday playing on his new YBB roster. Ghost, Ghost is going to be replacing him. Hopefully they're able to gel as quickly as humanly possible. And, you know, it might be tempting, Black, to say that, well, they've only replaced one player, so they should have the team advantage. But we've seen in this particular division already, IG is here because they replaced one player, and it all fell apart. So what are you thinking about the team cohesion advantage between these two squads going into this one?
We'll have to see how Ghost really fits into the lineup. Haven't really seen him play with him yet, but I'm a little biased towards them because I went to TI with one of their players, the Son Goku guy. And of course they also have Flyby and Phoenix, who I'm not super close with, but, you know, decently close. So I'm going to be rooting for SAG, but yeah, IG, Vitality, they're probably on the same level as they are, maybe even a little bit better, because as we said, we spoke about it, they don't know, we don't know how the team cohesion is at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm going to be looking forward to see it and see how that all shakes out. Dragon Drop, just from a glance and just from having seen the fact that iG.V, the last time the two teams met, iG.V ended up in an interesting situation where they drew in qualifiers against Sparking Arrow Gaming. Obviously, it's a very different roster than it is right now. Historically, they've always lost against Sparking Arrow Gaming. I believe they've only won a single time against them. I think, does that play on the mind, or does it help that you have such a new roster, as we quickly are going to be going into the draft, seeing these new heroes and seeing what the teams are going to be picking?
Yeah, I think Dota works fast enough that it's easy to forget what lays a few months behind. Even 3 months ago, it was a different patch. It was a different time. It was the last games on record on Dota Bar for Sparking Arrow Gaming. So I think they can put that past them, that history, and just look at this with new approach, try and make it happen. You know,
new approach like Kunkka AA.
Yeah, I've seen that one before. I mean, IO Legion. It's like, oh yeah, it's pretty cool. IO stabilizes lanes. Legion Commander, very powerful offlaner. But the Kunkka, yeah, you can see Kunkka, Team Fighter, etc., etc. Extra catch. But then Ancient Apparition first phase. I've not seen that before. I don't think, at least not for a while.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very popular answer to that IO, which usually IO wins anyway because it's not that easy to hit an Ice Blast on him. However, when you have a Kunkka, it gets a whole lot easier. You amplify all that ghost ship damage as well. It's a very, very strong combo, and I actually don't mind it at all, especially because they also picked up a Legion Commander. And they're just doubling down on the combo too. Now with the Mirana too.
It's interesting actually that they went for this, well, after the IO first pick, one of the reasons I'm also loving this Kunkka, you know, the X drag back, if you time it right, you can sort of negate the relocate advantage. But now Black, having this Mirana as well, so much more initiation on the map. It does feel like Sparking Arrow Gaming, despite playing into this IO, they might be the ones able to set up most of the fights. And I sometimes feel it's a bit awkward when you're playing IO lineups and you have to be the one responding. So what do they still need in the draft to at least ensure that they have some more of that initiation advantage?
That was a pretty good hero to set up additional relocate gangs. I think this probably is going to be our dual lane also. IO Legion is a very strong dual lane to pressure safe laners. What else do they need? I mean, I wouldn't mind a hero like, or they actually banned the Ember Spirit, but something like that really just abuses the fact that they don't have a great stun. They have an X mark, that's it. Like another Spirit, I wouldn't mind, like a Void Spirit could work. Like a Storm Spirit, which has fallen out of favor a bit lately, but he would be pretty good here as well. It's pretty abusable though. Like even with just a level 1 X mark, it's super easy to set up an arrow in the mid lane. Like even just level 3 or level 4 can result in pretty easy kills.
Yeah, they have a lot of this ganking potential from the Mirana especially. But the question is, how much will that translate into teamfights if they don't get that combo? And speaking of Storm Spirits, yeah, really trying to abuse what you just said, the lack of lockdown, and then the Intermage turns things around. That's
that was an instant Intermage pick.
Yeah, they were thinking about this. Obviously, it's good against Storm, but not so good against Legion because you can't reflect the duel.
Even against Bane, it's not super good because it's quite fast. Like the grip is super fast now. Reacting to it is not easy. And of course, Legion IO, I don't even know how you lane there. You have an AA support. What is he gonna do? Like, they're just gonna run you down?
I mean, the potential is there
and then have it healed immediately.
The potential is there, gentlemen, that this could be an off-lane anti-mage. Unlikely, you know, but it's something that could be on the cards here. And, you know, given the fact that, yes, it is amazing against the Storm Spirit, but fairly difficult to play the hero in general against the other three, could this be a curveball that they're just setting up right now, since they do have the last overall pick anyway? Or is it one of those things where they're like, let's get Anti-Mage, we'll decide where he goes later?
I've done it in my pubs, where I played like offlane Anti-Mage, just went for like this tank build. It can work, you know, like I'm not against it. I'm always happy to see new things. It's very unlikely that it's going to happen because usually teams don't like to think outside the box too much. I think what they're just banking on is just Kunkka get level 6 fast, rotate to the AM lane, and get a couple of kills.
Setting up these kills right now with AM in the game does feel a bit more difficult here, Drag and Drop. We saw yesterday this Pangolier hero have an incredible effect. Oh, never mind. Never mind. I was about to say that would have been an amazing offlane pick for them for SAG. But speaking of offlaners, we already have one decided from the side of iG.V. We know how they're going to be starting their fights. SAG does feel fairly execution heavy to make this particular draft work. So I'd like a hero that makes things a bit simpler, right? Or do you think they're just going to go all in with this high execution type of draft on the last pick?
Yeah, I think they're going to have to, right? They're going to need something a lot more active that also provides a bit of extra damage output in the mid game, just to make space for this anti-mage. Yeah. This Wraith King complicates matters too, because it kind of puts you on a bit of a clock.
They need some decent initiator, like a Mars, something like that. But it also feels weird. You still don't have like a proper stun, you know? It's like still a skill shot that can be dodged. I mean, I'm just looking around. Honestly, Underlord looks decent, but nobody plays it, so probably not.
I've seen a bit of Underlord in EU in the close qualifiers. And,
yeah, I wouldn't mind Underlord at all. I think it's pretty good. Against Wraith King 2 in the lane.
Some very interesting shenanigans that you can do with that portal, just in terms of global mobility. You know, you can just mostly just, hey, yeah, we're gonna go all the way home, we all recharge after a team fight, and then we can keep on pushing with full health, full mana. But sometimes it's even just, all right, we'll make a portal on the other side of the map inside the trees, and then come up from behind them. Would be interesting to see the Chinese teams try and figure out good ways to use that, but yeah, I'm not sure if that's the right choice here. It doesn't really...
Very unexplored.
Yeah. I don't think it solves all their issues.
Another offlane they played quite a bit of on the side of SAG. Played quite a bit of Tidehunter in the past. Sand King, of course, has already been banned. Tide's banned. Pango's banned. So all their most played heroes are out. I know historically, but this might be a bit further back. We have seen Flyby be quite good on the Brewmaster, but you know, that's a hero that we've seen still not have the greatest degree of success just yet in the Chinese region. I mean, it was amazing in the qualifiers, but so far on the main stage hasn't really popped off yet. Black, what do you make of this? If we were to see a Brewmaster at the end here, can often be decent against the Wraith King, at least create some space for the AM in the fight. And it's DK. Ugh. Yeah.
I was actually thinking they might want to offlane the Kunkka. It's a carry Kunkka.
Okay.
I was afraid of that.
Okay. All right.
So it is the offlane anti-mage?
It is the offlane anti-mage, indeed. We're going to be having this mid-Dragon Knight. Okay.
Okay, like IG got this game. I think. Like it looks so weird.
Yeah.
With no hesitation.
What happened with this whole draft? First of all, IO Legion, they completely destroy a Kunkka lane because Kunkka is very aligned on just harassing people down. IO Legion don't give a damn about that. Storm against DK, like Storm is just gonna free farm, if not even pressure the DK. And what is an AM gonna do to pressure a Wraith King? Like he has no...
Not much.
Yeah, like unless you hit a Mirana arrow 5 seconds, then what do? Like I really don't like this Dragon Knight pick, putting the Kunkka on the carry, like made everything so weird.
Yeah. Well, at least they've got a reliable stun now. So.
Yeah, that's something.
Yeah.
I'm a big SAG believer normally, but this draft is I have to agree. I can see it working, but only if they just go ham and out execute it every turn.
It does feel like a very high execution draft, and it's not easy to be able to pull off. And I think another problem that I personally have with this SAG draft is all their push potential is now locked behind this DK. It does feel quite difficult for them to get anything done on the map. Not as difficult on the side of iG.V if they can start rolling. But These are all questions that can be answered by the game. We've seen stranger drafts succeed before and then have been wowed by the genius of the drafter afterwards. We're going to be seeing that's going to happen yet again, or if SAG will find themselves falling prey to the curse of experimentation and dropping game number 1. They are not that high stakes for themselves. They managed to comfortably stay in Division 2 last time around. However, they have greater ambitions. They want to reach Division 1. We'll see if MS made the wrong decision by leaving SAG and whether or not they can succeed. iG.V versus SAG about to kick off game 1 with Black and Dragon Drop on the mic. Take it away, boys.
Yeah. Smoke already breaking here, and Phoenix will not be able to get in range for anything.
Well, if only you had an actual stun. But yeah, it's,
line up an arrow, you know.
It's gonna get a little bit awkward until that DK hits like his blink dagger at some point.
Yeah. So expect him to go for that the initiator utility route rather than the Maelstrom farming kind of thing.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind if they just go like a little bit more on the just fighting side. He goes like a BKB first. You just start sieging towers, cause as we said previously, he's the only one who can actually hit towers. If you go blink first, you get taken out.
The battle begins.
That would make sense. Like if they can kind of work around this Dragon Knight and his ability to threaten towers with 3 other heroes behind him, then Anti-Mage can maybe use that space to farm up. Seems like a very narrow
sure, like,
power
what
that have to go
do
down.
you do with an offline anti-mage? You just build like the tanky?
Yeah.
Or did you still go Manta? Like what is the play there? Because when I build it, I just built pure tank. I went for the shot, just blinked in.
He has Vanguard queued up. Might even see the Diffusal Blades coming out now as a secondary item. That's the thing now, right? You can just stack up.
Apparently it's a thing. I still hate it, but
one thing it does is also force a Wraith King into buying an early shard, but that's not something that he hates necessarily. It's just going to delay other items a little bit. Son Goku.
Yeah, usually Armored Deso shard. You're happy to go.
Yeah. Mirana cannot trade against the Spain.
I just feel like the lanes in general, they're all Radiant favored. Like all 3 of them.
Yeah.
So I'm not entirely sure where the comeback is going to happen, but let's wait and see, I guess. They must have a plan. Like they're not just going to pick this random stuff.
You'd think so, yeah. And I, for one, am excited to see what kind of plan that is. But it does worry me that you don't know what it is either, so... I'm slightly concerned, but I guess it's Dragon Knight mid, right? So much Storm can do to actually harass him out once he gets the extra levels up in Dragon's Blood, so he'll be able to hold zone. Storm, though, can also farm neutral camps a little bit easier.
Yeah, it's gonna get a bit scary. Like before that Blink Dagger, I actually don't know how they ever catch the Storm Spirit.
Like, put an Electric Vortex selected too from Storm, just denying range creeps.
Yeah. So what does LCF queued up? Nothing yet. I feel like bot lane, as soon as Wraith King gets his Helm of Iron Will, it's just pretty much over. Nothing you can do to harass him anymore.
Yeah.
The only rotation we can see is maybe Mirana in the mid lane with a well-timed stun. But yeah, the lanes should not really, like, nothing should happen on any lane. I don't think anyone's gonna die for a while.
Yeah. Unless Ancient Apparition up top maybe overextends a bit.
Yeah, gets run down potentially by IO, but that should not happen.
Ooh. Very nice though. What? That's very
Didn't
nice.
have the Ring of Health on it though, so still all good.
Oh yeah, that's already got delivered, so Fishman happy to sustain down here. Wraith King, yeah, still 1 tango left and a salve on Bane, so he'll be able to fall back on that until he gets his helm.
Yeah, I can't believe Helm didn't get nerfed.
I know, right?
So good.
Still insane. Gives you so much armor in the HP region.
It's like a Ring of Health, but with like 6 armor on it.
Yeah. What's better
For,
than Ring of
what,
Health?
100 gold more?
Yeah.
Pretty silly.
Pretty sure you dodge more damage with the 6 armor than the 1.5 extra heal does, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Health, right? Yeah.
Unless you're like a Terror Blade, maybe.
Oh yeah.
But why would Terrible ever want to buy that?
That's the next question, yeah. Doesn't really need it.
Yeah, lane so far going very well for the Radiant as expected.
Yeah.
All three at the top of the net worth.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I've been DK struggling a bit here in mid now.
I mean, what's going to happen and when is it going to happen is my real question. Are they looking for a stun?
I have to imagine that it has to be something like this. Yeah, stun into arrow. He's not nearly level 6 yet. There's a nightmare coming in though. Couple extra right clicks, leap forward. But the heal's just not enough. Stranger unable to help out his friend. First blood being drawn just with a couple of stuns and right clicks. And all of a sudden done.
Yeah, it's very... a little bit arrogant even. Like just running to the rune like that. Like they saw the Mirana under the ward. And he's just like, I don't care.
What can Mirana do? Literally no spells that could stun me after a big setup.
Yeah, but that's really the only way I can see them get kills.
Yeah.
Get a long range Mirana arrow on like either random or just on a setup.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised to see Son Goku try and rotate around more to the other lanes. You try to do the same thing in mids by all means, but also go top with the X setup and so we'll, or just arrow creeps in the jungle, sure. That also works with Egg. Gonna make his way top or back to mid now. Storm's with though, look at him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He knows. It should flag out the fact that there's a ward somewhere. Yeah.
Oh, they're trying to steal a stack. Okay. I feel like I would have much rather liked to use that Dragon Form on the tower because Storm is nowhere near 6. They could have easily pressured him out of there. Maybe even get another kill on him. And there's also a Wagon there. Yeah. Little siege creep could have gotten a lot of tower damage done.
Might still be able to do it. Using the arrow to get rid of the enemy range.
I can't believe he arrowed the range creep when I go for a kill.
Gonna get it anyway because it's still not level 6. You just get to follow from the gold feed instead. Alright. That was more damage than I expected.
I can't believe how he's playing so cocky on the Storm. Like, Dragon Knight just walks up to him and stuns him. What?
Yeah.
Okay. You gotta be a little bit more careful. It's the second time.
That's not a great start, isn't it? 2
Yeah.
deaths this early on the Storm.
It should have been a really easy Storm game, and now he kind of sabotaged himself in a way where instead of like 3k net worth, he has 2k. So, a little problematic perhaps. And another Invis rune. He's not level 6 yet. Might be dead again.
Oh no. Stranger's there, but there's not a lot of burst here from the IO just yet. Nightmare coming in from Bane, and combined forces of both supports are enough to at least keep him safe. Maybe even turn us around. XCJ dropping super
low. Oh, he's 6
low.
now. Phoenix might be in trouble.
Oh, actually going for him here. There's another electric vortex in a second. Just stacking up the damage. The arrow dodged even. But this is a very tanky Dragon Knight here. Stick charges have been used under the tower. He's still alive, but the last right click will be enough despite the breathed fire. Io had to give up his life for the cause, but damn. That's one way to try and get back into it, I guess. But made up a little bit of the deficit at least.
You could definitely tell he was angry.
Oh yeah.
I got you now. It takes like 1 hour. Oh, nice turn top. Oh, close. It hits, he's a goner.
Yeah.
But that also means Elsie was solo top for like a very long time. So the pressure lane they were supposed to play, they couldn't really play, which means Kunkka just had a free game himself. Now he's up to level 7 already. Yeah. They made it a little bit too easy for him, perhaps.
Well, it's action elsewhere. Fishman also got basically his 1v1 against Wraith King. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's mostly just a farming lane. So he's sitting at 3k net worth himself. Q, of course, using the skillies and farming jungle.
Yeah, like if they win with this draft, then I don't even know.
Let's not go that far, but they're gonna look to pressure tower with the stun
just
into
walks
follow-up
up
on Bane. He is very dead. Storm goes in, try and trade. Son Goku should be fine with another leap and a couple of stick charges here, but this Dragon Knight very scary in front. Fishman even joining in.
I feel like they're not giving any respect to the Dragon Knight at all. They just keep walking up to him and they just get dragon tailed. Like, it's a 400 range stun, that's it. Like, you gotta give it much more respect than that. Not lose a mid tower because of it.
Yep. Fell very, very quickly indeed. Did not expect the anti-mage rotation, but then again, I did not expect the offlane anti-mage. Let's see what it goes after the treads. Already has that Vanguard completed, so yeah. Huh. So far it's working out, Black. We're looking like fools right now.
Well, like, it feels like it could have been anything at this point, honestly. It's been like a terrible game. Let's see what he actually does like in the mid game.
Yeah.
Because right now it just looks like he's gonna go for this pretty conventional AM build. Probably gonna go into the Diffusal after and then Manta.
Right. It's taking over mid. Dragonite farming jungle a bit. Ghost and Kunkka meet the rotation down bottom, so we're gonna see this classic 1-for-1 safe lane tower trade. CSJ wants a little bit extra though. Knows Son Goku's still hanging around, but what it does is force out the Moonlight Shadow.
Let's see if they wanna actually try to make any move towards top. Try to defend it. Probably not.
If he shows he's dead.
And Son Goku.
It's a TP in though, the relocates to counter, and that's a
Wait,
first
hey,
duel
also
victory and +1. Yeah, I don't know why he didn't cancel that one.
They're still coming though.
Bonus here. The rest of the team comes in. Tower goes down. They're running down Bane. Fine trade so far. If the rest of them can get out, Storm. Big sip.
He's almost out of mana.
Yeah. Far enough away and 2 points up and blink for anti-mage.
But they also didn't even get the bot tower. That was a terrible trade for SAG.
Yeah.
They lose 2 heroes for Bane. Lost the tower, didn't trade it. And Wraith King's like, alright, I'll take that, thank you.
It's very weird staggered go. Like they already lost the Mirana. Then Ancient Apparition got caught as he was first to TP in. And then when both of them were dead, the rest of the team appeared.
Yeah, the TP like order was definitely strange. Usually when I have like the DK go first or the Kunkka, so you can actually set up something.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe a slight miscommunication. At least AM is farming well, the true offlane carry.
Going at this rate, he will turn into a carry. It's not the best farm in the world, but it's not the worst farm either. Like, top 4 heroes are all dire. Or 3 of the top 4 are dire, I was gonna say. Only Wraith King keeping up, and actually gonna go on him now. Just not have enough mana.
Oh,
unless
for
he can
mana,
get
3.
the Soul Ring out. He should be able to. Oh, yeah, it's actually ticking in normally. He will be able to return. He'll have to return. He's gonna need some help for the second round here, but the boat off the mark. That's questionable. X back here into the stun. Meanwhile, the back though, Storm goes in. And
on the IO.
gets the kill of his own. I'm very confused. CSJ's on the wrong side. XCJ though. Run down by another burst from Storm. Legion Commander finally brought down though. Well, maybe not. Still alive. There's Cleave coming through. Kunkka looking to pay with his life ward, but now Storm Spirit is completely out of mana. Another burst there from the Dragonite will finish him off. Jump forward, Bane in a lot of trouble and very dead indeed. What the hell is going on? Anti-Mage is still going. He doesn't give a damn.
Yeah, he's pretty tanky with his build, so why the hell not? Phoenix is gonna get the tower now. Yeah, I don't know how these fights are going. Like it did start so weirdly. Storm kills a hero, and Boat doesn't hit anything. They still somehow win the team fight.
Storm committed hard to get what kills they got.
Yeah, and then they got mana voided.
Yeah.
So, I guess that's the only reason they picked the AM, huh? They're like, we don't care where we lane this, as long as you have the mana void for you.
It's press on Storm, easy game, and now blink forward here, freshly completed from Dragonite with the DDA rune. That's a very easy kill. They can transition that down bottom to do a little bit of damage here, no dragon form.
And as expected, he's going for the diffuser blade as well, and probably into the manta. But yeah, that this is actually working is, yeah, it's nice. Maybe more people will pick anti-mage often.
Yeah.
I love aim. Wouldn't mind seeing it.
I remember the old stories. Hey, you heard of this black guy? He's farming like crazy on anti-mage.
Yeah, he loves to hit creeps.
1200 GPM.
Oh, wait. Not ever what there. He shouldn't get caught.
Almost, yeah.
Arcane power.
Arcane power. I'm just gonna go into Bane. No. They are looking for the Wraith King for sure with that smoke.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, one thing that Fishman can do, just being an offlane anti-mage.
Oh, they got him.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go in, but it's gonna go in on this Wraith King. No time to cool down yet. On that ultimate, so he's down for the count. I tried to relocate safe, but now it's just gonna be delayed death for him, most likely. Tauren way early. But yeah, there's no dodging the instant Dragon Tail. Still gets a tether off to the side. The arrow cancel TP. So.
No.
There we go. Meanwhile, on the other side, they're also getting Bane. They're just outplaying right now.
Yeah, the aim is just chasing him the entire time.
Just leave me alone. You're not supposed to be able to do this. It's 15 minutes.
Honestly, this new mana break is pretty damn annoying. The 40% slow you get.
Oh yeah.
Very hard for heroes to get away once you're actually at 0. Still wondering if Diffuser Blade is actually like a big deal or not. You know, because like, additional mana burn is nice, the slow is nice, but is it better than like a quick Ayasha something, for example? Because you get like this inbuilt slow anyways.
Yeah, get the inbuilt slow, and Diffuser Blade is not as powerful in and of itself. It's cheaper now, but it also means you don't get as many stats.
He should be able to easily blink out once he sees him. Even if they duel him, do they have the damage? No, they don't.
Dragon Knight? No, no way. I mean, where is the damage coming from now? Wraith King has still working on the Desolator.
Yeah, I think once he finishes Deso, they gotta like try to force a Roche fight or something. Try to get back into the game. Force a team fight on their terms. Because right now it's like Elsie isn't really farming, Storm isn't really farming, whereas all the cores of the Dire are farming.
Yep.
Diffuser Blade done.
Yep. Well, maybe they can...
DD Dragon Knight again.
Oh,
Blink
no.
up in 3.
That's the courier dead, and Bane realizes his fate. Not sure that Ice Blast was necessary, but that is safe to the story. With that DD and the Dragon form, they can click the tower a little bit down bottom. They also have a catapult. So this tier 2 not long for the world. IG Vitality, they do not find a way into this game.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, and honestly, the early game should have been all theirs. The fact that they lost the early game doesn't bode well coming to this mid game now, because they are incredibly tanky on the Dire, on all 3 of the cores at this point. They don't have the greatest damage output on the Radiant. Are they gonna just force the Roshan with this? They should. They're thinking about it, but very indecisive.
Yeah, I don't think they'd be really fast enough to make that happen, not if SAG have an inkling of what's going on. Oh. Let's jump forward onto the Dragon Knight.
No damage. X-Mark on him.
Oh no, the stun, X-Mark, Tauren, boat, everything! Storm is just dead! Relocate way too late. Bane now
he gave up.
accepted his fate. Io will fall soon. That'll be Roche for SAG instead, you might think. Oh, this time perfectly timed, Tauren. I'm retreating, yeah, you're not. I'm sorry.
He's retreating into the afterlife.
Yeah. That's a very positive way to look at it, but not really helping them right now. Roche is going to fall to SAG. They have all the momentum in the world.
Yeah, this game Snowball out of control so quickly in the early game. I really don't know how they managed to outplay them so hard in the early game, especially. Like, they were supposed to lose 3 lanes. Instead, they won like 2 of them.
I think they overreacted on mid when Storm had a bad time.
Yeah.
Got outplayed a little bit, and they rotated in both supports. So Legion lost top and just going in on top of the Mirana and barely winning the fight for the one cost, losing one and perhaps losing another. Bane just a punching back for Anti-Mage in this game. Again. Phoenix stealing the kill, and a Fishman just going back in, but that's a lot of damage there from Akio, and he's just getting back out again. Stranger is dead,
no mana.
Akio, no mana for anything. Oh, the humanity, Black. Where is it?
Oh, wait, dude, I think it was the bug again. Like, when your Ice blasted and you use Soul Ring to get your mana back, you just shatter anyway.
Oh no, you shatter before you get the mana.
No, like, you get the mana, but you shatter anyway. It's just a bug.
Oh no.
I've seen it in the last Div 1, actually. We were all wondering what happened. It was the same bug. Fix that, Valve!
Valve are a small indie company. They cannot be possibly expected to fix all of these bugs.
Yeah, next year. The next spring cleaning update.
Well,
Bane looking for the aim. Has a grip
gonna
too.
have the shot next time, so that's that. Nightmare taken over.
Are they not gonna go for the A at least? They're so scared. Damn.
They are. I mean, rightfully so. At least they got the duel win, but that was very close. This was blinking right into the enemy team. Fishman's blinking in, going right on top of CSJ. The blinks down on Wraith King. He still does not have the shot, but he does have enough mana left over this time to come back. But there's no way he can stick around here, just walking it off. And
they caught the LC though.
He's so slow.
Yeah, and that's the power of the Kunkka boat plus Ice Vortex. And they're like 600 damage, I think. Great spell. Ice Vortex. That's very nice. Alright, Comeback Avenue. Let's look at it. Yeah.
Yeah, that was it. That was the analysis.
That's pretty good. Now, honestly, what can they do at this point? Really just pickoffs, right?
Yeah.
They gotta find a grip with like a relocate maybe, or a duel with a relocate. They do have damage now with the Wraith King Deso, but only if they're not together. Like if SAG is together, I don't see Vitality taking any sort of team fight at all.
And there's not a lot of reason for SAG to ever be caught out. Like they have some pretty decent vision on the other side of the map. They have this ward in front of the mid lane. And that's gonna scout out a lot of the movements out of the base. Got this ward on the high ground here. Right now, okay. And just going in.
More coming in as he's dead.
Nightmare. I mean, the duel's not gonna go to AA at least. But just 3 of them, and they can't even do anything. Yeah, I'm not even gonna commentate on this because this is very sad. That was the one situation where SIG wasn't there immediately, or like not all of the team. And then they still mess up. Like Wraith King is scared, sitting inside the trees.
It's actually very scary nowadays. Like if you're the AM and they just can't burst you or kill you, they have to run away from you. It's like really hard to fight into because it just burns all your mana instantly and then you get slowed down so much. I think it was the 3rd or 4th time where Bane just stopped moving. He didn't want to play anymore. Like, stop bullying me.
Yeah, 40% slow is insane. After the Fuse Blade on top of that, it's...
This is where the just came home from a day of work. He just wanted to play with his idol. Meme comes from.
Oh god, he still does not
he has no
have
shot
the shot.
Oh, that's
Coming
okay.
back anyway. What? Not got enough mana here, even with the Fuse Blade. But do they have problems with the second life? They do not. Blink forward. Goodbye, stranger. GG is called. At the very least, they didn't give over any dual damage. That's one silver lining that I'm finding here. But other than that, like, this was a stomp, wasn't it?
Yeah, against the draft that I thought looked really, really weak on paper. they somehow made it work. It all started with the Storm just wandering into the river, you know, just looking for a good time. But he found a real bad time.
Alright,
A real bad time indeed was found over there, and wow, Sparking Arrow Gaming, they demolished iG.V. They weren't even able to post up 10 kills on the board. Things looked very bizarre and very strange, and although it was a very bizarre draft, Black, I know you love Anti-Mage, I know you want to see more of this hero, but I could sense the skepticism when you saw this being picked for the offlane. It wasn't supposed to go like this, right? I think they completely flipped the script. What happened? How did this all go so wrong?
All early game, right? Like, they were supposed to lose 3 lanes, as I said before, but they somehow managed to win actually all 3, I think. Well, they didn't win bottom, but AM and Wraith King had the same farm, so I consider that a win, because that lane is supposed to be much stronger. And I don't exactly know what happened, but I think Dragon Drop made a good comment where they just probably overcompensated for the Storm. Like, he had 2 pretty... let's call them bad deaths. Like, they should not have happened. He just walks into the river, sees the Mirana under the wall, he's like, I don't care.
Yeah.
What do you want to do? Oh, I'm dead.
Yeah, that one shouldn't have happened. And to make matters worse than that, I think that was like one of the first bloods. And Io came in off lane, Mirana's there as well, Bane had to come in, everything just gets upset immediately. So regrettably, although it might be the case that iG.V, like you said, have a better draft on paper, they end up with a loss here. And we're going into game 2, Dragon Drop. How bad is this going to be for their confidence? We spoke about it, a relatively young team, haven't had that much time to gel together. Not only that, but this is their first foray into the DPC, which is kind of surprising, right? Given how many actual Div 2s we've had. Is this going to knock them going into the second game and further down the line in the rest of the competition?
It's going to be a big task for the captain to rally the troops right here, because I cannot imagine that they feel good about this game. So the only way forward for them would be to identify, alright, yeah, we overcompensated, we made a mistake, we kind of got scared about mids, and then kind of lost all the other lanes in turn. I mean, Wraith King didn't really lose, because he was just farming jungle at that point, he was still doing well, but Wraith King's not the kind of hero that can solo carry in 15 minutes when everything else is going badly. So if they can identify and move forward from that, and find a better way to handle this in game 2, then maybe they can restore the confidence, but yeah, this is a big question mark whether they can actually do that.
It's certainly going to be an uphill battle, even more difficult than the game they've just played. And right now, they certainly need to rally themselves, think about what to do in the next game. I think draft might not be the biggest problem for them, but definitely how it played out, massive issue. Well, while they are busy getting ready for that one and preparing their minds and their bodies to try and duke it out in game 2, get at least something on the board and upset the natural order of things between themselves and Sparking Arrow Gaming, we're going to go to a short break to give them time to do that. Give our casters as well a moment to breathe. Black and Dragon Drop did an amazing job on the all-German cast, even though it wasn't the most amazing game. But we'll take a break, and when we return, some more Dota 2 action here in the spring tour of Division 2. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, in the Dota world to Division 2 action as we continue here in the spring tour of the Chinese DPC. We're in Game 2 right now of iG Vitality versus Sparking Arrow Gaming. And the way Game 1 turned out might not be a long time that we're in Game 2 either. Really hoping for a more competitive environment here from the side of iG.V and hoping that we get that all-decisive game number 3. My name's Snare. I'm joined once more with Black and Dragon Drop. Gentlemen, we came through the ringer, didn't we? We saw a lot of things, but fortunately and hopefully things will be different in the future. And what helps me feel this way and what makes me feel happy, I'm always happy when I see a losing team ban Nyx Assassin, right, Dragon Drop?
Yes, that's what I dream of at night. And let me just say that I'm happy to live in a world where you can have an offlane anti-mage who goes Vanguard, Treads, and Diffusal Blades and win a game so decisively. I feel privileged. I feel very privileged, even though that game was something that iG Vitality will probably want to forget as soon as possible, and we have a chance for that here. We have a bunch of different heroes to make that work.
Hopefully I already forgot about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. After a game like that, you certainly just want to like clear your head, pretend it didn't happen, move forward, you know? And for Sparking Arrow Gaming, doesn't this give you a lot more confidence, Black? You did something very off-kilter, very bizarre, something you've really had no business trying out in this kind of environment, and you succeed anyway. After that, it feels like you can pretty much pick whatever you want, right, for the second game?
Yeah, which is already sort of happening.
Yep. As
but yeah, it's definitely a weird one. Like the entire draft looked so odd, and they made it work out so like wonderfully. It was. I really don't even know after watching it. I still don't know how it all happened. Like, it's not supposed to work like that, you know?
Yeah.
Nonetheless, it did.
1 + 1 is 2, not 3. You know.
I mean, I was saying at the end of the draft that I wasn't expecting a fast game out of them, but we still had a DK pushing towers alone, 17 minutes at tier 2s. You're like, oh, cool, this is happening, and that's new. Hopefully, iG.V, though, are able to defend better as we are fairly deep into the draft. So we're going to take a look at some of these heroes here and see if they can string something together to help them out with the second draft. Fortunately, Dragon Drop, they've got the broken hero. They've got the Tiny. The big rock man is out here. This should help, if nothing else, with the damage department that they started struggling with in the last game.
Yeah, see a couple of meta heroes like not just Tiny, but I've also seen a lot of Ember. It seems like one of the most stable spirit heroes now. With the changes that he's had to Flame Guard as well as Light of Fist, like let's cool down on that. Flame Guard is much harder to break for most matchups now, so you can reliably farm with it and harass back in lane. Yeah, once again, I like these openers. Combo with Grimstroke's also pretty good. On the other hand, SAG, they've got themselves the Konka again. Could once again be the one position, but the tier's flexible enough, so we could also see him in that mid matchup. And the Shadow Shamans, so that's gonna be all your push and control needs covered by that hero.
Yeah, it's a pretty strong hero also against Tiny. If you ever ward trap him, like with his attack speed in the early game, it's gonna be very difficult to get out. Oh, there it is! I've been waiting for it for so long, because the percentage damage reduction against Tiny is insanely good.
Oh yeah, that's a good point actually. Normally when I see Unload against melee strength viewers, I was like, oh yeah, percentage-based damage on the Firestorm. But yeah, the damage reduction on such a high base damage hero is significant as well.
Yeah, at level 20, you get a talent that reduces it by an additional 15. He actually loses like over 200 damage, which is like an insane amount.
I mean, in this game, we're not only worried about that percent-based damage reduction, but now that we see Ancient Apparition being picked again, and given that it's being picked with the root, with the stun, there's so many ways for this percent-based damage reduction and the damage itself to have that impact with the Ice Blast. It's going to be very dangerous for some of these heroes on the side of iG.V. So it does feel like they need to pick up the pace. They cannot allow themselves to get drawn into the same kind of game as last time, where they're just getting rolled over and there's no response from them. Do like to see that they go once more and dip into the pile of meta heroes who bring out the Pangolier into the offlane. This is going to be at least a way to go and interrupt the shackles from the Shadow Shaman, you know, create some space for the Ember Spirit to get out of dodge, and of course another carrier here, Dragon Drop of the Ink Swirl from the Grimstroke.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Anything else to say about that? Yeah, it's a fun hero to watch. It gives you that teamfight control, the chaos factor, yeah.
I can't believe they buffed him again. Last patch,
Why did
it was already so broken, and then they buff him again. It's like, Wait, you guys didn't see enough of him? Well, teams are still not first phasing him is what's the craziest part about this. Like, I think it's definitely first phase worthy. And it's oftentimes even like first phase banned. So, especially those Div 2 teams, you know, you might want to look at that. That hero is really good. Just first phase it if you want to get some free, well, not free MMR, but free Div 2 points.
3 points, yeah.
Sadly, it'll have to be just Div 2 points. You don't get DPC points for being in Div 2, and that's kind of why these games matter so much, right? I mean, a team like Sparking Arrow Gaming, time and time again, I mean, they've been in Div 1, they've dropped down, but since they've done so, they've been sort of like the gatekeeper, right? Keeping everybody else. If you're good enough to beat them, you belong in Div 1. If not, you belong in Div 2. They're hoping that they're the ones that actually get to be promoted, you know? No more bridesmaiding. What hero do we need here at the end of the draft to help them in that endeavor? Most likely the Phoenix hero again for the mid lane, right? Unless they want to play mid Kunkka. I suppose there is that flexibility for them.
Yeah.
Although they don't have the last pick.
Yeah, I can see them picking a proper carry here, send the Kunkka mid, just have some sustained damage output in the later stages of the game. Because the moment the BKB comes out, things can get a little bit dicey for SAG to still kill people. Before the BKB, obviously, though, like, so much control from Kunkka, from Shadow Shaman, the extra damage from Ancient Apparition and the Underlord, but yeah, you might want to have even just some sort of semi-carry, be it a I don't know, Razor, something along those lines. Some run at you kind of thing.
I mean, they have a lot of options if they really want to dig deep. There's Morphling, I think, is quite nice. They don't have the greatest burst damage. They only have like one silence, really. And yeah, it would just make the lineup like super stable. But maybe they just love their carry Kunkka. Well, lifestealer, okay. Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
That's fine.
Yeah,
I like this.
makes sense. It's one of these run at you carries, you know, that can have some scaling into the later part of the game that offers that physical sustained damage output.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, what support are they gonna pick now? You know, like set it, like offset that a little bit. Well, it could be a Pango 4, and they can pick another offlane, I suppose.
Yeah.
If they want to do that. But most offlanes are not great against lifestealer.
Yeah, that's the thing. I was about to say, who's nice that's good against the lifestealer, still in the game as well. Let's see, what heroes have been banned? So, Timber's gone, Bloodseeker's gone, no Monkey King. Actually, quite a lot of offlane is still available in the pool. DP would have been quite nice as this range offlane option we've been seeing lately. IG did really well with it the other day. What else is left, actually? That you
It's very scary into the AA. Like, this DP is scary into AA. Necrophos is really good against lifestealer, but super scary into AA as well. Like, that's why I hate AA. You know, like it's kind of like a Nyx. It makes you feel so uncomfortable with some heroes.
How do you feel about Magnus? Maybe we get some of that RP action, you know, a way to get some BKB piercing disable. Also some Empower that you can put on the Ember Spirit in the event that, God forbid, what happened yesterday, where Ember Spirit gets nothing in the game. It's gonna be Razor. Okay.
Yeah, Razor is the lifestealer counter.
Okay.
Alright.
Yeah.
Okay. And indeed, they are going to be shifting that Pangle here to a support role to accommodate the Razor in the draft to allow him to play here. Like you say, it's going to be the lifestealer counter. They'll lane him into that part of the map. Is it enough though, drag and drop, this last pick Razor for themselves here on iG.V? Does it give them the edge that they need? Because it still feels like he's going to need quite a few items to start participating properly in the game.
Want to be a bit careful here because, like, on paper, if this is a Razor plus 1 lane versus lifestealer plus Ancient Apparition, AA not the best lane support in most circumstances, so that's something that they can and should abuse. But we said similar things about the draft last game, and that didn't end up mattering all that much. So we'll see. I hope they can give us a fight here. I hope that they can show what they can do, and not get run over again. They have good heroes. They have meta heroes. They have decent enough matchups to make that happen. But yeah, it might just be that SAG are just that much better. And I guess this is the game where we'll find out.
Absolutely. And I'm curious about that the carry matchup is going to be like. Before we get into the game, Black, you're obviously the safe laner. You know, you're the guy to ask about this, right? Tiny versus Lifestealer. At what phase of the game are iG.V going to start feeling a bit more confident that the Tiny can take that game and start making things happen on the map?
If they have the same net worth, they will, like, Lifestealer will always win that matchup, but it's also massively offset by the fact that he's just going to lose half his damage at some point in the game. Like this Underlord aura is gonna be super strong against the Tiny, and I don't think Tiny is gonna be having a whole lot of fun this game.
Well, iG.V haven't been having a whole lot of fun today in general, but let's hope that in game 2 they might be having a bit more of a good time, take us to a deciding game 3, or will it be Sparking Arrow Gaming walking over the contest, burning down the HP of iG.V and making a case for themselves, finally, for promotion to Division 1. We'll find out together. Black Dragon Drop, the all-German cast is back again. Take it away, boys, for game number 2.
Well, that's not great. Instantly dewarding. That's
happens.
What the stranger place, and I guess
unlucky.
Yeah, XCJ's he's setting up his own ward to be denied after this initial situation, because they have another sentry ready. It's a bit awkward, but hey, it is what it is sometimes. Son Goku and Tiny playing up against each other. Tiny actually somehow more base damage than Son Goku, but only if he has the tree equipped.
Yeah, back to old Tiny.
Yeah.
81 damage over 1 or something. Was a very fun time. An infinite tree level 1 already, I believe.
Oh yeah, that was a bit different. Also remember the times when Shadow Shaman was just a normal hero, and then 2 patches in a row he got like plus 16 damage. That changed things around quite a bit, but yeah.
Yeah, but I just don't know. Like, they have so many good answers to the Tiny. I have a hard time seeing him really be successful this game. Just overall, I feel this SAG draft this time around is really scary.
Yeah, it certainly seems like that. Kunkka should have a decent enough time in mid. He does have the Tidebringer, which is certainly going to be annoying for the Ember Spirit if he keeps getting hit by that.
Oh, Son Goku's taking a lot of damage.
Ooh.
Felt more like Son Gohan there.
Well, they don't have a lot of region between them until... I don't know, it's just a sentry on the courier. Gotta be a bit careful with their health. What is it with this minimum region lanes? I mean, between all the side lanes, I'm seeing 2 souths and both of them are top.
Usually... Oh, Son Goku's dead.
Son Goku. Ah, there it is, first blood.
Yeah, so greedy. So greedy. Like, at least if you go no region on the course, like the supports need to compensate for that, 100%.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't do either, like, you will just run out of region, and if he had a healing self there, he would have never died there. He only died because he was half health. Too greedy. Like, even Lifestealer bought his own tangos. Honestly, like, just buying 1 pack of tangos doesn't do anything, you know, it's 90 gold, it's 2 last hits, but it's always gonna help you secure those 2 last hits, like 100%. Goodbye, Fishman. Lane is strong. There's a reason why Grimstock is so highly contested usually.
Yeah. Level 1 Firestorm's not really enough to dissuade anyone from standing in there and fighting you. So... nice way to abuse this early power that they have, but now dead ones are kind of out of region. There's something coming there. This is south. Grimstroke can give over in a moment. Son Goku not in range to cancel it.
I need his health pool though. It's so high, like he will only be at half health still.
Also takes forever now. 13 seconds, I believe, the full region time on the south, so you have to stand behind the tower for so long.
Yeah, definitely nerfed the item quite a bit.
Top lane now. Oh, XCJ actually won super low, but so CSJ.
Razor so down, he has boost on Lifestealer.
Oh, he's dead! And now Strange went right on top! What?
That's the tip, yeah, for sure.
I was gonna say, oh, where was his luck? He did not even get a disarm, but he doesn't even have it skilled.
Yeah, if he did, like, at least you would be like able to understand it a little bit, you know, like, oh yeah, he was going for that play. But there was no play.
I'm very confused right now. Especially in this lane, we're seeing it again. Like, this is a lane that they're supposed to be owning, but not really stealing a lot of damage. Only 19 damage stolen away from a Lifestealer. Not nearly enough. 2 points up in Ghoul Frenzy. That's that movement slow coming in. With the boots advantage. And now he has 2 kills on the safe lane lifesteal against the Razor. It's...
Yeah, he already has face boots now. Well, good luck getting a damage drain on him now.
Yeah. Well, at least mid lane is pretty even. Ember Spirit has some runes, so does Konka. Even last hits, more or less. We're back in bottom perhaps. Ukiyo misses the Inkspell stun though. Funnel through the trees. Yeah, this is gonna stabilize a bit more now, I would imagine.
Yeah. So Goku has to be a little bit careful still though. I don't think Underdog can die at this point. Very tanky. I say that, but he's taking quite a bit of damage already.
Yeah, he's gonna get the Ring of Health right now though, so he'll be able to regen that up. And they're gonna try, before that happens, Inkswell to follow. And yeah, jinxed him black. Actually jinxed him. Wow.
Well, he was half HP again, so Goku didn't want to heal himself him. Well, the greed again on the bot lane. Pay with your life.
Fine, I get Ring of Health. I'm gonna regen up anyway.
Oh, yeah. Once he has his hood, he's unkillable at least. Okay.
Yeah.
If he ever gets there.
Just watch him die immediately after he gets it.
Yeah, it's a 5-man rotation. What did you say, Caster? Oh, so Goku, goodbye, my friend.
Yep. Fishman didn't even try to help him out. Just like, yeah, you're dead. Like, there's nothing I can do about it, really.
No, it felt more like Krillin this time around.
I was like 7 years old when I last watched Dragon Ball, so I.
Oh, it's, yeah. I also watched it when I was a kid. Every day at like 8 p.m. Like, hey, Mom, can I watch Dragon Ball?
Yeah.
But the German dub too. The German dub wasn't half bad, actually.
I do not recall that at all, but yeah, I must have watched it in German as well.
Yeah, not like we have a choice.
What channel was it running on? Kids,
I don't even remember.
Channel? Kika? No, I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't even know the channel names anymore.
No. TV is for boomers anyway.
Yeah. Now that we have internet TV.
Yep. Son Goku. Finally enough of the bottom lane. He's just rotated top. Seeing what he can see. I think his rotation might have been scattered out. I didn't quite see what path he took, but there's an observer ward from the Radiant on the high grounds. CSJ will not run into him.
The Razor is so poor. 1900 net worth.
Yikes.
Yeah, again, a lane that should have won is losing pretty badly.
No. Alright. When are we gonna see these mid laners become active? Both level 7. There's the X-Bolt combo that you can employ somewhere. You might see bottom become more active. Nah, they're just farming jungle.
Charm is going to set up mid lane, but Ember's super tanky with the flame guard on.
It's being scouted. There's wards on both sides in this mid lane. So no really easy way for Son Goku to do much there. Instead, he's just gonna stack up the jungle. Fishman perfectly happy to just not die down bottom. As you said, with that old Hood of Defiance. Oh,
yeah,
there we go.
Kill.
Both coming in will be dodged by the Ember Spirit. There's the X. No torrent available, but there's some follow-up there from Son Goku. They're just gonna burst down one. Okay, Son Goku, he's a lot of trouble though. With the Remnant forward, they could try and do a bit more. Low level to Sleight of Fist and no Flame Guard means that XTJ will be able to walk it off. So 1-for-1 trade in this mid lane here, support for support.
Yeah. Lifesteal just happily farming away top. Are they looking to kill bottom now? It's not the easiest kill still with the hood.
He does not have a lot of mana to actually cast a firestorm on them if they go. But as long as he's sitting under the tower, it seems very hard. In fact, the supports from SAG rotating in the Fiendskate back home. Yeah, there it is. Free mana, anyone? There it is. As Stranger did get the swashbuckle out and away.
And back we go again. Whee!
Yeah, kind of setting up here. I mean, what's the play though? Like, what team needs to be active more to make this work, or are both just happy with? Never mind. They're making the play onto the Underlord, barely taking any damage. That was
very close.
Never gonna be easy. The courier will be dodging things out as well.
I do think the Dire have probably quite a bit better late game. Like, even the supports should be scaling a little bit better on paper. And I'm just having a like. It really depends on how big the Razor gets. But right now he's really poor, really far behind, and he's not the best catch-up hero. Like, if they can kill the Razor 1 or 2 times.
That's a big kill.
Ouch.
I feel like we've seen the stance before now, maybe though. Nice little avalanche here, support with Follow Binks while XCJ will fall. Son Goku still alive, back to the high ground. The relative safety of it. But they want him, and they're gonna get him, maybe. There it is. Stranger, super low himself. Phoenix trying to run him down, but with the slows, it's a little bit tough. Oh, that cleave. Tried to angle it. Just a little bit too late. Grimstroke still hanging around, but Phoenix unable to really get on top of him.
Price and Lifesteal or Underlord didn't try to help there.
Yeah.
Could have maybe gotten a kill or two.
Yeah, Gold's got these 2 kills on top, and then he's just AFK farming. Not really caring about CSJ all that much. Yeah, look at him. He's going back in, even though he's missing damage. Alright.
Of the armlet. Never be scared.
Yep. Son Goku though, I mean, that's one hero that I'd be looking at. Level 6 on Shadow Shamans. You've got the Master Open Wards. They'll want to use them up top. Infest into a creep, the Hex, the Ice Blast. That's
everything
as it gets, but Kunkka actually also ended up dropping somewhere else over in the mid lane.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder. Used to keep him stunned there. I'm looking to fight. Like, Rolling Thunder is a very, very important ability, I think.
Ooh, Son Goku super low. Not a couple of chains though.
Dire's structures are fortified.
They'll abandon this push though.
They started a bit weird. Like, the wards weren't really in tower range either.
Yeah, not all of them.
Dire's bottom tower.
Not the worst trade for iG.V, all things considered. They got the kill on the mid versus just losing the Razor, who is not having a great time still. But yeah, they're parking Fishman up here. As long as it's an Unlord lane, gonna have a very hard time actually pressuring that tower. Bam Firestorm, and that'll be that. And XCJ is hanging around. Like, this Ice Blast has been very effective. Been responsible for most of the kills that SAG has been getting on these cores.
Looking to dive him though.
Play here, yeah. Fishman in trouble.
Just dead
There's the Ice Blast, Stranger. Well, with the ultimate, they'll protect him for a while until they can, unless they can somehow right-click him there, and well, Son Goku right in the middle of it. He'll fall as the entire 5-man lineup. XCJ next on the list just run down. And Fishman, well, does have another Firestorm, but couldn't get it out because of the stun. All right.
Quite sloppy from SAG. Like, they don't have a TP on the Lifesteal or the Kunkka. They just take the 5-3 fight, and they know that. And they're still choosing to defend like that. I mean, they still trade for the bottom. The mid tower is also really low, but if if they're a bit more patient, they wait for the TPs to come. they'll take that fight no problem.
Yeah. The Conquered Lifestealer, they're strong enough at this point to just tip the balance there, tip the scales. They do not choose to do that, so iG.V. Bit of a team fight victory there. But yeah, it's as you said, they lose a bottom tier 1 tower. Lifestealer still getting stronger and stronger. There's another set of Serpent Walls up if they want to finish this mid tower. They're actually running into Grimster, trying to angle for an X. Should be able to set it up here.
I trust my end comes at a price.
Easy. And now smoking under wards. Whoops. No one saw that.
Easy too.
Yeah, not gonna find anyone, but then they're gonna just finish off a tower. I would have swung back towards mid because it's a little bit more important.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I guess up top they can connect to Fishman.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I feel like they're playing a bit too scared, but iG.V they're taking some heart, you know. Trying to do something of their own. A 4-man smoke towards their vision here, towards the ward to see Phoenix. And they're gonna try and initiate right on top of him here. Gonka gotta be burst down. The boat a bit too late to change that. Now another jump forward onto Son Goku. That'll be the secondary casualty. Ranger making the most out of that rolling thunder.
Why is he tipping the lifestealer?
I don't know.
What did he do to
He's
him?
still AFK farming like Ghost. He's just there.
Yeah, I definitely wanna see them use their cores like a bit more together. Like it's always just one core fighting with the supports. Where's the power from game 1, guys?
Yeah, like if they wanted to pick a farming carry, they should have picked a farming carry, you know, not lifestealer who's perfectly capable of joining in early and really leveraging that free BKB that he has and the physical damage that he offers. Yeah. It's gonna have the SNY completed sooner rather than later.
Punka also close to his BKB. That's probably all they're gonna be waiting for.
Oh yeah.
Lifestealer, sorry, Under also pretty close to his ATOS, which is of course his.
Ooh, look at that, yeah.
Pretty strong timing.
Well, before that though, there's another ice blast on to see SJ need a bit of extra damage, and he will take out Amber Spirit. Trying to hunt Son Goku here, has another W, misses it! Ooh, that was just a centimeter off the mark.
Would they have killed is a question. Would have been decently close, but I don't think would have killed quite.
Yeah, I'm not sure. There's an Orb of Corrosion for some extra minus now, it might have been enough. Oh, Kuyo though. He might be able to finish the job here. No blink though. Or anything. And now, the TV back in from XCJ. They see him up the higher ground. The Hex to follow. With the Shackles, if he had enough. Oh, never mind, Phoenix is there. To provide the control, so Son Goku could just either shock it up. That's where the BKBs come out for the Conca, but also the Ember's Bird. So he's gonna be protected going forward as well.
Yep, and the tiny def there I think perfectly showcased why you need that. Early BKB as well.
Under attack. Radiant structures are
Showing up mid. Now they're finally grouping up, hitting all these item timings here. Actually, falls on the BKB from the Ember's Bird, chains in the back. Meanwhile, the interception on the Grimstroke, but he's already cast his spells. 1 trade. In this situation here, Stranger committed the ultimate. Try and make something happen here, but just has to get out. Goes just breakdancing up the high ground. It's like, hey guys, I finished farming. I'm ready now. What did I miss? It's another one of these skirmishes where no one really wins much of anything.
Yeah, I would love for them to fight before the BKB really comes online on the Razor, because he's going to be very, very, very weak until he gets that item. They also don't have the Blink Dagger on the Pangolin yet, so this would be the perfect timing to actually start to look for some fights.
There's a Blink on Shadow Shaman as well. What should we be?
Oh, the Shaman was into the pit.
Yeah.
Did they fix the bug yet where they did extra damage against it?
I do not know.
Doesn't look like it. They deal a ton of damage.
Yep.
If it even was a bug. Maybe just a buff to Shaman, you know?
Yep. Well, it's dying very fast. There's the blink, there's the hex. Doomstroke will most likely fall here. With the X-Boat combo. What they can do now is put a portal back towards the base. And they all recharge mana and then they go down mid or top. But now they're just
Dire's middle tower is under
not
attack.
gonna do that. Pretty weird game.
Yeah. I just hope SAG isn't gonna slow down the pace too much. Because his Razor is really, really weak still. And his BKB is gonna make him just like 5 times stronger.
I haven't really seen the Tiny much.
Radiant
I mean, 3-1-7, it's not like he hasn't been part of the action, but all of this action was just kind of trading more or less equally. That we haven't really seen this Tiny popping off and really taking over the game that we sometimes see.
Dire's bottom tower
Yeah, definitely a possibility.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Might see that now with the Shadow Blade. Seems like SAG, they've hit the item timing and they haven't really... I mean, with the Aegis now, you have to believe that they're gonna try and go with the next set of Serpent Wards.
Yeah, and Razor still trying to farm. BKB. Oh, they caught a Tiny again.
Ooh.
No help for you, my friend. That is so cocky.
That's insane.
And they're going back top again too.
They're all top, and then they're all there to kick Tiny. Now they're all back top, but they're being initiated on. A lot of damage being done towards Son Goku, but the Infest keeps him alive a little bit longer. But beautiful plays there from Stranger. They're all controlled. The supports are dead. Razor stole a bit of damage, but now he's caught. No BKB, no protection, click and pound. Meanwhile, Ghost just finishes up people on the high ground. At least trying to just chasing them down. And it's just the supports.
I can't believe they took this fight. They were so close to the BKB on the Razor. There was like no need to really, fight this at all. Like,
especially without the
if you have
Tiny.
BKB on the Razor, you just drain the lifestealer, right? And you just win the fight by that.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, they kind of need that. If you don't have the Tiny to give you that extra bit of damage boost, like, what do you have? It's not like Ember Spirit is really itemized into damage just yet. Going for Desolator now to stack up with the Orb of Corrosion, so a bit more physical damage focus, more supporting of the Razor and the Tiny. But that's some beautiful control there from the Pangol, but damage was just only enough for support. Speaking of that, XCJ dead again, but now Tiny caught in the front. He does not have a BKB of his own, so he's just down for the count. Ghosts. He has face boots, yeah, you remember that.
Yeah, no BKB. Remember how we alluded to the fact that Tiny's not gonna have a fun time against all these tank breakers?
Yep.
Yeah, they see why. Ice Vortex plus Fire Blast, all this magic damage. It's just too easy for them right now. It's kind of going a similar way where it did last game. It's not as out of reach as it was last game, but slowly but surely getting there.
Yep. I mean, the reason for that is that we have not seen big concerted efforts for SAG to go for this same type of fight-man fights very early on that we've seen from them in the last game. Right, they've been very content to just farm up their cores, the 1 or 2 positions, rather than just engaging into whatever IG Vitality has been trying to pull.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, and as I think they do scale into the late game a little bit better anyway, so
yep.
I don't think they're in any rush. Because Razor's still not really having a game. He has his BKB now, but still far away from that refresher.
Yep. Oh, hey, seeing the Underlord. Being a nice little kill, he is trying to get out. No.
Oh. Axe Labyrinth flashbacks right there.
Grimstroke though intercepted. And now to
Ooh, they caught him
out
at
one of them
class.
being X. Yep. And that is not a trade that you can have. Oh, BKB though. And well, he still had a teleport, so he's getting out.
I thought it canceled his TP. Guess it was just the other guy TPing out.
Yeah. Huh. Level 1 shackles, 2.75 seconds, not enough to hold him in place for long.
Yeah, that's what you get for greeting out on the Fork Lightning.
Yeah.
Sorry, the Ether Shock.
The shock, yeah. It's shocking that you didn't know that.
Damn.
Got him!
Yeah, it took a lot of effort, I'm sure.
Yes, more than I care to admit. Moving on. Stranger has his Blink Dagger now. Kunkka with the Shadow Bliat. And this BKB, of course. 7 seconds. Casting his spells randomly. This looks so like a pub, but now jump in on top of Ghost. It's not of a rage anymore. He can't even infest. He's just dead.
What the hell was that?
Need the snare reaction gif again. Just see with the camera off to the side. It's like just expressing how we feel as well. He rages to dodge the initial stun from the Pangolier, but then he doesn't run away. He just sticks around.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what is happening? Like, there's just... It feels like there's so little respect, you know? Like, they're just not respecting their opponents, like, both sides. Like, yeah, you're not good enough to do... Oh, I'm dead. Like, ah, but you are also not... Wait, what? I'm dead.
Well, at least Phoenix is being respectful, doing the X play to get rid of the wave. That'll put an end to the push. Lotus Orb now done for the Underlord.
I really wanna see them have a nice 5v5 fight. I don't think I've seen SAG fight 5v5 yet. Son Goku gets blown up. Super easy.
These supports
Kunkka's looking alone again. Why are they also individual? Hey guys, stop playing together. It's not a pub game.
Well, trying to set up... Are they trying to set up though? They're just going back towards the triangle now. What is their push? Tiny is their push. He has a shard. He can just hit towers like there's no tomorrow.
Yeah, without Shaman it's pretty easy to get your BKB off after a torrent, so...
Yeah.
Shouldn't be in any real danger. Still pretty afraid to hit the tower though.
This is such a contrast to game 1. It's actually incredible. I mean, there's been a lot of kills, but it's all just been like, yeah, kind of here, there, small skirmish. Very inconsequential kills for the most part. It's not like there's any momentum building for either side. But maybe now Son Goku infest from the Lifestealer here, ready to blink on top of somebody. Maybe poor CSJ, who's okay. They're trying, and they get the Grimstroke instead. Serpent Ward for just in case, just in case the rest of the team was there as well.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, yeah, for the push now.
Regeneration.
See if they want to try to defend it or not.
Yeah.
The fake wards!
I mean, they're real, it's just fewer, you know?
And for 1.5 seconds.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I love that shackle thing.
Yeah, like Shadow Shaman, one of the heroes that benefited most from being able to buy it early, like in a good game.
Yeah, like if you get the shard, it's actually a farming shard. It can pretty much clear the wave by shackling a creep wave. And it also helps you with solo killing so much.
Yeah, like.
But yeah, I wanna see them just play together as 5 now. That's when they're strong. What the heroes are good for.
Yeah.
They've given quite a bit of their lead away. And Tiny's looking again, looking again.
Goku missing, can TP into the outpost. Here's a making play onto Fishman. Now a Stranger, follow-up controls. There's both coming in. The Infest here just buying a bit of extra space, but there's just too much chain stun. CSJ, Ice Blast right on top of him. He's just dead. XCJ will pay with his own life. Can they continue this here? Son Goku is back. 5 seconds for another blink. Oh, they got him! With the X, drag back and storm. There's no BKB for him, and Lifestealer just wailing away with the control from Son Goku. That's what they were hoping for. Even the bite rate from XCJ to make this happen. Roche about to respawn, but the fight's still going on. Blink forward here into the Hex there, but both of them are dead. Goodbye support, it's so squishy, but the X drag back into the Ember Spirit. There's no remnant, there's no light points. One more click, he'll get him. There we go. He freaking...
He hit the Phantom!
The Grimstroke, the Phantom.
Okay, okay.
Oh, boy.
He redeemed himself.
That was
he almost got out there because of that.
What is this game?
I'm pretty cheeky play to go for the supports like that. Like, they blew him up instantly. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
But he remnanted out a little bit too early. Like, probably didn't see the X mark on himself.
Yep.
You have to see, like, the problem for the Tiny now is, if you don't commit your BKB, you can't kill the Underlord because of that massive damage reduction.
Oh.
So, like, do you wanna, try to burst him with that BKB, or do you wanna keep your BKB? I guess Silver Edge will take care of that problem a little bit, but only for a short duration as well.
Well, it's Aegis.
Oh, timing.
Ranger. Oh, did he get in? No. Oh, the
got himself bashed.
Can he get out with some... Ooh, Kunkka is just waiting for him. Goodbye, Strange. It's been nice. Oh,
really?
Mine.
Wait, Pit. Atos, Pit.
Come on. Okay, Tiny
is dead. Oh, no.
It's fine. It's fine. He's... None of this makes sense here. Fishman now super low with...
Ember got caught again.
Ember right top him with the Ice Blast. With all the wards, he's just straight up dead. Son Goku being ran at by CSJ.
Bash.
BKB, but goes bashing. There's the Hex to follow on Tiny before Son Goku dies. On the next one. Ghost is just rampaging through them. Double kill. Meanwhile, they finally they tried to kill Pango first, and then they kill him last. As they overcommit into SAG. I mean, there was a buyback from Fishman. He was right back into the game with that ultimate of his. Yet another victory for that spell in particular.
They all just, like, I would have loved to be Ghost in a team fight. They all just, like, ended up next to him. Like, he kills a guy, there's someone next to him again right after. Like, oh, wow. Killed Ember. Oh, hi, Tiny. Tries to TP out, gets bashed.
Yeah.
And after Tiny, the Razor's like literally melee ranged already. Like, oh, hi.
Just a click and hands off keyboard, you know.
Didn't have to move at all, guys. Thank you. Alright, 13k lead now, and yeah, like usually Tiny feels pretty tanky, very damaging, but in this game in particular, like they picked so many anti-Tiny heroes, it's very rough for him.
He has no way to move if he doesn't have BKB.
Yeah, can't move, can't deal damage. What do you do, my friend? Nothing.
And so all this farm, all this time spent hitting creeps for Ghost, is paying off big time. 12-1-5. 32 minutes into the game, and now still with the Aegis in hand. More than 2.5 minutes here. Lotus off to defend. He's got a freaking Paladin Sword, which is very powerful. The full Abyssal. How do you stop this man? Well,
by him running in like that, maybe?
Is, yeah, dealing his damage is one way. But this is the last set of racks. They've been cleaning through them rather quickly as well after that last fight. Now Tiny.
You can burst him here.
There's the Ice Blast. Follow up. He has to pop the BKB just to walk away. Meanwhile, CSJ up top goes just bashing him. Goodbye! In a couple of right clicks. One more. Oh, maybe not. BKB keeps him safe for a little while, but takes out. When all is said and done, Kunkka's just going in. Ghost looking for more victims at this point. Might get his first life here. Lotus Orb turns around the toss, actually.
So much.
Yeah. this is just the end, isn't it?
Well, it's Megas for now.
Still at that Aegis, 1.5 minutes left, so even if they kill him now, he's just gonna come right back up the full. Ooh, Infest to dodge the tower shots.
this Fiend here looks
Let's go back home, yeah. Why not? Recharge? And
GG.
they just don't want to play this game anymore.
Can't blame
it would
him.
be impossibly hard to come back from this.
Yeah, they did play a lot better than they did in game 1. But this time around, SAG's draft was also just a lot better. So just playing better, you know, a little bit doesn't help. You have to play a lot better to really offset the difference in drafts. But yeah, had they played like that in game 1, I think SAG would have gotten crushed.
Yeah, that's a good point. But let's bring back Snare. You looked at this game. What did you think?
Let's just say that my heart spent a considerable amount of time in my throat, just being like, what is going on? What's happening in this game? Because there were so many bizarre things, right? There was a point in the game where it honestly seemed like Stranger, between himself and the Ember Spirit, they were like, we're going to take this game by the scruff of the neck and force a victory here. We're going to fight whether y'all like it or not. Lots of tips towards Ghost, but you know, one thing that I got from this game, I got an overwhelming feeling like I was back in 2013, right? Because a lifestealer occupying the jungle for 18 minutes, coming out with a bajillion items and saying, all right, boys, time to fight, let's go. Great performance coming in from Ghost, but unfortunately, iG.V couldn't really crack it in the end. And it does feel like a lot of this came down to what you guys said in the game, Black. The BKB on this Tiny. He just needed so many items. He needed the BKB, needed the Blink Dagger. By the time he gets the one, it's like, cool, how do you get to the fight? You have to activate BKB so soon. By the time you get there, it's half duration. And if you kill somebody, how on earth do you get out? It just feels so difficult for the Tiny in this one.
It was really just a very, very good draft. Like as soon as they saw the Tiny, they picked the Tiny super early. They could have easily delayed it to like the 4th, maybe even last pick, and they punished it perfectly. They picked the AA. Ice Vortex makes it super hard for Tiny to maneuver around like at all. Really, they have the unload with the Pit and the Aura. Like really good draft overall from SAG. They played a little bit sloppy this time around, but the draft more than made up for that.
Yeah, it wasn't the cleanest game from them either, right? We definitely saw them being, let's say, a little bit overconfident in their prospect of winning this game out. But ultimately, Dragon Drop, they were good for the money, right? It was a clean 2-0, sloppy moments, but overall, it didn't really feel like they were in that much danger of losing the game, right?
Yeah, they definitely played like that. Like they knew, all right, if we can just chill here, Ghost can play Farming Simulator for a while, and then we know that we can make this draft work later on. And then the moment they started trying to be aggressive and trying to push down waves and win team fights, that's when they did that very cleanly. Also coming down to the supports, like Son Goku, he died a lot, but he always got a bunch of clutch spells out. Like he was the reason that a huge reason why Tiny did not have a fun time at all, or even Ember Spirit. Like catching one of these cores with the super long lockdown. Yeah, it was just an easy setup for Ghost to click in, for Ancient Apparition to follow. It's just too much for them to handle if they didn't have that BKB up. And yeah, all of that came together. Ghost just leveraging his farm at the end, being that unkillable death machine in the front lines, just running people down. Yeah, it was a very different game from game 1, but I think it's the kind of game where you have a team that knows that they're much better than the other, and kind of just taking a chill, you know, not forcing
a little bit of a
much.
coasting. Yeah. Black, what do you think in terms of the carry matchups, right? Ghost in this one, he is new to the team, and this is his first showing. Obviously replacing a player who has been around the block in China and done pretty well for himself. And here he is, SAG, their first outing. What do you make of his, not just the performance, but his integration overall into the team?
He played well in like an individual level, but there were some times where I was wondering, like, you know, if there's a lifesteal here, they probably, you know, get 2 or 3 more kills. Maybe some of his teammates don't even die because you have to infest to help them out. So definitely he did well, but you could tell also that there's gonna be some time that will be needed to really gel into the team. Like, yeah, like the team movement as a whole wasn't super cohesive, especially in game 2.
Yeah, Definitely. Game 2 does feel like a lack of discipline did come into the fold. Something else that we did see, though, in Game 2 as well, and we haven't seen as much of it. This Underlord, it looked really, really good. Yesterday, we spent a lot of time, Dragon Drop, talking about how good this tiny hero still is in the patch for whatever reason. It looks like here, SAG found the perfect way to just completely decapitate that hero, make him 100% useless. And are we going to see more of this Underlord going forward now that we have the successful experiment run by SAG?
I wouldn't be too surprised to see other teams pick that up into their repertoire to try and counter out this tiny. I mean, what Black said about the damage reduction aura, it's just something that we don't really talk about all that often, just because it's not super flashy and visible outside of heroes like Tiny that have an insane amount of base damage that gets reduced to ridiculous degrees. It's certainly made a difference there. Tiny did not feel like the same hero, like you touched on.
Tickle monster.
Well. Yeah.
Instead of critting for like 1100, he was critting for like 600 or so.
Exactly.
It was pretty like significant actually. And he every time he is committed on the Underlord, he had to pop BKB because otherwise that aura, like he just don't get any damage. It's pretty silly how this matchup works.
Yeah.
But you could also just pick the Tiny last, and then they don't have a chance to pick the Underlord, you know? I don't know why they picked this so early. They were like, ha! We got you.
We got you.
Then can your last pick
we got you.
will be banned out before, right?
Yeah, or maybe just like last in the second phase, you know? Like you can just pick something else, they pick 2, and then you pick Tiny. I mean, there's lots of ways around it. It is a very good matchup, but you gotta know that they have the Tiny, right?
Yeah.
Definitely. And speaking of the matchups, we're going to take a peek at some of these highlights here from throughout the game. Seeing, as you were talking about, guys, how not the cleanest performance from SAG. This fight feels very, very good for IG, and this definitely shouldn't have happened. I remember you mentioned, Black, that this happened whilst both Kunkka and Lifestealer didn't have TPs, and they still chose, let's go in, let's take the fight. But on the other hand, Uki also got caught out a lot on the Tiny.
Yeah, like, okay. What I mean by I love that one is the usage of the Underlord, not the Tiny positioning. But they use the Underlord quite efficiently. You know, like they all get back top, they think, oh wow, they're all on one spot. Well, Lifesteal's a little bit strong still.
It's like an IO gank for your entire team.
Yeah, it's really good.
Tiny thought he was safe, but then they only needed Son Goku to initiate. Meanwhile, the rest of IG Vitality, they were actually making their way towards this very fight while that was happening. So SAG, they just walked across the map to get a kill, and then they're back to take that fight still, without having to worry about the Tiny.
I think at some point, like if it gets too abused, they're probably gonna reduce that cast range, right? Like it shouldn't be global on the second portal, I think. It's pretty silly.
I feel like the same way as well.
And now you see he has to pop the BKB, otherwise he just doesn't deal any damage. He's like, ah, I'll get you.
Trying his best, but there's just no damage output. I mean, speaking of also a lack of damage output, the Razor doesn't feel like he was able to do his anti-carry job whatsoever. Ghost was never really
somehow.
Yeah, really hard though, Black. Not just a little bit, right?
Yeah, you can't lose lane to Lifesteal. This is the problem with Razor though. You make an early mistake, suddenly the enemy carry has face boots, and your damage link useless. You have no boots, he has face boots. You cannot lane anymore. But this early mistake to begin with should never happen. Like at this level of play, you cannot afford to have this kind of mistake happen.
It happens nonetheless, and then here's this last fight where Ghost ecstatic about just being
there,
able to hit everybody.
Kills the Tiny and Razor's right next to him. He's like, oh hi!
Oh, thank you.
Like, what's up, fam? You know, cancels the TP, brings down this Razor. Razor's drained 1 million damage from Shadow Shaman, who's like, whatever, I don't care. And the rest of his team's just getting demolished inside the base. This was honestly and truly a pure outclass here from the other side of Sparking Arrow Gaming. Regrettably, iG.V back to the drawing board. They may have come up and made their way into Div 2, but requires more than just getting here to roll with the big boys. I mean, look at this Razor. Honestly, nothing done with this hero. And I don't know about you, gentlemen, but I'm starting to really sour on the offlane Razor the more and more I see it of late.
It's not easy to pull off. But if it works, it looks really broken because you basically have like a third really strong core with like an early BK which just runs in unstoppable. But if it plays out like this, of course, like he just feels so bad. Like he needs time to catch up. Suddenly your offlane is the one that needs space rather than creating space. It can feel really bad for sure.
It's Razor in a nutshell. I feel like it's the kind of hero where it's either really, really powerful when he has BKB Refresher Orb, and then he just runs people down and just stabs them, you know, and then the health disappears from the double ult, and he can't do anything because he's BKB. Or it's just a game like this where you fall behind early and you never have a way to catch up because your farming utility is limited. So.
Yep, and you fall behind not just in a regular game. It's this Lifestealer who ended up being match MVP overall, at least according to the Chinese. Do y'all agree? I think as well as Ghost played, right? Son Goku, I think, really did the most in this particular game and made the game impossible for the side of IG Vitality to do anything across both games. It feels like, right, Black?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. As I said, he's the guy I went to TI with, so I'm always gonna hold him in high regards. I'm a little bit biased here, so I might not be the best suitor to choose an MVP.
Drag and Drop, you have a more objective answer for us, free of the bias of playing at TI?
Yeah, I mean, objectively though, I would also have to agree, especially in that game too. Like I mentioned, Son Goku was the reason that they got objectives done for one thing, and was the reason that they got so many of these crucial kills on these cores to make sure that they couldn't even do anything. Right? That's always the problem when you play up against a Shadow Shaman that you cannot kill immediately. If you don't kill him, he's just gonna stun your core forever and ever and ever.
Yeah.
And,
but what looks better? 11-1 or like 12-1 or 3-11? Obviously, gotta go with the better number here.
Oh, lol. The greater number, though, is the 2-0, which Sparking Arrow Gaming has been able to claim now over the side of iG.V. This puts them, as we see in the standings here, at second position right now, given that they took this so cleanly and so quickly. We're going to be seeing, though... It's all tied. It's fine. All together.
Massive tiebreaker coming up. Oh my god, it's going to be crazy.
This is day 2, by the way,
type
guys.
of games.
Just chill.
1 of 1, we still have a lot of Dota to still come, not only in Division 2, but today, gentlemen, we finally get going with Division 1 Dota. The upper side of things are going to be kicking off here in the spring tour of the Chinese DPC. However, that's going to still be in a while. Given how fast this game was, we're going to have a bit of an extended break before we end up returning and continuing with that Division 1 action. So until then, we're going to be releasing everybody. Go take a walk, grab some water. And before we sign out, Drag and Drop Black, where can the beautiful people find you if they want to locate your wisdom outside of just the game?
I don't know about wisdom, but you can follow me on Twitter at Drag and Drop Dota.
Oh man, I practiced this the other day.
You got
wait.
Oh, shit. Gotta look it up.
Okay, Twitter, Black Dota 2. Black Dota TV on Twitch, Black Dota TV on Instagram, or you just, I branded your brain with this beautiful image right here, so I'll always be in your head anyways.
Oh, easy. Black always in our heads and hearts. Easy answer. The man's practice. You can see it. And of course, you can follow me on Twitter at Snaregodamus, Twitch Snarecasting, Instagram Snarecasting, and of course, make sure you're following The Perfect World Twitch as well as the Twitter. Until then, though, we're going to take a break. Next up, upper division action. We're going to be having Team Aster versus LBZS, but that's going to be in about an hour. We'll see you then, so make sure you're back, refreshed, and ready to go. Till then, signing out. It's Snare, Drag and Drop, and Black. Done with the lower division. Be back for more Dota later.
这是您所有的设备清单，请您在这里核实一下。这么便宜啊？
激动。
那边跑。
Welcome to Dota, friend. It's Dota time, baby!
大招踩到了4个，但是敌还在对面路上，
基本上没有突破环境了。
对面路上好像还买不活，被铁锤死了。诺瓦直接跳出来，GG，恭喜Liquid！恭喜Liquid，拿到了本届Super Major的冠军。
世界游戏主办的2018 CS:GO 亚洲邀请赛。
大高地，鬼王爷混野打3个。
第二条率有没有锤？还差一下，差一下，漂亮！双手再走。
这样，这一盘老坑爹是不是已经没有什么机会了？恭喜 Manesky， 恭喜 Manesky 拿到了田径亚洲邀请赛的一个冠军。
最后的1秒钟，我估计 Works 都没有想到。啊，他以为在闭门，站起来索保迪打下了这个不可思议的残局。
我代表个什么东西？这是 Carry 吗？我又要提这个问题。3赛，恭喜 Mossberg。
Welcome to the International.
奇迹哥好像有点创造不了奇迹，扔在飞机脸上，又是秒被带走，直接打出了奇迹。
3.5赫兹。
这是您所有的设备清单，请您在这里核实一下。
这么便宜啊！哦。
京东。
Welcome to Dota, friend. It's Dota time, baby!
有大招，
踩到了4个，但是敌还在对美杜莎，
美杜莎没有突破黄金了，
美杜莎好像还摆不活，被敌追死了。诺瓦直接跳出来，GG，恭喜Liquid！恭喜Liquid，拿到了本届Super Major的冠军。
世界游戏主办的2018 CS:GO 亚洲邀请赛。
大高地，鬼王也会也打3个。
恭喜哪位获得这次 CAC 亚洲邀请赛的冠军。
兄弟，第二条率有没有锤？还传一下，传一下，漂亮！兄弟，再走。
对，这一盘老坑爹其实已经没有什么机会了。恭喜 Manesky， 恭喜 Manesky 拿到了本届亚洲邀请赛的一个冠军。
我估计 Works 都没有想到。啊，他以为在 B 吗？站起来，泽宝尼打下了这个不可思议的残局。
我大表哥什么东西？这是开着吗？我又要提这个问题。3闪！恭喜 Mossbar！
Welcome to the International.
奇哥好像有点创造不了奇迹，扔在飞机脸上，又是秒被带走，直接打出了奇迹。
3.5赫兹。这是您所有的设备清单，请您在这里核实。这么便宜啊！
激动。
to Dota, friend. It's Dota time, baby!
有大招，
踩到了4个，但是敌还在对面路上，
基本上没有突破环境了。
对面路上好像还不活，被敌追死了。诺瓦直接跳出来，GG，恭喜李逵！恭喜李逵，拿到了本届Super Major的冠军。
世界游戏主办的2018 CS:GO 亚洲邀请赛。
大高地，鬼王爷混野打3个。
恭喜拿命，获得这次 CAC 亚洲邀请赛的冠军。
兄弟，有没有锤？还差1下，差1下，漂亮！兄弟们，还起来走！
这一盘老坑爹其实已经没有什么机会了。
恭喜 Manesky，
恭喜 Manesky 拿到了DPC亚洲邀请赛的一个冠军。
我估计 Works 这个都没有想到。啊，他以为在 B 吧？站起来，泽宝迪打下了这个不可思议的盘局。
我大有个什么东西？这是开人吗？我又要提这个问题。3帅！恭喜 Mossbar！
Welcome to the International.
奇哥好像有点创造不了奇迹，扔在飞机脸上，又是秒被带走，
直接打出了奇迹。
3.5赫兹。
这是您所有的设备清单，请您在这里核实一下。
这么便宜啊！哦，
京东。 话说，谁想玩上一把？
我的最爱，让我来。
让我
来挑战我试试。起！看好了！来吧！
我的天！
这能干嘛？
我们来搞搞明白。到底是多少下？再来一下！我们还行吧？
那当然。
再多就数不过来了。
专业。
有点奇怪。稳操胜券。
看我表演。我总是能得到自己想要的，胜券在握。
干得漂亮！
我的法术真厉害！
不错。
你也是。兄弟，你跑哪儿去了？
想抓到我，有本事就来呀！
大家好，我是 LBZS 的5号位 Detachment。大家好，我是 LBZS 的1号位卡高梅。
你觉得你们是队里面最默契的兄弟吗？
算是吧，因为其他人都不太合得来。
那我们2位先来做一个小游戏吧。那第一个问题，基地里谁起床最晚？
我好了，好了，
来一起把答题板给我们看。哦 ，CatU Salad 是一个人对吧？是你们的4号位。上赛季叫 CatU， 这赛季改名叫 Salad。那第二个问题啊，队里谁饭量最大？好了，来看一下，还是他，还是同样的一个人啊。队里谁睡觉打呼声音最大？直接展示吧。为什么总是他？受伤的总是他。算前3个问题都是 Salad。基地里谁最能熬夜？来看一下。果然啊，才跟我说今天7点睡8点起的。你是队里谁最筹情？哦，还是你。果然，难道熬夜就是为了打单排？
没事就打打，
求情，
也不多打。
第7个问题是队里谁最在意形象？谁最有偶像包袱？你们有不同的答案，这是终于第一个不同的答案啊！等一下，你们都没有看到对方答题板，对不对？你先猜猜他写的是谁？
他写的是3吧？
对。
我也本来也写的3，后面我感觉他比较在意一点。
我比较在意啊。
是的，
我觉得他看法有问题，明显是唐江，
感觉不开花，都有包袱。
然后下一个问题啊，如果队里举行掰手腕大赛，谁会？你猜一下他写的是谁？
唐江？
不是。
他？
也不是。
不会是我？
也不是，只是最后一个人了呀。
PP。对。真假？
好，最后一个问题的话是，如果拿了 DPCS 级第1，那顿晚上会吃什么？这样我还是让你们猜一下对方写的什么。先那个若飞来。
螃蟹，他比较喜欢吃海鲜。
哦，但是有点相近，但是不一样。他写的火锅。那你来猜一下刘若飞写的。
川菜，他肯定猜不到。
牛蛙。
也不是，他写的是 KFC。因为我们的问题是，假如 DPCS 级拿了第1，会吃什么？不应该是吃一顿比较丰盛的吗？怎么会想到 KFC 的？
因为以前我跟别人说过，就是要是拿什么成绩就吃一顿 KFC。
哦，还有这个
怀念一下。
那个凯哥们，你觉得刘若飞最大的优点是什么？
打游戏比较动脑子吧。
哦，是一个智将。那 Detachment 你觉得他的最大的优点是什么？
我觉得他性格挺好的。然后也比较努力，比较筹情。
现在的话，想请你们选一个对方最有可能会做出来的一个成就。
对方吗？
是的。
这个吧，感觉打我的容易这个。
这个吗？
是的。
这个吧。
那我先问一下凯哥们啊，你觉得为什么你给他选了这个总死亡数最多啊？
感觉打我的死的比较多呀。
原因也非常的直接简单。那
没办法，
为什么是漏刀个数最多呢？
因为走开给他漏刀。
你们觉得新版本最好玩的地方是什么？
感觉还好吧，就除了野怪比较厉害了吧。感觉现在3号位穷了，进野刷一圈之后出来也不会很肥，或者现在1号位穷了进去刷一圈也很难受。
我感觉新英雄兽还有工程师挺好玩。工程师就是现在就是多打架吧，就打架打得越多，感觉越厉害。
那预测一下你们本赛季的成绩？
应该还是跟上赛季一样吧，因为感觉这个赛季的人都有点厉害，就叉 G 跟马格玛感觉好厉害，尽量再次保级。然后
是前6。
是的。
那再预测一下，你们觉得本赛季谁会夺冠 ？DPC。
老干爹粉丝。
不约而同啊。
请 Team Aster 挑选英雄。请夜眼方挑选英雄。挑选英雄。
Welcome back, Dota World. We are finally here at the beginning of Division 1 of the Spring Tour here in the China region for the DPC. It's happening, it's finally going down. Last season, although we didn't get to have a major, the ending of the China region was electric, and I'm hoping for that level of competition going forward here. I'm Snare, your host for the day. I'm joined by Black and B-Corp, and we're kicking off this Div 1 action. We're not going to waste too much time with the preamble, but gentlemen, quickly, just to talk about it. Team Aster, LBZS. LBZS sort of overperformed by just staying in the division last season. While Aster was challenging for the crown. Do you think they're going to have different stories in this particular season? Or are we going to be yet again having LBZS fighting to stay in the bottom and Aster fighting to get to the top?
Oh, it really depends what we're going to see in terms of like what Ori's got and everything. I think Aster had a little bit of a weak showing in the regional finals, and LBZS, hopefully they're working in the background to work out some of the kinks that they had in terms of what they were lacking on in the first tour. I could see them taking a game, maybe two, with the right drafts. I think this patch is still a little bit new to these teams, but we'll see. I'm interested to see if LBZS are going to stick to like safe lane quap and those like weird little things that they did that nobody else wanted to do. But for Aster, I think a lot, as we've seen, falls down to whether or not Ori performs, and hopefully, I'm a big Ori fan, hopefully he does.
Well, we're going to be seeing how he performs. Of course, we need to see what heroes he performs on. We already are in the draft. We're getting this underway as soon as humanly possible. And you know what's going to help a lot, Black, and make things a lot easier for Ori? If you give the rest of the team the comfort heroes. We already now have the XXX Pango super early on in the draft, and the Siamese Cat Grimstroke, I believe, is also coming out here. So is this going to be what they need to ensure that Ori has the best game possible?
It definitely sets him up for it. They don't have the last pick, so they won't be able to pick the perfect matchup for him if LBZS chooses to, wait with their material to the last pick. But definitely these two heroes, they take care of a lot of things that you need in Dota. There's a lot of stuns, there's silences, there's setup, there's damage, there's slow, there's disarm. You really have everything that you need. Now you can draft comfortably around that. And overall, I would say, Aster underperformed quite a bit towards the end of the season, whereas LBZS really did overperform, as you said. And I'm a man that believes in consistency, and I hate coincidences. So I'm just gonna say Aster is going to Shrek them.
Gonna Shrek them, all right. They're trying to make sure that that's as hard as possible, because Bane Tiny to opener, very safe opening here. And we were actually speaking about this off air and the nature of this Tiny hero. And B-Corp, you had some interesting thoughts about it, about who is going to be allowed to pick the hero and succeed with it, given that everybody has to be strategizing counters.
Yeah, we'll see what Kagome can do with it. I'm very interested to see how they protect this Tiny. We had this pseudo green room moment because obviously we're not all together right now, but we were all in the same Discord for a little bit. So we were all kind of talking about does Tiny do well from behind? How is he going to play? If he's able to have a decent lane, he usually gets that damage pretty early on. And I'm interested to see how he does here with the Bane, because I feel like it definitely sets him up to just have this maybe overwhelming lane if they're not too careful on the side of Aster. You could still see this being a 4-position Grimstroke. I wouldn't be surprised if Bobica played it, but at the same time, Grimstroke doesn't exactly scream Bobica. But we'll see. Now up against this against this Rubik, very interesting what you want to be able to allow Rubik to take. In terms of being able to pick big ultis here now.
Feels interesting to me here, because if we do have Rubik at any given point steal Soulbind, it's not just amazing with the Bane as well, but suddenly we have some threat to the Pangolia's life, or just his progression in the middle of these team fights. So I'm liking the position of the Rubik. I'm not too sure. I've seen these Bane Rubiks in the same game before, and it doesn't always work out with these two heroes. You're obviously now going to put a lot of pressure onto the offlane to make sure that there's an active hero on that side of the map. What are we thinking, Black? Who's going to be active enough to both help with covering some of the lack of dynamism of these two heroes and make sure he can keep pace with the Pangolia on the other side?
Well, against those two in particular, I think Mars looks quite good now for them, just to be able to keep him in there. And yeah, you also need a frontliner. I'm not the biggest fan of two range supports like that most of the time, just because positioning is very important, and to be able to get in a good position, you need a guy that's actually in front, really, making space. But if your offlaner is doing that, then picking a hero like Mars is a bit problematic also, because he really wants to be the second one to go, not the first one. Tiny can do it at some point in the game, but early on, it's not really his job because he'll be off farming. So yeah, it's definitely going to be a little bit of a difficult early mid game for them, but I would love to see a hero like Mars just to be able to really set up a good team fight for them. They got good AoE for the arena as well, and if they really want to deal with the Pango, they have the Bane for that.
Yeah, already have that Fiend's Grip with hard disable, also some BKB piercing disable. Heroes we've been seeing of late in the offlane. We've seen these Marzers, we've seen a Tide or two, also seen some Brewmaster creeping up here and there. This game, not really sure I want to see it. Like you said, we definitely want someone who's going to be extremely happy to always go first. And it seems they're also really thinking about this, because ideally, under these circumstances here, BCOP, you want to be able to reserve this last pick so that you give the absolute best possible game over there into the mid lane, so that Puya can play it like that. You don't want to put him under too much pressure. So what do you pick here? Molasses, the time is ticking down. You were mentioning that they sometimes go for the safe lane co-op. This is definitely not the game for it, it feels like. What else do you think they might pull out the sleeve here if they have it in the wheelhouse?
I like the Brew. I actually think Brews could be really fun, that hero for LBZS. Like for anybody, it just feels like you get level 6, you get Ags, you get Refresher. It's a pretty simple game. And you're just using Brew Split and having the control and doing whatever you want. And it feels like, especially against this Aster lineup, like it'd be such a pain to deal with a Brewmaster and end up going to the Razor. So Razor, Tiny, Rubik Bane, is that leaving offlaner right now?
They're keeping it open. Like, Razor can be played in the offlane, even though it's a little bit difficult.
Are they gonna go mid Rubik? Ooh,
probably not.
Hopefully not.
Honestly, mid Bane sounds mid Bane is better than mid Rubik. Trust me. Like if you get into Axe fast, mid Bane has solo kill potential. What does Rubik do? Huh? Nothing. Screw that.
Nah,
He does get a grip fast.
Also not a fan of this mid Rubik as well. I mean, didn't we see it yesterday and it did not look
Yeah,
that
it was
good.
terrible.
It was,
No, like, he stole 5 kills with Fade Bolt, and then he fed.
Yeah, but it was Zone. It was Division 2. It's Division 1. Completely different. Completely different. Don't
I don't know.
That too much. Just agree. Just agree. Like, it's very simple. Just, yeah, sure. You're right.
So we just smile and wave, just nod. Just
I'm literally never going to agree with anyone. I am the troublemaker.
Oh,
I switched 2 cards.
The facts.
Oh, actually, I'm going to say something that might force you to agree, though, Black.
Ooh.
A hero that I think we need to see more of, and you mentioned it yesterday, and I was like, yes, I definitely agree. This Husker hero, man, why is no one playing it?
Oh,
in the pro scene? Please explain what's happening with that.
I really don't know. Like, it has been banned a lot, especially in the OGA as well, but we've never seen it picked. I really don't know why. I think it's such a strong hero, especially with the new Omni Knight, as I also said yesterday. Like, there's so many combo potentials that it has. I don't know why. I hope it's gonna get picked soon, because it is really strong. The magic resistance being back on the passive as well is a big deal.
Look at these bans, Black. Bloodseeker, Puck, Ricky, Nightstalker, Viper. If you were ever going to be picking Husker into a game, right, in this situation, wouldn't this be a great time to do it? You're not that worried, like, against the heroes on the side of LBZS. I'm not sure who they'd lost pick, which would, like, 100% debilitate the Viper. Does seem like it could be that kind of game, but also feels, I don't know. Does Aster feel confident enough about the game that they're like, meh, let's experiment a bit, give the reins over to Ori? Because I imagine that when they play that hero, they probably play it mid if they're going to play it, but it doesn't seem like it'll come out. I don't know. What do they get?
Probably not.
Oh,
dude, but now Husker for LBZS. Let's go. It looks like such a good Husker game.
This lineup definitely screamed like TA. I was just about to mention how it's like, oh, we just didn't see that much TA recently, and now Aster, like, where he's been playing it all the time, or even just throwing it in the safe lane if they really wanted to.
Husker. Woo! This looks like such a good Husker game, actually.
You've been saying this for months.
Yes,
weeks.
and always,
I think weeks at this point.
It's been banned all the time, though. So people agree with me. And now they pick it, win with it, and it's going to be first phase.
This is going to be where the meta changes, and Black's going to take all the credit.
Man!
Damn it. All right, we get the Molasses Tidehunter instead.
Never mind.
It's
why
fine.
do you pick Tide into TA, though? That's such a bad matchup.
Safe lane TA. Okay, cool.
Yeah, safe lane TA. I suppose they really wanted the big team fight that can come from the Tidehunter. They, want at least one hero that you can force Team Aster to like play around in the event that they say want to go for some Roshan pushes with the TA. Then you at least know they can't do it while Ravage is up. But does also feel like the pace of the game here, BCOP, is not going to be the fastest for LBZS. So they really need the laning phase to go as well as humanly possible. How do they set up to make that happen?
How do they make the laning phase go well? Oh, I feel like they almost want to play a little bit safe, maybe protect their mid as much as possible. They've got 2 supports that can really move over there if anything's to happen, and maybe shut down Ori a little bit more. I wasn't surprised when they put Monet on the TA, but I thought with Kunkka, like we've seen Ame play Kunkka, we've seen mids play Kunkka as well. I was wondering what they wanted to do, but I think you got to protect your mid, make sure that Razor has a good enough start. You get into the quick BKB and he can start opening up some space for the Tiny.
And yesterday we actually did get to see this, some of these heroes that are involved here today. One of the things that we did see, unfortunately, Black, was that we ran out of damage on the TA at some point in the games and they weren't able to close things out. This game, does Team Aster have the necessary tools to make sure that the TA has that damage potential and keep scaling with it to make sure she can keep pace with the Tiny?
It can be a little bit scary if the Razor as well as Tiny get too much farm. So I would say late game definitely goes to LBZS. Just TA should be snowballing a little bit too fast. Like you will have a free lane against Tidehunter. They have decent heroes at like invading stacks, but it's like so hard to team fight early on against Pangolier as well as Kunkka. Like I just can't see the game go that long. So I think Aster has a pretty good chance at closing this game out early, probably like 30 minutes or so.
30 minutes, all right. That's a very temporal prediction, so let's hope that it cashes out in that way. We're going to be finding out in the game itself, because of course, Game 1 has begun. Team Aster versus LBZS. We're opening Division 1 with BCOP and Black. Take it away, gentlemen. You're on the mic.
Molasses already in trouble.
Oh, yeah, Molasses already getting low. Probably going to get run down here for first blood. Just one more right click needed from Monet. And, oh, can he... He doesn't commit. I'm a little surprised he didn't want to commit to that one. 30 seconds. Just
I don't know.
One shot away from getting first blood.
Like, I don't know why he channeled the full wave. Like, he just needed to channel it for like a quarter second would have gotten the kill, but he channeled it like for the 3 seconds. What? Don't know. Maybe his stop button didn't work or some config problem, but that was a first blood for sure. And a blast on 3. That's a lot of damage coming in.
You do so
and
much
get the
damage
rune
as
to
an
what?
early coddle.
Detachment got so scared that he walked away from the rune. Detachment was like, I don't want to have any business with this guy. He's going to blast it.
This already feels like it's going to be a little bit tough in terms of some confidence here for LBZS. Not only that room, but like the fight that they took before that. It just screams like Aster know how LBZS are going to play. Obviously, that's over-analyzing coming into the first 20 seconds of the first game of Div 1 for the second season, but let's see.
All right, let's do a quick lane analysis. So Razor should be quite good against Kunkka, but Kunkka is Kunkka. He's always going to be farming. TA should be free farming bot lane. So Tide should be in a little bit of a problematic area there. And top lane, if Dire can kill them with like a sleep avalanche combo or whatever, and get a good pick off on the coddle, then maybe they can do it. Oh my god, they take a lot of damage bot lane.
Yeah, Picky almost dying.
Yeah, but if they can't kill top, like the longer they can't kill, the better for the Radiant. Because they have this chakra magic, of course, they're going to be spamming out the spells.
That with like Shield Crash and Swashbuckle feels like it could be really strong.
Yeah. We have seen this lane before also, this Coddle Pango lane. A lot of potential damage coming out.
As the game goes longer and longer, like the Chakra Magic with those abilities, what, so 6-second cooldown reduction on a 8-second cooldown Swashbuckle?
Yeah.
That sounds
also
pretty
we have
disgusting.
Seen the Coddle Axe plus the Pango roll. Like, there's so much combo potential in the mid game as well.
Yeah, it's all about whether or not Bobica gets into that Ags, but he definitely secures quite a bit of farm when he's on the floor position and on these heroes that can just destroy creep waves, and you can get that done if you're using that Illuminate, right?
Yeah, for sure. One of the better... I think almost every +4 player loves playing Coddle. Because I'm securing the range creep like I'm doing right now.
Yeah. Definitely enjoy clearing up creep waves too. It almost feels like, oh yeah, I kind of am a core, right guys? Farm behind me.
I mean, Coddle with money is really good. So
yeah. There are a lot of 4s that I think have been focused into terms of like getting a lane to themselves for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately every hero in Dota with money is good.
Yeah.
It's just, how can you make it work without being too greedy?
And now he's got that chakra magic. It's only a 3-second cooldown reduction level 1, but even 3 seconds on these spells that at level 1 feel pretty long. Feels pretty good for XXS.
Yeah, also the mana cost. You know, the Shield Crash costs less mana than he actually gets back. So he can just free spam out whatever spell he wants. He'll never run out of mana here.
And we've continued to say that Chalice talks about Pango like he's just a broken hero, and he really does feel that way. Shield Crash early just is ridiculous.
I'm a little bit surprised he doesn't use his spells more, to be honest. Like, just spam it out. Alright, there we go.
Attachment coming back around. Trying to deny a sentry.
Boba has to ping.
TPing literally right in front of detachment, and they're gonna go mid. They've got the Inkswell popping onto PP, and
one more.
Oh, one more shot.
Missed. He deserved it though. He cancelled his first attack. He had 2 attempts there.
That's what happens.
You get for making mistakes.
Gotta just throw the attacks.
Yeah, don't cancel him. But still, like the Razor is not having a good time. He's going back to base right now. Kunkka's gonna be 5, and probably can control his waves just at the hill. So lane is going very well for Ori. And they did the same mistake as the Div 2 team yesterday, actually. I think it was YBB. Oh, detachment!
Oh, gosh. If he just charged it a second longer, he probably got the kill.
Like, you cannot stack the small camp against Coddle. It is...
He's just going to take it.
Yeah, it's a really big mistake in the lane. It's a lane-losing mistake, really. Like, 1 Illuminate, 1 Shield Crash, it's gone.
This tag's not really doing anything to Monet either, bottom. Like, the lanes at the moment for the side of Aster seem to be going well.
Yeah. I'm just, as I said, a little bit surprised that top is going as well as it is for the Tiny. But, yeah. Pango could definitely be playing a little bit more aggro here.
Yeah, Shield Crashes, I think they can be throwing out more Illuminates, and now they get first blood, so XXS, Swashbuckle, gets the kill. And then, of course, you've got the Chakra Magic, so he's getting mana back, he's continuing, he's just gone 2-2 at the moment.
180 damage from his Swashbuckle, 160 from his W, and a Coddle Wave. Bane died from pretty much full health. And now it's the ping middle. Refilling bottle.
Refill that bottle.
Still think it should get banned, but goodbye,
Yeah,
Molasses.
Molasses goes down, and they've got the X, Ori hit by the Fable, Telekinesis, bringing him back into the hands of Detachment. Plasma Field on the edge, and they will get the kill. DP taking out Ori, and they are going to rotate a couple over. They've got the Nightmare and the Static Link. Bobica came from behind. And he is in a lot of trouble. The Solarbind slows him down, but the damage is out. They get the kill. They'll end up trading for Detachment. So there are kills across the board. The Cirque of Fate does some damage, but it's not enough on a PP.
Like, you're trading... Like, they didn't have to trade there for support, you know? Like, this Grimstroke now is feeling super happy. He also finds a region rune, because why not? Add more to the happiness, you know? And I think now they're looking for a Razor kill. There's no vision for the Diana on the high ground here, so they're gonna be sneaking around. If the X mark goes off, he's dead.
Yeah, they've got the X. They already used the Torrent, though. They're
Doesn't
trying
matter.
the Ghost Ship. They've got the Ghost Ship with the Inkswell. Easy kill onto PP. Don't even need the Torrent. They get a +1, really, because there was a back and forth over mid, then everybody left or died, and now they're gonna try and grab this tier 1 tower over mid. We talked about this, like the lanes had to go well for LBZS, and right now, yes, it's going well for Tiny, but at the same time, you're gonna start to lose map presence the more and more these towers get pushed.
Yeah. Lanes are only gonna get harder. Because Razor's also here, we spoke about it in the past, it doesn't really move around a whole lot. So, they have Pangolier to TP around, they have Kunkka to TP around. That's what I mean by, like, the game just plays up much easier for Aster. They have the T8 that farms, and the rest can just fight the entire time. Whereas for the Dire, it's not as clear.
Like, yeah, eventually you're probably going to have your Tide run in with a Blink Dagger potentially as well as a Ravage, but at the same time, like, that seems to be your big spell. Whereas I think Aster, their big spells don't have to be all or not. They can be Ink Swells with an X and a Ghost Ship or a Rolling Thunder, or even if you get the Ags coming out, the Will-O-Wisp. Like, there are definitely certainly options here for Aster. And they TP and PP, but they've got themselves the Phantom's Embrace. Bobica's still getting chased. But
PP has to be careful too.
Charging it up. PP now hit with the Rolling Thunder. Bobica trying to get away from Salad. The Rolling Thunder will hit on a PP. Telekinesis comes out from Salad. And looking for the Illuminate. Swashbuckle. Illuminate's not going to be needed
so good.
PP. And now they look over at Salad and they'll get 3. It's just that simple. And they all fought into this. And 4 because Monet solo kill on Molasses.
Yeah, the T8 traps, all the right-click damage from the Refraction. We spoke about how good Pangoli is. I think it was a perfect showcase there. Why it is so good. And PP's game is... it's pretty done. Like, Razor is not a comeback hero at this stage of the game. He's level 6. Kunkka, almost 8.
Yeah, this is not going to go well because we talked about Razor needing his early BKB, right, to feel pretty confident in these games. He's so far out of it. It just... pressure's mounting. What do you do? They're going to go down bottom
Ravage.
Get that kill here out on a Monet. They've got the Telekinesis into the
Where's
Ravage.
The damage, though?
Still surviving. The damage just isn't there. They've got the Trap, the Ink Swell, the Soul Mine, the Turnaround. Phantom's Embrace, the Silence on 2. They're bringing over Ori. These heroes are going to be in so much trouble. And it's Pikyu who's just standing his ground. Kagome doesn't even want to turn to try and help this. They've got the kill on Molasses. They take out Salad. Pikyu basically soloing this Rubik. And they've got the Rolling Thunder again. So they just run under the tier 1 tower. And they're going to continue to go. Look for this lockdown to finish off the Tiny. But they don't even need to kill him, really, to feel like this fight is already won. They land the Torrent out on a PP. The Shield Crash hits on a 2. The Nightmare's there onto the Pangolier.
No,
They've got to follow it up. And PP, he's getting low. He'll look like he'll end up falling here. And it will be to Pikyu. So they want to fight on LBZS, but they don't have the damage. They don't have the answers. And they continue to fall further and further behind.
This is the thing with the Tiny. Like, if you play him as a carry position like this, you don't have the toss, you don't have the early nuke damage that you usually do. But you know that already. So, like, you shouldn't really be hard committing for these kind of kills. And now you're 4k behind.
Way too hard.
9 minutes. Yeah, for 100%. Like, just keep that Ravage for a good team fight instead, you know? Why are you forcing it so hard?
They wanted to put everything out on a Monet who's already having a good game. And, well, now you've blown everything. For the next, theoretically, for the next minute, you have an open map for Aster. There's no fear of getting ravaged, right? And they don't even have the damage. Yep. Tiny still needs to get this Echo Saber. And even then, I don't even know if he has the damage to get these kills by himself. He's going to need a +1, maybe +2.
And the problem is just PP right now as a non-factor also. He can't walk into fights, 1000 health. He gets blown up super fast. Yeah, and he also didn't skill into the plasma field. He's still level 6.
And Kato's going straight Ags after this headdress boost combo.
He's lower level on the Grimstroke on the Razor. And the Coddle. Oh, I know they're stealing the stacks too.
You can't make stacks against this team. I think that's such a mistake. Like, and if you're gonna make stacks, you have to protect them. You can't just give them up like that, right? You've got 3 heroes
without Ravage, though.
That's the truth. You can't protect them, but you've got 3 heroes on the side of Aster who can take stacks pretty quickly.
Yeah, now the bot tower's gone, mid tower's already gone, top tower gone. The map is... Ori also found the X mark.
Yeah, X comes out, Torrent lands, Phantom's Embrace with the swashbuckle.
What is that AoE on the shield crash?
It's so stupid.
500?
It really is so dumb.
500 AoE? That's bigger than a Pugna blast.
It's just like... Ugh. What a dumb hero.
Every time I think I'm not in it, I'm definitely in it.
Yeah, and then you're like, that didn't hit me. Illusion. I rolled. Where's my iframes?
Yeah. Oh, I'm fat rolling. Damn.
Yeah, on the heavy load. X, Phantom's Embrace.
Go by a detachment.
He can't Nightmare himself. He can't dodge this. It's just an easy
Ori though
kill.
messed up the combo. That means he has to pay a 50 yuan fine.
Well, he paid the fine. The kill went to Bobica.
Nah, it doesn't count. They're gonna get punished IRL.
Bobica's like, all right, give me the gold. I'm
Now
only
PP
1,500 away here from my Ags.
Okay, PP's gonna be fine because Ori decides to farm the camp instead.
Oh, look at that. I like the efficiency. I don't know if the camera's on that, but Bobica just taking both stacks or both camps here with the illuminates. Oh, yeah. Support efficiency.
Hey, that's standard
That's
stuff. Don't get so excited about that.
Come on, that's my favorite thing. I know it's standard, but when supports and efficiency farming, it's the little things.
It is.
Everybody wants the ravages and the black holes and like the big team fights. Me, I just want some efficient farming.
And I want LBZS to hopefully get a good team fight going their way. Bot tower, are they smoking? They're not smoking. Here's a blink dagger already on Pangolier. This fight bottom could turn out to be really bad. You have to ravage him, I think, and burst him somehow.
He shield crashed it already. He's got the 30%
the grip too, that's
damage
nothing.
reduction. It's literally doing nothing. They've got nothing here. They need to leave. Leave PP. Let him go. He's already dead on his screen. Salad, you stayed too long. Now you're X. You're dead. You're gone.
Where's the follow-up? There was a full grip and a ravage on the Pango. Both heroes, no follow-up at all.
That fight was the embodiment of why am I here to help my cores just die. Because
detachment.
Rubik could have left.
He's got two. Now this is the embodiment of weird team communication.
Damage. Yeah.
No, they ravage the Pangolier, and then if you want to hack it on the Pango, you gotta grip him instead, and then kill him. But they grip the TA, and both heroes didn't get focused by a single hero. It was so awkward.
And then they thought about leaving, but staying, but going. Are you here or there? Can't be everywhere.
Almost into the Deso already on Monet. It's okay. It's okay. LBZS, they're a sleeper team. We know them. They're waking up.
Don't lie to me. It is not okay right now.
They're having
two
a coffee.
Kills. They're down 7K. I had my coffee.
Coffee break, B-Cup.
They need a coffee break. So game 2 after the coffee
This game
break.
is their coffee break.
Okay.
Yeah. They're sipping the coffee or some nice English tea. They're communicating to the two fingers.
Putting in the ball bearings and hoping to get some more items available at the shop.
Yeah. The runes, though, that's going to be a bit difficult. I get more boss kills.
Yeah, when you just lose 300,000 runes like that, it feels pretty bad. But they're right in a Roche. They've got this lineup that could take it, especially with the Desolator. This should be easy. They don't have Ravage for 35 seconds. Fighting into this is pretty much impossible.
Triple melt, by the way.
On the other side.
Quadruple melt.
Oh my god. That's so dumb.
I didn't know it only has 5 seconds cooldown. I thought it was 6. Never stop learning, huh?
With Chakra Magic, you got nothing. No reduction, or no cooldown.
Yeah.
They want Kagome.
Well, they have Ravage up in 5.
Or he has X. He could have used it. The traps are giving them so much vision. Like, Kagome's going to walk up here and regret it.
Detachment?
Oh, wrong trap.
It's okay. Got plenty more where that came from.
Is he going shard on Monet? No, he's going Blink Dagger.
Oh, he already has Axe, by the way, on Boboka. So those team fights.
He's farming so well.
Even more impossible. Molasses.
And then, like... Oh, pick you. He might survive this. Oh my god.
Yeah, Molasses is also dying.
You get nothing. I feel like I want to be Willy Wonka right now. You lose. You get nothing. Like, you thought you could have a Gobstopper, but at the end of the day, you can't.
This might be GG territory. Like, I wouldn't blame LBZS if they tap out.
Like, yeah, and they're 11,000 behind. They have 2 kills. They're getting 10-1 in ratioed right now.
They might want to look for a grip on the Pango. That could be a good kill.
Before he denies the tower? Or not.
Oh, no.
And now they're wrapping around from behind. Like, they couldn't even kill the...
Wait, they got him.
He's got the shard coming out. Do they have him? Do they have it quickly enough?
Yeah, he's dead, he's dead, he's dead.
Oh, you think so? Is it worth it, though, if you die?
If they die.
Uh-oh. Oh, that will was missed. And now both just TP out.
And Will-O-Wisp doesn't cancel TPs anymore anyways. So nice pick off, that's what they need. But more
would
of
have pulled him in close enough where they could have stopped the TP. They had a +1.
I never had a +1.
Neither do I. I've been invited to like 2 weddings. I don't even get a +1.
Yeah. So, like, did you go? Did you end up going, or?
Oh no, it's later. I have a wedding at in April and.
Oh, I'm talking about the past. Do you ever have a +1 problem?
At a wedding? I've only been to like 2 weddings.
Not just a wedding, anything, like a prom or whatever.
I didn't go to prom.
Dude, I mean, neither. I was supposed to, and then the lady just never showed up, and then I didn't go.
I asked my crush, and she said no. So I didn't
Same,
go.
and she said yes. And then...
I've quite literally never recovered.
Dude, I was so done. Oh, Kagome.
Not gonna catch Kagome, but they've got the soul bind, so now they're gonna wrap around
double X.
The double Phantom's Embrace. The ghost ship comes in. It's well placed. Detachment, he's got the Nightmare out on a PICU, but the focus is on the Kagome, not Detachment.
Well, Detachment gets out of there.
By the way, 2-shot there from One on a salad. Bing, bang, boom. PP. He might get destroyed as well.
Yeah. He can't drain enough damage fast enough.
No. Will-O-Wisp is there. That must feel really weird because it's technically a sleep, right? So you're just sleeping, waking up, sleeping, waking up.
Yeah. Kind of like me.
Sleeping, waking up.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, it depends on the day, I guess.
And well, we've got we did have 2-2-3 for a second. Now we got 2-3-3. We got funny numbers, guys.
I'm not funny. I don't know what that means.
This Rubik's 0-7-1. I think this is the last game we're going to see Rubik play in Division 1. Which is not true, but like,
we can still see it middle.
It would have been better. It would have worked out.
No, it would not have worked out.
Would have been better than the Razor. I don't know what you're talking about. What does Ori have right now? He's got his BKB, phase boots, 2 bracers, and he's got 1,800 gold. So he's not, he's not farming too poorly. He's top of the net worth. Actually, Kata, you ever just fly under the radar and have more net worth than everybody on the side of the dire as a 4 position? Because he has done just that. He's also He's also holding Brigand's Blade. He's the carry now. Let's be real. Okay, he gave it over to Ori. Never mind. I retract that statement.
Oh, he also has a shot for the recall already.
Yep.
Nice.
And he's going Octarine.
All right, age is expired, and he doesn't have BKB yet. 800 away from it. You can look for a team fight right now. Like 100 gold away for the blink on Molasses. Then you're gonna force a fight.
Kagome needs the TP now. Oh boy.
Well,
yeah, they knew where he was.
And roll up. Doesn't even need it.
Using the Yules to stop the TP means he doesn't get that very balanced Rolling Thunder Yules on top of somebody and knock him up 8 times.
That's fine. He was right next to a wall anyways.
Yeah.
Oh, he did the thing where he disassembled the Dragonlance, so he has the BKB, but now he also has the Dragonlance again, so.
And he's going Lincolns. I understand that there is a Bane on the other side, and maybe you want to have that Lincolns, but at the same time, I just think you're so far ahead, you don't need to even worry about it.
Yeah, it's also good against the Link, potentially. So.
Yeah. Still though.
I would go Daedalus.
Yeah, they're in such a good spot. Just raw damage probably feels pretty good, right?
Yeah, but it's also the best way to throw the game, right? If you're really far ahead, you might just go for survivability too. PP has to pop BKB and TP out. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Basher queued up next on Pango, just because of that.
Recall Ori now with the team, and they're gonna fight this
Ravage
one.
on.
BKB, Ravage comes out, not gonna land onto Ori. was pulled in this Rubik for a second, who actually picked up the Will-O-Wisp, but he's being hit by this Rolling Thunder. He's only level 8 on this Rubik. There's no chance he survives. Molasses killed with Salad. Not two ingredients that I would really put together.
Maybe it's for a special sauce.
Could be.
All right, this game is pretty done. We're just waiting for the tap out at this point. Maybe they have one more fight, but honestly, that was really it. That was the Blink Ravage reveal. And they ravaged 2 supports. Maybe a toss back with the Shadow Blade? Gotta try something. Nah, he's afraid to even try that. Then what did you do?
I don't know, but there's a lot of despair right now. Will-O-Wisp again. Pulls in PP, forced to use that BKB. He uses the BKB, but he's just kind of standing there to take out the Will-O-Wisp. He eats a little bit of damage coming out here from Monet, who pops his own BKB. Inkswell won't be able to chase Kagome, but he does go in on a Salad, who survives for a moment and ends up dying there to XXS. He'll buy back into the game immediately.
Nice.
Fiend's Grip. All right, there's the catch. That's the kill that they can use. Maybe turn this around a little bit. Kagome wants to go. Avalanche lands on a 3. They've got the Soul Bind. The turnaround. They don't need this Pangolier. Nightmare Ghost Ship coming in. Rolling Thunder stolen by Sal, but the kill's there out on a PP. They'll take out Kagome. Both don't have buyback. Salad can only just roll. Not much more he could do afterwards, and they'll call GG. Aster just 23.5 minutes into the game will take game number 1 over LBZS.
I wasn't super far off. You gotta give that to me. I said about 30. That was decent. But it was very one-sided.
It was a decent prediction, that's for sure. Yeah, very one-sided game. Aster way out ahead. That just every lane went their way. Every lane.
Kind of what I thought. Like you remember when I said I thought it was a coincidence that LBZS did so well. Aster just put them back in their place.
You were saying, Black, that you don't like coincidences and you like consistency, and Team Aster definitely showed that here today. Comfort picks all across the board, and we see why they're comfort picks for everybody as they go on to absolutely demolish LBZS. Not the greatest performance from them, might be a situation where, of course, we can look back at the draft, see how they approached it, but some of the play was a little bit sloppy as well, B-Cop. It felt like LBZS had internalized the idea that they were the worst team before the game even started.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It was... They wanted to make things happen. They just didn't put it together. And that was just a complete skill outclass, which is surprising because I thought LBZS last season played well enough to keep up with a team like Aster, but they got beaten every lane and they were making mistakes all over. It was that little thing like right in the beginning of the game when they didn't want to commit for that bounty rune. I was like, maybe they don't have the confidence for this one. I don't know what's going on. And you could see in the lanes, like there wasn't a lot of confidence coming out. That early kill on the Razor, or not. Actually, he didn't die in that, right? He just pushed him out of lane, and then the Kunkka was level 5. Like they just got ahead in every lane, and it really was just discouraging if you're LBZS falling that far behind so quickly.
Probably doesn't help their confidence as well when in 20 minutes they have to look at Baboka rolling around with an Aghanim shot and building into a Dagon, more net worth than the Razor at that point. It's like, this is going to be a difficult game. It's going to be quite hard to succeed from here. And Black, yet again, for the second time today, we see a situation where this tiny hero doesn't get off to a good enough start to keep pace and just feels completely useless once the mid game hits.
Yeah, I don't know how much you can attribute that to just the tiny hero in general, but like both the times the team that played it, they got completely demolished. So it's probably a little bit unfair to flame the hero. I think the hero is still very, very strong, but obviously, like if everything else falls apart, Tiny is going to look very weak too. His biggest weakness is early on, he doesn't have a lot of damage. Like you just build literally into farming only. Like we saw it when he ganked TA bottom, he dealt like maybe 300 damage, and nothing. Like you literally just build to farm, outscale the opponent, and then with like 2-3 items, you come out and demolish people. Never got to that point even.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is actually the second time today that we also see this Tiny with the Razor in tow. And Doesn't feel
I
like
don't
the
like
two heroes are
Razor.
able to-
Yeah. Razor plus, like, Razor in the mid lane in general feels so weak. Same as the off lane, you have no stuns. Like, would you rather have a Kunkka or a Razor? Like, Kunkka is so much easier to execute.
Right.
Does definitely feel that way, and they're off lane with the Tidehunter rather. Tidehunter, I think that damage issue that you're mentioning came in clutch. So many times we saw the situation where a Ravage would come out, but everyone who got Ravage is just like, okay, now what? How are you actually going to kill us? Especially at one disastrous fight that happened in the jungle. Ravage on one target, Grip on another, no damage in either direction. Kagome is like off farming somewhere. It just really did feel like the least organized game we've seen from LBZS, because like you were saying, B-Corp, they looked so much better in Season 1, but I think we'll also have to take into account that all the other teams, Team Aster, RNG, Vici Gaming, they'd all reformed around that time, so they weren't necessarily showing their top strength. Do you think now that these teams are acclimating more, that LBZS has, do they even stand a chance, right, going forward now against these teams that have become better themselves?
I guess maybe not against the top dogs like Aster, LGD, RNG, Extreme, but like Vici, it's still a team that built around Poyoyo. They definitely have a chance there. eHome just got rid of 7E for some reason and went to a Journeyman in Blood, or Echo at this point, and like Magma, they're pretty close on par with. But it just, you're not going to win games when you're not playing as a unit. You were never playing as a unit. Like that game just was it was 5 different teams playing with each other, 5 different players. Like it was not good. And the confidence wasn't there. Like that fight bottom, when they went and ravaged the TA, and then you've got, at one point it was just the Grimstroke running at them, and they were still running away.
And they ran away, yeah.
The Tiny didn't get involved. He had no confidence to jump into those fights. Like that's telling things. Like you get a little bit worried when that kind of stuff happens. And yeah, I don't know if it's on the screen right now, but PicU being the MVP is no surprise. That's for sure.
Yeah, he did truly an amazing job, honestly, on the Grimstroke. His soul binds were very good. Usages of the ink swells were quite good as well. And he just did everything required for his team. Regrettably, we could not see the same coming in from either Detachment nor from CatU, aka Salad. And we were worried about this a little bit, Black, about this support duo not really providing you the most when they played together, and didn't really feel like they were able to accomplish anything in this game.
Yeah, unfortunately. But you know, it's a harsh lesson learned. Hopefully, there will be some improvements regarding the draft. Certainly, they need an improvement regarding the self-confidence level, because just all across, like, the TPs they had, they look very, like, indecisive, you know? Like, TPing here, but then as soon as he arrives, he walks back. So it's like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have TP'd here. It's like, you know, like, there's just... Yeah, self-confidence is a very, very big factor for them. And I'm not sure why, because, as we said, they did so well in Season 1. Maybe the scrims haven't been going too well lately or something. I don't know the inside information, of course, but you gotta play to your full strength if you want to beat a team like Aster.
Well, let's hope that they can bring out some of that full strength going into Game 2. They've beaten some of the best teams in China before. Let's hope they can do it again. Right now, it is 1-0 in favor of Team Aster, but we're going to take a small break, allow LBZS to recover, catch their breath, and hopefully be more competitive in Game 2. This is Division 1 of the China DPC, the spring tour, and also we're halfway practically on the road to TI. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Snare, Black, and B-Cop on the mic soon. Don't go anywhere.
请天辉坊挑选英雄。
微尽之灵。
请 Team Aster 挑选。
Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and the Dota world, here to some more Division 1 action as we continue with the spring tour of the China DPC. Right now, we are staring down the barrel of a very quick series, similar to what we saw in Division 2, as LBZS have their back against the wall after being trounced in Game 1 by Team Aster. We're hoping now that they're going to show us a little bit more spine, a little bit more flexibility, a bit better Dota. Hopefully, we get a Game 3, and hopefully, LBZS can show us why they deserve to still stay in Division 1. I'm Sneh, I'm joined by Black and B-Cop yet again. Gentlemen, we've already got some heroes being picked right now in the draft. They've got some spirits on both sides. Of course, though, Aster, this is not just any spirit. This is the fabled Ori Storm Spirit here, Black. Is this going to be what they need to get the easy 2-0?
It's always hit or miss with the Storm hero. Ori has been really good on it, sometimes really lackluster on it. So if he plays like he did last game, it's probably going to be really good. It can be a great answer to Ember Spirit, but goes the other way around as well. Like if you get the good chains on him, he can also just die very easily. Together with the Snapfire, get the combo off. It's always like a 5-5 toss-up. Whoever snowballs harder is usually the one to win that matchup, like in the mid game. And Orchid got nerfed too, right? So.
Yeah, one of the biggest tools that he uses. On Storm at least, yeah. Overall, it's still, I mean, I've been seeing Orchids on Razors and stuff now, you know?
It's really good on Agi heroes and stuff now, yeah, like Kings and whatnot.
So nice. On the other side, though, we have Snapfire with the addition of this Ember Spirit. Often when we see the Snapfire, it's paired with the heroes like the Mars. We were speaking about Mars earlier today, and of course, Molasses is the most played hero overall. Ideally, we're going to have a very strong lane out of this B-Cup, but what do you think they're going to be going for in order to make sure that they have as strong a start as possible? Because I think we all identified, especially in that off lane, that the bad start really started to cascade into bad things happening in general on the map.
Yeah, you always want to have a good start, like a good base for your game. Say something like the 4th, 5th, and 6th movies of Star Wars. You want a good basis and a good start to everything. You don't really want the prequel stuff, the 1, 2, 3. You don't need that. You need to come in with a good laning phase, turn that and transition that into a good mid game. And if LBZS can start on the right foot, maybe they maybe they play a much better game.
Lol. It helps, you know, you're speaking about the prequels and the sequels. You know, I would say that maybe some of this is a bit more prequely, you know, got all this fire, all the pretty graphics that Black likes. Let's see. One thing I'm also wanted to pick both of your brains about, actually. Given that it is a new patch, and given that although the patch is not transformative, it's iterative in many regards, there's always going to be secrets that have yet to be unearthed, right? And the conversation, especially in China, you know, China's not a region that enjoys all that experimentation. However, the closer we get to a major and more international Dota, do you think that it starts to become a requirement even a little bit for some of the better teams to try and experiment now while they can before they end up in a do or die situation at a tournament?
I don't know if it's lack of experimentation in China. I just, you know, their pub games are all random all pick or whatever. So it's just like they pretty much know what they want. But these teams aren't afraid to pull something out, that's for sure. Obviously, LGD is like the best example of that when they pull out things like techies or whatnot, but I think these teams are definitely capable of pulling out different things. And LBZS going for the Skywrath, which is not something we saw in China in the first tour at all.
Yeah, just a combo material with the Ember Spirit. It's a very strong hero against Storm Spirit, obviously. But it also can go both ways. As soon as the Storm Spirit picks up a BKB, Skywrath is just a walking chicken for him. Some nice protein snack. They can make life hell for Storm Spirit early on, though. Like, if he wants to rush for that Orchid, it can get pretty dicey for him.
Yeah, we'll be hoping that that doesn't seem to play that kind of game. But one thing I always like seeing, if I have the Skywrath made, we definitely need somebody to, from the offlane, hopefully, to just ensure that Mystic Flare always goes off without a hitch. Don't know what that combo is going to be just yet. Now, suddenly, Mars is starting to look really good for LBZS overall. Does depend on what Team Aster decide to do here, as they do have the luxury of time, right? They already know that Siamese Cat Grimstroke is going to be great, Ori Storm Spirit is probably going to be great, and now you're just asking XXX, hey man, gonna play Pango again, or do you wanna just like counter pick them, take the Mars away from them once, just prevent them from being able to have comfort from that offlane? If they don't go for Mars, I doubt they play Tide again. Is there anything else that you're feeling in combination with the Skywrath here, B-Cop?
Oh, now you got the Pango coming out from Aster and Enchantress. That could, yeah, Bogus played a pretty good Enchantress, especially with how great he is at times. But something to go with this Sky and Snap, like, I don't really want them to go to the Tide. I think you're better off going to the Mars straight up. It's just, I don't know. They didn't play well around that Tide. I think you're a lot less concerned about blowing your ult when you're playing Mars. But at least right now. Oh, wow, okay. So Queen of Pain. Wow. And I was thinking maybe the Ember might have been safe lane, but now LBZS, they're the ones who really love the safe lane Queen of Pain. They could do that.
Yeah. You were mentioning it earlier already about how they do this quite often. And I guess this does solve the issue that you had in game 1, Black, where PP was in a position where the hero falls behind on the Razor, and not only can you not farm, but even if you gain levels, you can't do anything. At the very least, if they put Ember Spirit into that mid lane role, still not as great if you fall behind super hard, but you can still participate in the game somewhat. So they don't feel as gimped by the laning phase if it goes poorly.
Yeah, I mean, I've also seen Quap just be dominant throughout, right? Like the entire OGA tournament, for example. I'm quite liking that hero. The entire draft is very squishy though. Quap, Sky, Ember, like they can get taken down pretty easily by a fat Storm and Pango. I feel like they should probably look at banning a hero like PA that really like exploits low HP, squishy kind of heroes.
We're looking for safe laners on both, or for Team Aster, well, LBZS definitely looking for that off-lane role. PA
I
would
think
be a
Axe
great
looks good. Axe or Legion Commander looks pretty decent as well, so you have that safe. And just anything that combos well with the Skywrath, but I think Axe is also has a lot of really good potential.
We haven't seen really much Axe.
Do you guys like the change to Axe with the damage increase 6? Like if you get those kills?
I mean, he's a lot. He scales a lot better, of course, and just overall it feels a little bit nicer. Definitely a buff.
There's PA.
And they didn't ban the PA, so they just pick it. I'm surprised they didn't ban it, though, to be honest. Like, Skywrath is literally walking food for a PA, even in the laning phase. If there's an Eng PA, you throw dagger at the Sky, there's one creep running at him, he's just dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really surprised they didn't ban that.
Yeah,
now off lane.
So many heroes. That's gonna
they need something on Axe. You know, Axe, fast blink and into blade mail or something. PA can hurt herself a lot with that. Maybe Legion
Honestly, Axe is starting to look really good, but I think the common thread that I'm seeing with what you're saying here is heroes that can, at the very least, fight through the BKBs as well, because there's a guarantee that you're going to be dealing with at least 2 plus the magic immunity of the Pango, so you need some way to be able to contend with that. If you pick a hero like they did last game with the Tide Hunter, once these BKBs come out, you actually don't have a game of Dota anymore. And I really like this Doom ban at the end. I'm not 100% sure they would have picked it, but that is one of the better ways to just get that hard disable going. So come on, don't do it. Don't pick Tide. They picked Dragon Knight. Oh my god.
That's
Big Cup, tell me, explain, make this work.
The DK is very stable hero, China, all the time. This hero used to be picked up like every game. I think there was like a 2017, 2018, or even 2016. Like you just felt like when in doubt, just pick DK. And that's still like very much a thing. Offlane DK, I guess it's tanky. Gives you a stun. I don't know. This DK hasn't impressed me in previous games at all. Like it just kind of is. It just kind of exists. I don't think it's really the answer that is gonna change Monet being able to jump from detachment to salad and blow these heroes up, and then or he can ball lightning in and have the control, or he still has to be a little bit careful because if he gets silenced, he's dead. You still have XXS, who, if he farms the way he did in game number 1, where he's got a quick blink, Rolling Thunder is going to disrupt this entire fight and like make it very hard for LBZS. Again, it feels like their game is hindered on whether or not they're going to have at least a decent lane stage.
It's not the easiest thing in the world to be able to accomplish here, but LBZS, they don't have a choice but to make this work with this last pick DK. Hopefully it ends up working out for them. Hopefully they can knock down some of these early buildings. But before we find out if they can do that, gentlemen, I want to hear from you. Are we getting a game 3, Black?
It can work if they snowball really hard. It's just PA also honestly counters Dragon Knight in mid game, right, with the shard. So
yeah,
they really went all in into this early pressure sort of thing, which can work. It's just from what I've seen in game 1, I'm gonna go Aster. So no game 3 from my side.
Same.
No game 3 from Black. B-Corp also doesn't think there'll be a game 3. They do not believe in the power of this DK, instead believe in the power of the Ori Storm Spirit. Let's see that power firsthand as we get ourselves into game 2. Team Aster on the cusp of a 2-0. Will it be able to make it, or do we get the finale? I'm rooting for LBZS because I just want more Dota, but we'll find out if we're going to get it with Black and B-Corp on the mic once again. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
I'm looking at what Kagome said. He just said cosplay, and you said something to him. I have no idea.
Me?
I like the all chat.
30 seconds to
I'm always a
he
big
definitely
fan.
said something. PQ said something. I can't read it though.
Gotta get out the Google Lens.
Do it.
See what we can do here. Do I have Google Lens? I don't actually think so. Maybe I do. I need the all chat experience, you know? Gotta figure out what we're seeing here. Hopefully we're not seeing first blood, at least at this moment. Let's take a look. All right, this does not... You are not Flying Marriage. You are not Locust. You are playing Cat. I have no idea. I have no idea what's going on. Google's not really great at getting the translations. I tried. The sentence doesn't make sense. Somebody in chat's going to give us the right translation. And then 5 minutes from now, we'll know. That's okay. It'll work out. Hobica on this Enchantress, we saw him play in season 1 a lot. Or not a lot, but like a decent amount, to the point where it's like he's definitely had a lot of comfort with this hero, and obviously gets stronger now that the jungle creeps are stronger as well.
Molasses has taken a lot of damage already. Wow. Be careful.
If Monet has a really early 6, you just see Salad get blown up off a crit or something like that. See, you could play aggressive on Phantom Assassin, right? Like, you've got Inkswell. At some point, I assume PickU's going to go and get the Shard. Shard gives you even more confidence to just jump in as Monet on this PA. I
level 2 already.
Your LBZS.
It's a lot of kill potential. Bong.
Stroke,
wait, not a dagger, 1 second.
Or just a dagger, and they'll get first blood. This is just not... You can't allow this to happen.
They could go for more. They're going for more.
Yeah.
Oh, he didn't Inkswell him.
Yeah, he didn't have the mana.
Had the stick, but probably didn't communicate fast enough. It was a quick decision.
Yeah. It was either that, he could have thrown a Stroke of Fate with that attack, or Inkswelled him if he popped the stick.
Yeah, but he has to be a bit careful. Now that DK's back with full health. But Salad also, like, he is pretty much just food now. As soon as I level 2 Inkswell, I don't know how the Scarab is gonna live in this lane.
You know, like, you could throw an Arcane Bolt and a Concussive Shot, like, it's an okay amount of damage, but at the same time, it's like, you're not surviving that onslaught. It's just about mana here for PickU, and at the moment, he only has 1 charge on that stick, but what's coming out on the courier for him? Mangoes, clarity, everything he needs to make something happen. And he Inkswelled himself thinking about going on to the Skywrath, but that, I think, is definitely something that needs to be used in conjunction with this Phantom Assassin.
Yeah, I agree. The PA jumps there. It's definitely a kill. But level 3 is really when the power spike comes.
Oh, Impetus! And the right click.
Oh, yeah.
Hobica. Early Impetus. It is always a pain to deal with. And now he's gotten 1-2. He's got the level 2 in the enchant. Hobica's going to be an even bigger nuisance.
Yeah, we should be looking at top soonish. We're about to reach level 3. I think they're just going to jump the Scarab. Here it goes.
Yeah, Inkswell, there's the jump. Phantom's Embrace. Like, the Dragon Tail just doesn't do really anything, and the Phantom's Embrace might just kill him. Yeah, it does. So you focus your attention on a Molasses now. He's got the Phantom's Embrace on him, and lane is almost unplayable. They can continue to get run down with the Stroke of Fate as well as the dagger. Molasses can't play.
Has 2 levels in Dragon Blood at least, so he's gonna be healing up somewhat quickly. But yeah, lanes again not going very well at all. Aster already 1k ahead in just 3 minutes. Look at the net worth. The Quap even losing mid lane as well quite badly.
I'm a little surprised that they didn't go to the Kagome Quap. I feel like their comfort with that hero stems from it being in the safe lane. XXS goes down to detachment though. Gonna get a kill on the board there for LBZS.
Stupendous.
Yeah, something going their way. Very good.
Bobica's happy to take the solo experience. He's always someone who I definitely feel like behind the brain is just like, oh, solo experience is terrible. Like, I love this. My core died. Oh, I guess I'll take all the gold. I'll take the experience. True, but like, he's always there. He's always ready for it. You just take the golden experience.
That's always like Xingqiu.
Yeah,
the really greedy ones are always there. Yapso.
Darn, I guess I'll get this golden experience.
Yeah.
My game
The
will
non-greedy
feel so
ones
much better.
won't be there as much. You know, but the greedy ones are always there. And the TP always like a second late. Ah, unlucky. Next time.
Yeah.
Calm down.
These
Has a
lanes
nice
are all
healing
going
self
really
too.
well. Ooh, Searing Chain, Scatter Blast, minus armor, and they can't get the kill. It's got the Nature's Attendance now. They'll turn it on the Kagome. Impetus shot comes through, and
Korea is standing there.
Yeah, it just dies. Okay. So Bobica gets even more gold for him and his team. What's the build for Bobica on this Enchantress? I want to say he's gonna just go greedy. Right now he's got a bracer coming out, but
Tank up. Probably
Tank
like
up,
a
get
casual
some
cloak
damage.
potentially. You really just want to be the guy that can walk in and survive through burst.
I guess basically you can do that as Enchantress, right? Especially later levels when you've got Nature's Attendance. Once Nature's Attendance gets to like level 3 or 4, I want to say like you really can just be confident on Ench to just walk in, preemptively pop Nature's Attendance.
They're gonna just use the
They're
stun.
gonna go on Molasses top. They're gonna try and get this kill here onto the DK.
Very tanky now, though.
It's not as easy as it once was.
Storm is TPing though. He's level 6 as well. Well, that's things very strong.
Ball lightning and Sonic Wave comes from PP, but they've got the Vortex to get the kill on Molasses. They look over now at Monet, who's taking some damage from Salad. Ooh, undeniable range, but they end up getting the kill there. PP with this haste, he's kind of become a nuisance.
Hey, Ori, you gotta be careful, my man.
Ori, it's time to go. Not leaving Pick-You to die, but Ori wants to go back in.
Hey, Ori!
Ori wants to just run in on this. Ball lightning,
Ori!
can he even get the kill? He's got the Vortex, finally gets the damage out. He's gonna die for this though. Ooh, I say that. And I'm correct. Okay, never in doubt. I didn't dumb myself.
Not worth it at all for the Dire. But at least, well, there wasn't really space for anyone. Yeah, even Ench was walking top as well. He's almost level 6 on Bobica, damn.
Yeah. He's going Dragonlance.
Yeah. Helps to tank up and helps to deal damage.
Greedier. Nobody coming to help Monet. I'm a little bit surprised because Bobica was in the jungle nearby. If he just gets the Phantom Strike over to the Enchantress with Nature's Attendance, maybe he survives there.
Yeah, but Monet also, you know, the crop didn't show anywhere. He's definitely very unnecessary, this death. He didn't have to die there. And Pick-You's actually looking for the Ember, but obviously they have their own ward there. So.
Ember marking across, maybe looking for the ward, and they do circle an area there from Aster as well. Just writing on the map. Arcane Rune for Ori. That's gonna feel good.
Always does.
Bobica's got his own army. What is this? Just has his own skeletons as XXS dies to Salad. LBZS, they're moving around the map much better.
Yeah, Salad making a lot of rotations happen. But they want to kill the Dragon Knight again, and he should probably just be dead. Ink spell on the Storm. It's gonna be an easy one.
Yeah, Vortex, Inkswell.
Is it gonna be an easy one?
And the damage is gonna pile up as Bobica does get the kill. He's now level 7.
He is very big on that Enchantress.
Jeez.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Not feeling great for Molasses.
His step up is still pretty decent though. Same as Monet's after let's call it unfortunate deaths.
Bobica able to just put the pressure on the top tier 1 by himself.
Oh, but then again, Monet.
Yeah, Monet getting caught. Sonic Wave as well as the Mystic Flare. They have the damage to get the kill, but PP now on the run. Inkswell, Vortex, they've got the lockdown and the damage. Good turn by Ori.
And he just solo pushed the top tower. And now he's bullying out Molasses.
Yeah,
and Sharon's is becoming a big
so
problem.
farmed. What's he at right now? He's got just as much farm as Molasses too. Pretty crazy, and he's 100 gold from having the Dragon Lance. 4th core, Bobica.
Well, you need it at this point because Monet is having a pretty rough game suddenly.
His game's not going that fun, and he's got that early ring of health that's still not helping him survive.
It looks so good for him, but now it looks so bad.
He had a couple of deaths in a row up top, and then everything just really depleted for him. He's level 6 now. Like, maybe he can make something happen, but I doubt you want to be fighting this early on with this low of a net worth. If he was maybe as much net worth as XXS has at this moment, yeah, but I don't know.
Invis Storm running bot. If they get the Vortex plus Embrace. Oh.
Or still wants to go though. And Slight, Vortex, and now the Phantom's Embrace, so they'll kill him anyway.
Yeah, I thought he had a read on it, but he didn't.
It almost
like, I thought he saw the Invis Inkswell, but he must have seen it, otherwise he wouldn't have gone away, right?
Might have just been the idea from the start, right?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Now they're going to take another tier 1 tower. Can they defend this? They've got Grimstroke coming up into the top lane. Bobica just farming mid. Meanwhile, he's got a Dragon Lance. He's happy with his life at level 8. Bottom lane, they've rotated.
Chains. Yeah, if those chains go on the Storm, he's pretty much dead. Storm's TP top now, Molasses. It's a long TP.
Yeah. Ended up being a long time, and that's what stops them from getting the kill. Bobica just kind of standing his ground up against PP. He's probably going to die if he's not too careful, but it does cost the Sonic Wave to go get this kill, and it's on to the Ench.
They're going top on the DK again.
Yeah, they want to go into the DK. They want to get this kill. Meanwhile, over mid, they're looking to get detachment. So there's a kill mid, there's a kill top. That's good for Monet. It's opening up space. He's got himself those treads. He's going into the Battle Fury. And it's just like maps all over the, or kills all over the map for the side of Aster.
Yeah, he's super rich again on Pangolier. Can't believe they got it again in second phase. Like, isn't that a ban worthy here at this point?
Definitely feels like it. Especially with how thought to be broken it is in the region.
Bobica is taking the +4 definition to the next level.
He's going treads.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Salad's here with Kagome bottom. And now they're going to TP in one more. Mystic Flare, Silence, and XXS getting blown up. Fire Snap Cookie, they're sticking with Bobica. Those Nature's Attendant still just level 1, but he's got the impetus of level 4. The damage coming out feels so good. And you need to start to run from the Ench. Oh my god, Bobica, stop. He's got 20 charges on that one, too. He's ready to fight.
Yeah, just gonna need some more levels into those attendants.
So if it's steering chains, Silence is out. And Inkswell trying to save him. Remnant passed, and they will finish off Bobica. End up losing Salad. The Soulbind is there. It could be a second. It will be on the detachment. Now they've gone in with the Rolling Thunder. PP's here. Blink Scream. Doesn't have Sonic Wave at the moment, and now might have gone in a little bit too far.
DPS not playing. No remnants either. He branded
here,
in.
And now here comes Monet. Kagome. You don't have Inuyasha. You can't go in this far.
They went both like full 100% commitment for the supports. Can't do that. I mean, you can, but you shouldn't.
That is unfortunate for the side of LBZS. Again, overcommitment being their problem.
Oh, with such a low level blink, it's tough to commit in like that. He's going for Orchid first, but it's still quite a bit away. And Storm is just going BKB first. Yep, I like that choice a lot. With just the BKB, he's going to rip them apart. The Scarab and the Quappa food.
How do you feel about just the build overall compared to like what we were seeing with Storms before? Soul Ring, Orchid.
I think Soul Ring is still good. Got a little bit more expensive. I guess it's just a question whether you favor the Null Talismans or the... Oh, PP.
He just died.
Goodbye.
He can't die again, but... Well, he doesn't have a choice in the matter. Dominating now for Ori. And this is the Ori we kind of were expecting to see with this Storm. Again, I think a series like this to start is certainly confidence coming into the rest of the season, right? Like Ori, question marks after the regionals. First 2 games coming into the second tour. It looks good, at least for now. Ooh, chains don't hit XXS.
Yeah. He looks good, but I also have to say that they're not getting super tested, at least for now. So... Because in the regionals, he looked a little bit lost.
Yeah.
But that was a long time ago. Well, decently long time ago. A lot of time to practice in between. A lot of time to get work done. Which I'm sure a household name like Aster, they've been putting the work in.
Interesting that Bobica went Shard.
Shard straight away, huh?
Attendance, yeah. Even though he's only got it level 1. A little surprising. And now they're going to go. Try and get the skill. They've got the silence. They've got the damage. Take out Bobica. He's kind of getting tested a little bit. But he went into the Shard. He didn't go into the boots. He didn't finish off the treads. Like, I would say maybe that would have been the smarter move, or maybe the move I would have made if he had gone more into the Nature's Attendance early.
Yeah. Could have definitely done that. But I don't know. Like, the skill build is very aggressive. As you said, the shot. 3 permanent Nature's Attendance. I don't even know when it's worth buying, to be honest. How much heal is that per second with maxed? 48? It doesn't sound that good, does it?
I don't know. I guess permanently getting that regen.
He could have had a hood there. He would have lived.
Yeah, and he had that in his queue earlier. The hood.
Yeah. So that makes me question the viability of those attendants. But you do get some talents for them at some point, right? Well, that's super far.
Yeah, the talents +5 at level 15, and then the heal at 25. Mystic Flare, Silence, Kill. And again, they're just able to get these kills, but they've got the Soul Bond as well as the Phantom's Embrace. The turnaround feels really good. And that's not going to be 1, that's going to be 2. Molasses and Kagome both fall.
Yeah, this is really how you want to play, Eng. Present yourself. Sure, you die, but your teammates clear up everything. Storm has his BKB already, as we have seen there. Blink Dagger on Pango. They're getting all their core items up while Monet is just happily farming away. Once he has his BKB, I don't see what LBZS can really do in order to really win this game. Like, as soon as the PA was picked against this draft, they were put on a massive clock. That they didn't ban it was a big mistake, I think.
Yeah, and they even kind of slowed down the early game of Monet, but yet here he is recovering and trying to get into this early BKB.
Radiant are scanning.
The Brigand's Blade as well. Doesn't even want it.
iG.V, Phantom's Embrace, and now the Ball Lightning, they'll come through all the way out onto the DK and get the kill into Molasses. Silence, but Illusion Rune. Well timed for Ori, and that's going to feel great. Mystic Flare's dropped down, not going to do anything to get the kill into Detachment. They look over at Salad too, so 3 heroes dead on the side of LBZS with a late rotation from PP. He's unable to get anybody in return.
Yeah, it feels really bad. For like an underdog team like LBZS, who is assuming if they lose badly in this game 2 now as well, that's a very big hit for the confidence, which already seemed pretty low. I don't know how they recover from that for like the remainder of the season. Because honestly, mental health is half of the game in Dota.
Yeah. Not tilting, not getting too ahead of yourself. By the way, Mage Slayer being built for Enchantress.
Yeah, I liked it a lot. Because really the only thing that kills you at this point is magic damage. Gives you some magic damage reduction. Also, let's say, just theoretically, you hit the Quap before he ults. He's gonna lose 35% of this Sonic Wave damage, for example. Which is a ton. It's like 150 damage he loses. Pure damage. Boboka again. Probably a second. Oh! He has an Essence Ring this time as well. He's very tanky.
They want to turn this. I don't know if Ori realizes how many heroes are here.
Yes, BKB. I mean, Aegis and BKB, so should be fine.
So a lot of heroes to.
Well,
that
that's Aegis gone. Yeah. Monet's probably like, I'll take that next one. Thank you.
Thanks for wasting the Aegis. Appreciate that.
At least he was staging a comeback.
Boboka just the entire time farming away. I can't believe how much net worth he has. BKB, Ori, and Boboka in some trouble. Here comes the Mortimer's Kisses. But they've got the Ball Lightning as well as the Vortex. They still haven't gotten the kill onto Boboka. Finally, the Sleight of Fist is able to get that finish. That was Kisses and Sonic Wave, though, as well as the Mystic Flare, all dropped down. Like,
and they lost Solid Salad on the side as well. Got chopped by XSS. So he's still going into the Orchid on Storm. I like that. Forces Quap into like an awkward position where like she has to choose between BKB and like Yules.
Right now,
Also, I'm just gonna say it again. I can't believe Helm of Iron Will didn't get nerfed. Pangolin just picked one up casually.
Why not? 6 armor, 5 HP regen. iG.V has the roll up. That'll pop out onto Detachment, and eventually we'll get this kill. But they end up losing the Grimstroke for that.
Yeah, support trade. Probably not what Aster was hoping for, but it's not the worst. Your PA is still farming away. BKB flying out now. And I have double BKB, you have roll up, you have Yule Scepter on Pango. The Skyraft should not be able to do anything at this point. Unless you get like a nice clean Dragon Knight initiation.
Don't have to fight if you're Aster, but up this much. I don't think it's going to be like the Division 2 games we've been seeing where they're scared to initiate.
Yeah, you don't have to fight, but the way you itemize, you want to fight. They're probably just waiting for the Orchid Storm before they commit too hard.
Go to Dragon form, looking bottom. Ooh. XXS gets into the roll up and survives. They wanted to play that aggressively, but at the end of the day, they couldn't. They couldn't get the finish. And up in the top lane, the BKB's been popping Monet. They get the kill into Sal. They'll look over now for a second on Kagome. And Ori's just wicked sick. He's 8-1-10. He's about to have this Orchid. Monet's BKB pays off to start. And they jumped him. They wanted to get the Mystic Flare, the control, and the kill, but he was ready. He had the BKB.
They didn't check his inventory, or they just didn't know?
You'd have to assume so, right?
Yeah. Before a goal like that, you always gotta make sure that you check the inventory. 12k ahead. It's not as one-sided as the first game in terms of kills, but the net worth feels pretty much the same, right?
Yeah, it feels like it's gonna be or end up being just a game where the flame just dwindles out there for LBZS.
Definitely very possible. What is Ember going for? Shiva's next, not even into the BKB. And now they have like 0 damage to the BKB. It's the biggest problem with the draft. It's like very all in.
It just felt like LBZS had to be ahead and making the moves early. But that overcommitment bottom, like that's a fight and an example of just fights that really have hurt them.
And the next fight could be the deciding one already for this game. Honestly, Aster is just waiting for the next Roshan, so they won't be doing anything until then. They get the free shot for the PA, which is going to be super strong against the DK.
The thing is, they don't have to wait for that rush. Like, it's going to be easily theirs. They could keep the pressure on. That's exactly what they're doing. Like, Bobica, they don't have to commit too much to it. So, like, Bobica could take the mid tier 2. They can go towards top. They've got the creep wave pushing in. If they want just Bobica to be the one pushing, he can be tanky enough if they come in and try to get this kill to where they fight Bobica, but the rest of the team jumps in afterwards. It's forcing the hand of LBZS. Either let us take these towers, or you lose the fight defending them and lose the game.
Yeah, but at this point, you know, you were supposed to be quite a bit ahead at this point in the game with the draft of LBZS. So I don't know how you come back into this game from the position you're in. Because again, Boboka, same farm as the offlaner pretty much. He is unbelievably tanky. 2000 health with the Essence Ring. Yeah, next Roshan, it will have to be the fight LBZS takes and wins. And they need to get the Roshan. If Aster gets the Roshan, they just win. By default, I would say. Get the Aegis, get the Shard. And suddenly DK also just blows up.
Radiant are scanning.
And DK's not been blowing up immediately, but he definitely dies very quickly in these exchanges. Like, he just doesn't have a lot of farm for position 3. Because I know we're saying Bobica with the same amount of farm has a lot of farm, but he's the 4. I don't know if he should have 9,000 gold at just 26 minutes into the game. Or he wants to go on a Kagome. At least he's looking to make that jump. Kagome TP's out. They still have 3 heroes down here bottom. I'm surprised they're staying.
Yeah, but they know when Roshan is coming out, so they probably just want to take the T2 bottom. Well, Aster wants to. And yeah, they were just looking for a pick off on LBZS. Who do you even pick up at this point?
I don't know if you can pick off anybody.
Cut the wave one more time, perhaps?
Detachment finally TP's out. And PP's still there. It's just is forcing LBZS to where Aster want them to be. They're going to push out bottom. They're going to look to get the tier 2 down here as well. They've got creeps coming in, ready to go. And they've also got themselves this Harpy Scout doing just that, scouting.
Stupendous.
We're going to see if they can find any of these heroes. They'll push in the creep wave, get this kill into the tier 2 tower. Then you've got no outer towers remaining for the side of LBZS.
Yeah, Roshan respawns in 1 minute. Which is quite lucky for Aster, because it was like an instant spawn. There could have been a chance that LBZS tries to take it. But yeah, you can already see the mindset of LBZS, just standing high ground. Can't really make any moves. They are smoking into the enemy triangle. Jungle. But Ori shouldn't really get caught there. Like, he knows they're all missing.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, there's no reason he should die. It's just, you see 2 heroes pushing in the bottom lane. Now maybe you see Monet. Ori is in an interesting spot. Now has shown himself. He's got the BKB though. I think with that BKB, he just feels strong enough where he's not going to die, right?
If he gets it off. If he gets instant stun and blown up by Skyraf, that's the only way to kill him, at this point at least. Oh, but they're smoking right at them as well.
Yeah,
they might be caught in a pincer attack here.
But yeah, again, it's them setting up in the trees, but Aster responding and being ready for a move like this.
Could be a pincer. No, they avoided by all just standing there. But while that was happening, they're still getting outfarmed heavily by Aster, of course. Or he went out just at the wrong time.
Like, look at where LBZS is farming at the moment.
You should definitely try to go for the Roshan as soon as possible if you Aster.
Yeah, there it is. We go for Roche. Shard also probably goes to the PA, right?
That's right. Then DK suddenly is not as tanky anymore. But they were all still waiting there. Now they're ping out. But that's the Roshan.
Yeah,
that's a
Shard
whole lot
and
of bad
Aegis for
news.
Monet. Like, they had to fight that, and they didn't even want, like, go in that direction. It felt like a fight that they needed to take, because if you're giving up the Aegis like that, I mean, you're gonna fight into 2 lives here on the Phantom Assassin. Top lane.
Are they waiting for his Lincoln still? Oh, yeah.
PP and see if they can get this kill.
He does not have a
back
DP yet.
Forth and looking. There's the
Ooh,
observer
nice
down,
ward.
so they know where he is. Tries to blink the other way. They're still going to get this kill. Really well done. PickU has the vision, and while that's happening, they're going in over onto the base. They get the kill in the salad. They'll take it a second. No buyback available for the Queen of Pain either.
Yeah, it's probably just going to be one side.
Truthfully, it can be more than that.
You're looking at the Lincolns coming out soon for the PA as well. Not entirely sure why he goes for this game, probably because of the Dragon Tail stun. Okay, so Skyby's back, but how scared are they of that?
Nature's Tenants, he's fine. Grimstroke, Shard, so as the Inkswell strong dispel. Dragon Tail, Mystic Flare with the silence. They get the kill there out on a Bobica, but the ball lightning in. Phantom Knives comes in, does a decent amount of damage to get the kill on a Salad who just bought back. So 72 seconds, no Sky. So that burst potential is no longer there. And they've got the Rolling Thunder. It hits on a PP. And look at the damage with the Basher, everything. PP just dies. He's dead for 50 seconds. No Queen of Pain now.
Didn't he just respawn too?
There's the GG.
Yeah, no chance, no chance. I'm really surprised by, like I said it would happen, but I didn't actually believe it would happen, that LBZS is getting this outclassed 2 games in a row.
Yeah, it was very one-sided. It was very one-sided.
They look so good in season 1. What happened? Snare, what did you do to them?
What did I do?
Yeah.
What did I do? All I did, right? All I did was believe and hope that LBZS would actually be able to make this comeback. But unfortunately, you said it yourself, Black. Coincidences happen in China all the time, right? Teams overperform, look really good for some 6 months or whatever, and then things start to change in a hurry. And it's sort of peculiar that this is the state of affairs, because usually when we see that happening, we sort of spoke about it in the previous series, it normally happens when there's a particular player on the team that's doing really well, gets poached or gets taken to another squad, suddenly everybody else crumbles. But this is the exact same LBZS that we had in Division 1 in Season 1, and it looked very different to this. But unfortunately, their confidence, I really think that's really where it has to be focused at this point. They just do not feel like a professional Dota team, do they, Pickup?
Yeah, there's a lot lacking there in terms of confidence. It just doesn't feel like they're getting things done. You're going up against a team that's on paper better than you. Yes, but like that didn't stop LBZS in Season 1 when they were like putting up games, getting series here and there. But I definitely wonder like where it is mentally, and in this long season, you're playing 1, maybe 2 series a week. You need to be able to go for the marathon, and it's not just a sprint. Like obviously this is just the first series of the season for them, and probably if you do the calculations in your head, probably a series that they think that if everything goes the way that it should, they lose. But it just felt like they never mentally were there in this series. It's definitely reaching when we say what's the mentality, like what are they really showing, but it just never felt like they could get it done on their side at all. They were lacking a lot of communication.
Bcop raises an interesting point, Black, about the nature of playing games and a sprint versus a marathon, right? Often, when we talk about China being one of the most competitive regions, one of the reasons we say that is there used to be a lot of different tournaments in China involving teams across different tiers. And over the course of like 3-4 days, you'd find that one team hits this hot streak. They're able to beat way better squads. But does it feel like this longer format, especially since now we're back to the 6-week format instead of the condensed 3 weeks that we had 4-2-1, is this having an impact on a team like LBZS versus a team like Aster, who's much better able to utilize that additional preparation time?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the more prep time you have, like with a good coach, with good players, established players already have been there, they know what to do, they know how to get there. It's definitely a very, very big benefit to the top teams, which is usually also while yes, upsets do happen, it's the norm that, you know, down the line it always stabilizes again. You have the same top 4 teams pretty much every season. It's only very interesting when you have like the top 6 teams are super, super strong and very close. Like then you get like this, I don't really know who's the top 4, you know, could be this team, could be that team. But this season in particular, I'm not entirely sure if we have that. I definitely have like my own favorites. Aster's one of them, and they definitely showed up today. They improved a ton from the regional qualifiers. Sure, they weren't tested super hard today, but you can see the map movement is much better, much faster. The draft is more solid. Just overall, they look much better.
Absolutely. They looked really, really good. And it probably helps that, I think, if I'm not mistaken, that their squad is fully together again now. So they aren't dealing with any distance issues. If I'm not mistaken, Bcop?
I don't think so. Maybe. Actually, I don't know, because I was looking at Bobica in this interview, and it looked like he was in a hotel room, but there is somebody behind him. So maybe you're right. I have no idea. This is kind of giving me hotel vibes. This little ceiling right here.
I'm behind him.
I'm not really sure. I think, yeah. If they are all together, like that definitely feels like that can be the product that we're seeing. And now they're all together again. I actually wanted to go back to the point that you said about the tournaments. Like for China, it used to be such a condensed year. Like they were playing qualifiers, they were playing DPL, they were playing H-Cup, they were playing CDA, they were doing this and that and this and that and that. Like I don't know. It just doesn't happen anymore. And maybe that's because like I definitely think like DPL could still exist. I really do wish it did exist still. You're playing 1 game a week, 2 games a week, plus what, 1 or 2 more games for DPL and H-Cup if they existed again. I don't know. I think my thoughts of China definitely with the depth and how strong these teams are definitely exist in a timeline where DPL was very heavy and very like strong with these teams. Now, I don't know. Do these lower teams get as much practice or scrims enough? I don't know. It's
actually the fact that you bring this up as well, right? We've seen actually, like if we think about how Chinese Dota has been going in the last 2 years or so, you can definitely see that, you know, Black was talking about it earlier, that normally towards the end of the season is where you'd see things start to normalize and stabilize in terms of who are the best teams. But that constant glut of Dota meant that, say there's a tournament that LGD or IG or Extreme Gaming don't care as much about, you know, like the OGA Dota Pit, Team Magma, I'm pretty sure if there's DPC points on the line, don't go as far in the tournament as they did there. But for them, it means more than other squads. But in that situation, we don't get those situations rather as often as we used to. And that's probably resulting in, like you say, we don't get the improvements, as rapid improvements, not as many upsets. The stakes are a bit too high, I guess. And everybody's like, yo, guys, we can't mess this game up. TI is on the line. And Black, you've been to TI. You played at TI, right? Nowadays, getting to TI is really, really, really complicated, really difficult. As we're seeing some of the highlights of the game that just took place here. The kind of play that we saw here from Aster, is it good enough right now, right? Would you say that this is TI ready, caliber of play required to do well at that tournament?
You still saw a lot of hiccups from their side. It's just not very big ones. But I think the same goes probably for the best teams of every region right now. Like no team is perfect in this time and moment because everyone is definitely trying hard, but they're not like super giga ultra mega tryhard mode. You know, that's reserved for TI when you're really like, you know, you shut yourself in a dungeon, you don't come out, you just go balls to the wall, and yeah, it's not the time yet, but you can definitely see the rapid improvement. You can see they've been practicing, not just like in Dota, but also just strategy and everything. The confidence is back for Aster because it felt like they kind of lost that in the regionals at some point. But now they're looking good again. TI ready? Probably not, but once we get closer to there, hopefully they will be. Because honestly, internationally, Aster last year, they always did very poorly.
Yeah.
China, wow, is super good. Yeah. And go to a LAN, oh, we last. I will last again. Oh, we got top 12. Okay. But nothing what we expected, you know. That's the biggest hurdle to overcome for them. Once there's an international LAN that they actually qualify to, how well will you do there?
Yeah. And B-Corp is not just about like living up to that kind of pressure, right? Or living up to that bar that they could set for themselves. They've also had a very big roster change. It's not just about like bringing in players like Ori, but Lan going back to coaching. Even though he himself professed that he didn't want to be playing, it was out of necessity. You can definitely see that it sort of shifted how the team operates. And once we get to the bigger tournaments, obviously it's unclear to us now whether or not this is the squad that we'll need. They've improved a lot from the regional finals, like Black was talking about. Is this, how far do you think this team can go, in your estimation, right? How high is their actual ceiling if everything does go according to plan? If, for example, Siamese Cat, who you were talking about in the Discord, he achieved #1 in China in the ranked games, right? Will all of this come together to give us an Aster that actually lives up to the promise of being this massive international squad? Or do we still have to deal with, you know, big fish in the China pond, but as soon as you go to the ocean, you just drown and flounder, rather?
So you get rid of Lanham for PICU, which means you give up experience for someone who's proving themselves and playing better. Because I think Lanham, like you said, he played out of necessity. But he was still a good player. He just wasn't, you know, the top guy. It's not like, you know, he was probably ranked top 300, top 400, but you've got PICU who's ranked #1 right now. Like, that's a big achievement. When you've got guys like GGG, Ame, nothing to say. Those are top ranked guys, and PICU's the one who's taken the top rank in a 5 position, or a guy who's playing 5 position. Like, I think that's a big step. And then you're also now, I said you traded experience for maybe more skill. In the mid lane, you're trading White Album and going to Ori, who is not only more skill, but also way more experience. So Aster, in my eyes, I think their ceiling is pretty high. I think they definitely have the tools necessary to make it happen. Again, it's whether or not they can play internationally. I think that's a big question mark. And
quick question though, like, did they actually lose experience, right? Like, cause now their coach is way more experienced than the previous one. And honestly,
before, right?
It was, yeah. And in a coaching position, experience is everything.
Yeah.
You know? Like, it doesn't matter how good you are. My coach in VG was like 5k MMR, whatever, but he had the brain of like a 11, 12k player, and that's all you need from the coaching position, you know? And Lanham is definitely a guy that can rally the troops. He knows how, like, he's very good at the human level of things as well, which is very important for a coach. So I think down the line, they definitely have a better recipe for success, but when it will all come together, who knows? We can't know.
Yeah, that is the one thing we can't know.
Just one more thing, because we continue to talk about DPL. A lot of people always thought like DPL was like, there was a lot of money on the line, so it had to be this place where everybody was taking it seriously. But that's where I think a lot of the experimentation came from, in a more professional setting. We saw, I think, a lot more teams reach for their picks in those kind of games, and now it feels very structured with the DPC. It's like, this is the meta, we're playing this. Nobody really reaches out for anything more than like a flashy pick. Maybe LGD or like the team to do it. But I don't know. I get worried that without DPL, China's experimentation and maybe their confidence in experimentation goes away a little bit. But I guess that's also pure speculation from my point of view. I really want it back, at least during the season.
Yeah, more Dota is just better Dota, right? You get more chance to experiment, like you say, practice, and just get more acclimated to your team, because for the most part, outside of PSG LGD, none of these rosters really stuck together in the advent of TI. So it's still a long way for them to go to really reach their full potential. And another thing about them having a less of a calendar to play sort of heightens the stakes for every single game, right? And when stakes are heightened, you don't want to make those mistakes. And we saw last season that literally one series can be the difference between going to TI and not. Who wants to take those risks? Who wants to put literally millions of dollars on the line for the sake of saying, hey guys, let's try like some offlane bounty or whatever, pretend it's 2017. It's like, yeah, maybe we relax on this one. One thing though that I am at least going to be happy about is the fact that though Aster, they faltered, the fact that they showed us this level, right, it does at least show us, give us all indication that the other teams should at least be at this level of strength. I highly doubt Extreme Gaming, RNG, PSG, LGD, that any of these squads are reliably weaker than Aster. So we've got a good baseline, I think, for what the rest of the season is going to look like. And speaking of some of those top class teams, we have one coming soon. PSG, LGD, one of the best teams in the world, a favorite of many here, is going to be playing up against Vici Gaming, a team which I believe neither of you are very confident about going forward. Quick question, actually. Are you still less confident in Vici after having seen LBZS? Because I think that LBZS, with this performance, I don't think they beat Vici Gaming right now either.
It's hard to say after a performance like that against a team as good as Aster. I definitely wonder what Vici are going to bring to the table in terms of like a shift in how they were playing. They just were so one-dimensional on Vici. It was always... There were so many games where they played Wraith King on Poyoyo and just got blown out of the water. Like, if they're not going to put more than 1 or 2 strategies out there this season, they're going to get killed again. And I'm bold predicting eHome and Vici to be knocked out this season, which I don't think anybody else is going to agree with me on. But with the change to mid for eHome and just Vici feeling very one-dimensional, obviously that's yet to be seen season 2. That's who I think leaves the division.
Surprisingly, Black actually has agreement with you on this matter, because I asked all of you the same question. And
you agreed with me, Black? Holy shit.
You did. You also said Vici eHome.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I still think
brain link right there.
Just from what I've seen last season, I do still think LBZS should, at least on paper, be a little bit better. Of course, we don't know what happened like the break time, you know. Maybe some internal stuff, you know. Oh my god, you stole my ice cream sandwich from the fridge. It can never be the same, honestly. It can never be the same.
Yeah.
Like, after Ice took chocolate that one of the guys bought, you know, he was like, he was so upset.
He was so upset. The team dynamic is over.
Yeah. Suddenly you just get the eye all the time, you know, like the don't you dare go to the fridge eye, bro. It's my fridge.
So, lol. Last question actually I want to ask you before we wrap this up, right? Concerning the next series we're going into. Obviously, we've spoken enough and sung the praises of PSG LGD enough that we don't need to go into it too much. But for Vici Gaming, Black, I want to ask you specifically, right? This patch, given that Vici, Bcop mentioned it earlier, they've rebuilt entirely around Poyoyo, right? He is the centerpiece of this team. Is this the kind of patch where you want to be building a team around your carry player? Or is it better to adopt more of an approach like RNG where you try to centralize your mid player instead?
I think it's definitely a hard carry meta, so it would make sense to really try to play around your carry. However, I gotta completely admit, I don't think that he is the most reliable player, at least from what I've seen. So I would much rather that they just make sure they give him some sort of active hero, you know, and kind of like how RNG has been utilizing God King, and just make XM be the star of the team. Because I think XM, when he's on a roll, it's always all VG, you know, like when he's on his Razor, he gets big. It's all VG. When he's on like his TAs and stuff, like I think probably you would want to focus around that a little bit more.
Well, we'll be seeing later on whether or not Vici can internalize that kind of advice, or if perhaps Poyoyo has spent the intervening months leveling up and is now the reliable carry player his team needs. We'll see. We will find out, because that matchup is going to be coming. I'm not going to say soon. Y'all see the timer. It's going to be about an hour away before we get into that game. So go take a walk, get some water, take a break. In the meantime, do make sure that you go and reach out for more wisdom from Bcop. Where can the people find you on in the internet, on the online space?
You can find me on Twitter at Bcop92. I've been practicing, by the way. Instagram, Bcop92. We really consolidated everything. Twitch at Bcop or whatever. But if you really want to have the hard-hitting analysis, it always comes from my my Pinterest, which I don't have, and my Tumblr. So, you know, go look at those. I don't have either.
Find his non-existent Tumblrs at nothing@nothing.com. But Black, where can the people find you? You've been practicing. Come on. He said he's been
yeah,
practicing.
okay.
Show him how it's done.
Alright,
let's hear.
Black Dota 2 on Twitter, Black Dota TV on Twitch and Instagram. Got all my socials there. You know, I'm oozing out the self-confidence. Some teams are lacking, unfortunately. Maybe I should reach out to me and get some, you know, life lessons, perhaps. I'm always very happy to share.
Especially if you are a Div 2 player yourself somewhere in the world. Not only has Blackout these life lessons to share, he has life experience in similar capacities to you to share. He'll teach you how to get yourself to TI. And of course, make sure that you are following Perfect World here on Twitch and over on Twitter as well. You can follow me at Snaregrodamus on Twitter, Snarecasting here on Twitch, or Snarecasting on Instagram. And with that, all the plugs are out of the way. The Dota for now is out of the way. We are loading up for the next and final series of the day. So until then, we will see you in a bit. This is Snare, B-Cop, and Black signing out. See you shortly for some more incredible Dota 2 action.
Welcome to Dota, friend. It's Dota time, baby!
大招踩到了4个，但是敌还在对面路上，
基本上没有突破环境了。
对面路上好像还买不活，被铁锤死了。诺万直接跳出来，今天恭喜Liquid。恭喜Liquid，拿到了本届Super Major的冠军。
世界游戏主办的2018 CSGO 亚洲邀请赛。
打到底，鬼王爷混也打3个。
恭喜拿命，获得这次 CAC 亚洲邀请赛的冠军。
第二条命有没有锤？还传一下，传一下，漂亮！兄弟们，往前来走。
这样，这一盘老坑爹其实已经没有什么机会了。恭喜 Manesky， 恭喜 Manesky 拿到了野鸡亚洲邀请赛的一个冠军。
最后的1秒钟，我估计 Works 都没有想到。他以为在闭门，站起来泽保尼打下了这个不可思议的残局。
我大表哥什么东西？这是 carry 吗？我又要提这个问题。3赛，恭喜 Monster。
Welcome to the International.
奇迹哥好像有点创造不了奇迹，扔在飞机脸上，又是秒被带走，直接打出了奇迹。
3.5赫兹。这是您所有的设备清单，请您在这里核实一下。这么便宜啊？哦。
京东。
Welcome to Dota, friend. It's Dota time, baby!
有大招，
踩到了4个，但是皮还在对面路上，
基本上没有突破环境了。
对面路上好像还摆不活，被铁锤死了。诺万直接跳出来，今天恭喜Liquid。恭喜Liquid，拿到了本届Super Major的冠军。
世界游戏主办的2018 CS:GO 亚洲邀请赛。
大高地，鬼王也会也打3个。
恭喜拿命，获得这次 CAC 亚洲邀请赛的冠军。
兄弟，第二条率有没有锤？还传一下，传一下，漂亮！兄弟，走！
这一盘老坑爹其实已经没有什么机会了。恭喜你们 Nesky， 恭喜你们 Nesky 拿到了年级亚洲邀请赛的一个冠军。
1秒钟，我估计 Works 这个都没有想到。啊，他以为在 B 吧？站起来，泽宝尼打下了这个不可思议的残局。
我代表个什么东西？这是开人吗？我又要提这个问题。3胜！恭喜 Monster！
Welcome to the Internationals.
奇迹哥好像有点创造不了奇迹，扔在飞机脸上，又是秒被带走，直接打出了奇迹。
3.5赫兹。这是您所有的设备清单，请您在这里核实一下。这么便宜啊？哦。
激动。
Welcome to Dota, friend. It's Dota time, baby!
有大招，
踩到了4个，但是皮还在对面之上，
基本上没有突破环境了。
对面之上好像还不活，被铁锤死了。诺瓦直接跳出了，今天恭喜Liquid。恭喜Liquid，拿到了本届Super Major的冠军。
世界游戏主办的2018 CS:GO 亚洲邀请赛。
大包地，鬼王爷换烟打3个。
恭喜拿命，获得这次 CAC 亚洲邀请赛的冠军。
第二条率有没有锤？还传一下，传一下，漂亮！一个两击，再走。
这样，这一盘老坑爹是不是已经没有什么机会了？恭喜 Manesky， 恭喜 Manesky 拿到了年级亚洲邀请赛的一个冠军。
我估计 Works 这个都没有想到。啊，他以为在 B 吧？站起来，泽宝尼打下了这个不可思议的残局。
我代表个什么东西？这是开人吗？我又要提这个问题。3胜！恭喜 Monster！
Welcome to the International.
iG.V好像有点创造不了奇迹，扔在飞机脸上，又是秒被带走，直接打出了奇迹。
3.5赫兹。这是您所有的设备清单，请您在这里核实。这么便宜啊？哦。
激动。
to Dota, friend. It's Dota time, baby!
有大招，
踩到了4个，但是敌还在对面路上，
基本上没有突破环境了。
对面路上好像还买不活，被铁锤死了。诺瓦直接跳出来，GG，恭喜Liquid！恭喜Liquid，拿到了本届Super Major的冠军。
世界游戏主办的2018 CS:GO 亚洲邀请赛。
另外这个人打到底，鬼王也会也打3个。
恭喜拿命，获得这次 CAC 亚洲邀请赛的冠军。
兄弟，第二条率有没有锤？还差一下，差一下，漂亮！兄弟们，再走！
这样，这一盘老坑爹是不是已经没有什么机会了？恭喜 Manesky， 恭喜 Manesky 拿到了年级亚洲邀请赛的一个冠军。
最后的1秒钟，我估计 Works 这个都没有想到。啊，他以为在闭门，站起来，索保尼打下了这个不可思议的残局。
我代表个什么东西？这是开人吗？我又要提这个问题，3赛！恭喜 Monster！
Welcome to the International.
奇哥好像有点创造不了奇迹，扔在飞机脸上，又是秒被带走，直接打出了奇迹。
话说，谁想玩上一把？
我的最爱，让我来。
让我
来挑战我试试。起！看好了！来吧！
我的天！
这能干嘛？
我们来搞搞明白。到底是多少下？再来一下！我们还行吧？
那当然。
再多就数不过来了。
专业。
有点奇怪。稳操胜券。
看我表演。我总是能得到自己想要的，胜券在握。
干得漂亮！
我的法术真厉害！
不错。
你也是。兄弟，你跑哪儿去了？
想抓到我，有本事就来呀！
大家好，欢迎来到 DPC 中国联赛的赛前采访环节。我们这边也是邀请到了一位英俊潇洒的选手，请简单的介绍一下自己吧。
大家好，我是老干爹的肖瑟。
我们这次的采访的话是想请你在你的队友里面挑选一位，跟你一起接受采访，你会挑选谁呢？
就巴师傅吧。
好，那么现在是有请巴师傅上台。Hello， 巴师傅，想请问一下啊，你被萧瑟 pick 一起接受采访，你有想到吗？
没想到吧。
那请问一下，萧瑟为什么会最终选择了巴师傅作为跟你一起采访的一个小伙伴？
就随便挑的。
那我们这次的一个采访的话，是一个比较趣味的一个环节啊。在问问题之前呢，我想问一下，你们觉得你们的默契程度有多高？能答对几道题？我们一共有10道。
大概一半吧。
巴师傅呢？
感觉2成吧。
好，那我们正式开始啊。我们的第一题的话是基地里谁是起床最晚的那个人？两个人答案第一个就不太一样啊。萧瑟写的是新 Q， 然后巴师傅写的是皮皮。那两位来讨论一下，到底谁才是起床最晚的那个人？萧瑟先说，你觉得对巴师傅写的？
再想一想。感觉差不多。大家都差不多时间起来的。感觉差不多吧，这2个人都是踩着点起来。
意思是5-5开啊。那我们来第二个问题嘛。第二个问题是谁是队里面饭量最大的？感觉像是一个送分题啊。果然是2个人是不约而同写下了新 Q 的答案啊。那我们第3个问题的话是基地里面谁做饭最好吃？这个禁止偷看对方答案。好，2个人写的是心情。那我想问一下，他平时会自己做饭吗？
他有时候夜宵会做的。
夜宵会自己做。
他很饿了就会自己做一点。
那我们下一个问题是谁是队里面睡觉打呼声音最大的？霸王是喜笑颜开，然后马上又写下了答案啊。好，展示给观众看，还是心情。简单的描述一下他这个打呼的情况吧。
我不知道，我只听说过。就是出去比赛不是要2个人一间房嘛，都不愿意跟他一间房，因为会睡不着。
那我想问一下，最后的那个受害者是谁？
领队啊。
好，领队还是很辛苦啊。那我们下一个问题是，基地里谁是最能熬夜的那个人？2个人的答案是不一样的。巴师傅是写了自己，然后萧瑟是写了心情。所以你们2个到底谁是最能熬的？
肯定是我，因为我每天是最晚睡的，他们都睡得比较早。
那我们下一个问题的话比较有意思啊，谁是队伍里面偶像包袱最大、最在意形象的人？萧瑟这次写的非常的快啊，瞬间写下了自己的 ID， 看来也是不想再这个申辩什么。对于这个问题有什么话说吗？
没有啊，
就是确实是比较在意。
是啊。本
来我以为会采访到萧瑟和心情嘛，这个问题其实感觉对你们2个来说比较的轻松，就是谁是队里面最2次元的？萧瑟瞬间写下答案。2个人写了，一个写了自己，然后巴师傅是写了心情。那萧瑟来评判一下这个，我觉得这个问题你比较有发言权啊，你和心情谁是浓度更高的那个人？
邵子英根本不懂RC。其实因为是我不懂，我觉得他们都差不多。新 Q 跟我科普的知识比较多，所以我觉得是
这样吧。请萧瑟来说一句啊，你最喜欢的动漫台词。
打开，
什么意思？战斗啊，是吧？好，那我们来到最后一个问题。最后一个问题的话就比较轻松啊，是 DPC 如果 S 级拿了第1，那天晚上会去吃什么？
火锅。
2个人也没有写下，就不约而同说出了火锅这个字啊。确实是我们都很了解老干爹的传统啊，都是喜欢吃火锅的人。那我们这个小游戏的话就暂时告一段落。那我们接下来的一个小环节的话，就是想先请2位啊说出对方身上一个你觉得最大的优点。我们先请萧瑟说一下巴师傅的优点吧。
就意识比较好，就知道该干什么。
那巴师傅，你觉得萧瑟身上最大的优点是什么？
个人技术比较扎实吧，然后在开队这个位置上就有自己独到的理解。
我们说完了优点啊，就接下来这些标签里面选一个你觉得对方最有可能达成的一个成就，然后贴给对方。巴师傅已经选好了，
贴到哪？
一会儿他选好之后，你们互相给对方。突然愣住了啊！我已经看到备选了一个答案。好的，那把选好的卡片递给对方。 然后展示给我们看吧。信使被杀最多，萧瑟作何解释啊？是自己平时这个用机习惯不太行吗？
没有，我一般都会信使绕路，但是确实一直被杀。
那萧瑟为什么给巴叔选了一个受伤害量最高啊？
因为巴叔一直玩老路去创别人塔，
因为我们也是刚更新了7.31版本，新版本的话也是有很多好玩的地方，我想请2位都说一下，在新版本里面你觉得最好玩的地方在哪里？萧瑟先来吧。
感觉钱比上版本多一点吧，就大家来感觉。然后 carry 英雄能选的也比较多。
哦，
但 AP 的话，感觉RD能选的还是很少。
那巴师傅觉得新版本对你来说的话最有趣的，或者说你想跟大家分享
装备选择会比较多一点嘛，因为也有一些新装备，然后老的装备也有一些比较大的修改嘛，所以在装备选择上面，你往后打有很多不一样的选择。
因为说到装备选择变多了嘛，也想请巴师傅点评一下啊，我们新版本新加入的几个装备啊。
感觉那个战鼓合成的那个鞋子比较厉害吧，
宽容之靴，
对，宽容之靴比较厉害吧，比较适合团队嘛，因为它战鼓合了以后。他就战鼓用完了，你新合了又给你8格能量。
那我们来到最后2个问题吧，这就是想让2位预测一下你们本赛季的这样一个成绩。
不知道怎么预测，就是我们的目标肯定是想拿冠军的。
你们其实因为是最后采访的一个队伍啊，前面的队伍都只敢说自己是前3、前4啊。然后因为我们最后一个问题的话是想预测一下本赛季的冠军队伍，他们都说是老干爹。你们面对所有队伍的这个期待，你们是怎么看的？
不知道，就反正我们的目标是冠军嘛。
萧瑟呢？
接了。
Gaming 禁用英雄。
All right, and welcome back, everybody. It is still Division 1 time here in China. 2 new teams, though. We're cleaning the slate, and you know what that means? 2 new casters. We're bringing in our Cryptic, we're bringing in Lizard, and we're going to be talking about Vici LGD. It's probably the El Clasico of China, or has been for the longest time, and I guess these days it doesn't feel like that with the way Vici have been playing, as they've rebuilt around Erica. But LGD still looking to prove strong, as they had a quick drop from the OGA Dota pit and getting right on into this exciting draft. It's going to be fun. Already got a Hoodwink. We've got a Templar Assassin for Vici. We've got LGD going to the Grimstroke, guys. I need some initial thoughts. I'm going to start with Ricky. Ricky, what are you thinking so far from this draft? What do you want to see?
I mean, the first thought I see is I see a Templar Assassin, and oh boy, is this hero. And in my opinion, I think TA is actually the top 3 best heroes in the game currently. So I think Vici obviously are going to take advantage of that. But LGD, I mean, their lineup, Grimstroke, Storm Spirit, it's a pretty fun combo. But so far, I'm very happy with what Vici Gaming have. I think these are great picks.
They've come out with the TA and the Hoodwink, and then the Storm comes here for LGD. Blizzard, I got a question for you. Black hates first phase TA, because it's very easily counterable. Do you agree with this sentiment, or do you guys sometimes disagree with each other?
Well, we disagree a lot, but perhaps not on the TA first phase. It depends, really. It depends how you build your strategy around it. It depends on your bans as well. And it also depends versus who you're playing. I feel like it's very easy to go against this TA because she's up against PSG LGD, right? They already have Inkswell plus Storm. That's pretty solid against her. I think the opening from PSG LGD is a bit stronger overall. You get a Storm Spirit that can easily catch on to both the Hoodwink and the TA later on, and it's something that you really enjoy having versus these heroes. But you guys touched on Vici Gaming's performance a little bit. What is it that you don't like? What's the problem?
I think they're super one-dimensional. I think this team is focused on giving maybe Erica a comfort pick or building around him, and they don't really branch out in their playstyles. It's all about Erica, and then Erica doesn't have the most stable of lane performances that often, and things seem to fall apart. I don't know if you agree with that.
No, I can see it. One-dimensional, like you said, is probably the way I would describe them the most. Like, the moment I see this TA, I imagine some Weaver Drow Ranger as well, you know, on their side. Some minus armor and huddle all around Erica. Try to get that early rush and win the game off of some snowball, which can happen and work versus some teams. But you see PSG LGD first ban Weaver, right? Like, they're on to you. They know exactly what you want. They're not going to give it.
Yeah, it's been LGD kind of knowing what they want. I think I was a little surprised that they bombed out of OGA, but it was like the first 2 days of the patch, so maybe they've kind of put it together here. Ricky, is there anything different from what we were seeing from LGD in the first tour that you want to see them kind of pull out here? Because they're the most versatile team when it comes to hero picks, it seems.
Yeah, I think what we see here in the second phase bans is Vici like really just focusing on Faith Beyond. Like, they wanted this Bane pick. You can tell they protect it by getting rid of like 3 heroes that actually make Bane's life like pretty miserable in the lane, as well as what the game goes on. These also protect the TA, so we're probably seeing this as the safe lane, like Erica TA most likely to be there. It's not that bad of a lane with a Bane. You'd want something that can maybe tank in front of you, but I like the thing with like PSG LGD like goes back to what Lizard said, right? Like, they just are so good at dealing with your heroes, and like this Bane is just food for the Storm Spirit as this game goes on, and so is the Hoodwink. So you have this situation where it's like, if this Storm gets off the ground early, you're going to be at a really rough spot here on the side of iG Gaming. And the Dragon Knight, it's I don't know, it's okay. It's a real tanky pick. They don't really have the damage for it right now. It does counter out the TA a decent amount, but they need some follow-up to that damage as well.
Yeah, like go on, Bcop.
No, I was just gonna say DK in the last game was playing it in the off lane, but it just didn't perform well. There was too many options to really just burst it down and make sure that it didn't have a good lane either. And With the Winter Wyvern, that's a sync you play hero that he loves being greedy with. So it's definitely something new that we're seeing in terms of what we saw in the past 3 series, but it brings out something a little bit different from LGD.
Yeah, they have I'm not gonna lie and say that I completely understand the new patch and the power rankings of heroes, right? Dragonite is one of those mysterious ones for me. I feel that the hero has been picked up quite a bit recently. Even yesterday we've seen it, right? Today as well. But I can't really put my finger on how strong he is. You're playing versus a Hoodwink that has her own way of breaking you, right? But then again, you are playing versus a TA, you have a lot of armor, that lane on the offlane should be kinda decent for you. Not the biggest fan of Winter Wyvern plus Grimstroke supports as well on the side of PSG LGD, but it's PSG LGD, they make anything work. They, like, you cannot split push this team right now. That's something that you have to see. Like, you have Grimstroke defending on one side, Winter on the other.
They have easy setup too. Like they have so much like instant catch if you get caught out, right? Like Ember probably needs a Lincoln Sphere this game if he wants any chance of being able to actually like split push this game. Like you have the instant stun from DK, you have Winter's Curse, you have Storm coming in. There's a lot. So like if you want to be able to, you know, like you said, play the split push game here, you're gonna have to itemize for it.
And did Ember versus Storm Spirit matchup change at all? I feel like it didn't, right? It should be very similar to how it used to be.
It's still pretty much the same. Yeah. The thing is like the jungle recovery isn't really there as much for both of these heroes. Storm can actually jungle a little bit better, I would say, just because he nukes the creeps down altogether. But Storm Spirit gets a little bit more damage out of his Sleight of Fist now to creeps, right? But it's not really enough.
And you go into that jungle, you get disarmed by a kobold, you get stunned by an ogre, you get I don't even know, tornadoed. It's like the new jungle. I'm afraid of it. I'm literally afraid of losing. You know, back in the day, there was this joke. Look, you're so bad, you're losing to jungle. Like you go farm and you die there or whatever, you know. But right now it's no longer a joke. Like I feel like those 2K MMR players are actually going to die to ogres quite a lot.
Dude, the ogres are the worst. They're the actual worst creep camp because you can't really stack them because one of them will always just like instantly channel the bash. And then the other thing is if you take your eyes off the camp for like an instant to like look at the side lanes, you just get hit for like 200 damage and stunned for 2 seconds. It's the worst. I hate that camp.
I can say I haven't died to it yet. In my
good job
MMR bracket that you may or may not have said. I don't know what you're talking about. That's definitely not my number.
I would be more concerned if you were AA jungling in melee range of the ogres. That would be more concerning than actually dying. But
fair enough.
Last pick, VG,
Yo.
dude. What are we thinking?
B-Cop, is AA melee or ranged?
You know, it depends on your playstyle.
Exactly.
Figure it out. You're either in the wrong position or you're not.
In 2K MMR, you know, everything is melee if you're bad enough.
That is not my bracket. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Last pick here for VG. What do they need? What do they need? Come on.
I never even said it's your bracket. No, so PSG LGD picked up this TB. Look, PSG LGD, they picked up the TB. But there's a ton of damage versus him. Yeah, you're good versus TA, but Hoodwink plus Ember, you know, there's some AoE there. There's also Hoodwink with a lot of burst. So I still think that TB should have a decent game, but they have some ways of dealing with it, and they get the tide as well. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I saw the TA at the very beginning, and like one of the first offlaners that comes to mind is the Tide Hunter. And this is a game where Aghanim Scepter is super value because you don't have a real easy way of split pushing lanes because of how much catch they have. So now you can just throw the gush down the lane and 0 commitment, right?
Right. Yeah. And with the tie, yeah, go for it.
Can I just... Sorry, B-Cop, it's not going to be anything smart to cut you off. I'm just looking at Dragonite in his set, and that's the sickest... What is that?
It's 2 different sets. It's the new Dragonite set combined with like the 2019 Collector's Cash Dragonite set, I think, where he had like the fiery wood armor. It's a very cool set.
Do you think that's why they picked him? He just wants to show off his new stuff.
All I know is Xiaoma's hoodwink is very triggering. The fact that he doesn't have the hat equipped. That is tilting.
He's got everything but the hat.
It's like the new hoodwink set, but without the hat, and that is getting me a little bit.
Yeah, I had. Do you guys have any sets that you like to take off one specific item but wear everything else? I have a couple.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
There might be one or two. I think I for the most part I like wearing whatever on the sets, whatever looks flashiest.
Just mix and match them, you know. Also, can we just talk about the pink Terrorblade for a move? Dude, that thing is slick. Oh,
it always looks good. Are you putting your money down on just the cosmetics? That's gonna be your choice for who wins this game, just based on cosmetics alone.
Yeah. I'm going with PSG LGD's cosmetics. That's
okay.
it.
That's pretty good. Yeah. I'm gonna go PSG LGD here. As much as I really like the Vici Gaming kind of idea here, I think if you can't slow down nothing to say, this game falls apart very fast.
So that's 2 for LGD. We're gonna send you guys into game 1 with our Cryptic and Lizard. Guys, take it away.
All right, Lizard. Very excited to be working with you, by the way. Didn't even get a chance to say that, so hello.
Yeah, it's been a really long time. What, like a couple of months or something, right?
Yeah.
And I expected a 3-cast, but I'm happy it's just the 2 of us, you know. It's more intimate. We don't have to, you know,
I want you out of myself is what I'm just kind of greedy, to be honest.
And we don't have to entertain B-Cop all the time, you know. He's had his time at the panel, interjecting, talking about his 2K MMR. It's enough. I can see him walking.
He's gonna say something here soon. I'm excited. I mean, this should be a really fun game. Obviously, 2 really strong teams going head to head. Both teams haven't really played yet, so I don't know. We'll see if they got new game jitters for the season, but we'll see. A little bit of a scuffle here on the top rune. Y ends up just grabbing the rune and walking away. We're gonna get 3 runes on PSG for this.
Yep. Because of the Dragonite on the bottom lane, right? It's
this
man shows up to the rune with 3 gauntlets of strength and an iron branch. What you gonna do? He has 800 HP.
I hate this build. It makes me so mad. This is just becoming the only thing that matters. Is just going triple gauntlet because he just obviously wants to go bracer soul ring, right? That's the idea here.
Yeah, pretty much. When it comes to the power spikes and everything, I feel like I didn't really go because of the cosmetics, right? For PSG LGD, I feel like that Vici Gaming is on a little bit of a timer. They do have ways of dealing with TB, but eventually, if Ame has a decent game, he's the late game ultimate win condition.
Yeah, and that's what worries me about this mid lane Storm Spirit, right? He has a lot of targets he can go on, and if they don't actually come out ahead on this mid lane Ember Spirit, then nothing to say should be able to create a ton of space for that Terrorblade, right? That's kind of the idea here.
Are we going to see some mass null talismans build on nothing to say, or is it going to be something more standard?
Yeah, I think the null tally build, the only time I've actually seen it be remotely useful is actually on 4 position Storm. I don't think you can go more than a single null tally on mid Storm Spirit anymore. You need to get to your power items, right? The Bane, Hoodwink, those heroes are just free food for him in the mid game, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's a pretty decent Storm game overall. As long as you don't get gripped or anything, should be top lane.
Yeah.
Why?
Falling quite low. He gets the salve off though, and Irving, he's in the hands of the Terrorblade now, and that's gonna be first blood for Ame. Not a bad start for Terrorblade.
Yeah, that's a debate if I ever saw one. And also, it's the best usage of meta, right? You pop that meta, you kill the offlane, and you continue farming uncontested because of it. Usually you want to dodge this meta, bait it out and run away, but Grimstroke just baits them in.
Dude, he got so much out of this first meta, too. He got tons of denies. Oh, okay. Well, this is the dream Terrorblade game at the moment. 14 and 6 on the CS plus the first blood kill. Gonna just rush those treads. Already has the Wraith Band completed. Yeah. Ame's feeling himself.
Yep, and it also comes down to how you start this lane. Hoodwink plus Tidehunter, that can be tough to deal with for any hero, especially for TB. He has low HP pool, right?
Yeah.
But with a good first start, I think he's going to be extremely fine.
Yeah, Terrorblade, like, he used to be this hero where if he, like, loses the lane, you just are like, all right, whatever, I'm gonna go jungle, support, just sit in the lane, right? And Grimstroke's a hero that can do that, but with the way that the jungle is now, like we were talking about, right? You can't actually jungle on these heroes like you used to. Like, all your illusions just kind of die if you can't kite the creeps.
Yeah,
So he needs a little bit more space from the lane.
I've played, like, I don't know, I've played quite a few games on the new patch, but I still don't have my finger on all the power spikes and how the lanes should be played and when you should just get out and go to the jungle. I feel for TB, it shouldn't be that difficult still, right? Like, you have the illusions as long as you're taking care. Why? Nice things, well.
Oh, nicely done. That is so much damage. Just like you were talking about, though.
If he gets caught, he just dies. He did a really nice trick there with the Inkswell on the melee creep, trying to stun both of them, because if he used it on himself, he stuns only the Tidehunter, right?
Yeah.
It didn't work out, sadly, for
Ooh,
him.
they got nothing to say in the mid lane. Rotation from Xiaoma plus XM. Very nice. Hits him before he gets to that level 6.
Is Hoodwink like the huge winner of the new patch when it comes to like the amount of picks, at least, for the hero? I think that she became way more popular than before.
I think she did become more popular, but I don't know if like, it's hard to say if she's like a really big winner. I think it's still kind of like a niche pick for certain people, but I do think Hoodwink is pretty dang strong. I mean, obviously, like, Tiny has come out as probably one of the biggest winners of the patch. That hero is.
Yeah, of course. He needed so many buffs, right? He was feeling so weak before, like, you had to.
Oh, why again? Okay, anchor smash on the dome. Second death in the top lane.
That was sarcasm about the Tiny. Just.
Oh yeah. I know. I got it. I was gonna say, yeah. Keep elaborating on all of the buffs he needed, please.
Definitely. Even the level 25 talent changes, I feel like, aren't that bad for him. Like, I don't know. Bottom lane Erica should be fine, I think, here. Do they have detection?
Oh, they do, yeah, but yeah, it's Arctic Burn expiring, so he's gonna be fine. He doesn't have a salve on the Bane though, so Erica's gonna have to play a little bit defensive for a bit here. That's a nice pull, actually. Just gets the entire wave.
It's a dangerous one. You're pulling as the Carti is coming in on the 5-minute mark, but DK doesn't have that level 6. Can't really contribute to the tower push.
It was like a really sick play in mid lane just a moment ago. Like, nothing to say. Managed to or like lost an entire creep wave there, but almost gets the kill onto XM. Not quite though. Arcane Rune top though. Rotation in from Y as well. He's gonna be able to remnant back down towards the bottom. Nightmare comes through, but there's gonna be the bottle up from the Storm Spirit, plus that Arcane Rune helps him easily secure a kill here onto the Bane. So 6 heroes into the mid lane for this rune rotation.
It's like you're fighting a storm, you don't really take all of his mana down, and then suddenly you see an Arcane Rune spawn. At that moment, you kinda know you messed up.
You're like, well, there's no running from this.
Yeah.
If it isn't the consequences of my own actions. So TA kind of resorting to the jungle now at this point, it seems. Which makes sense. I mean, Faith Beyond 6, right? So she can't really do anything because Dragon Form's up.
Yeah, and with that Dragon Form, they instantly pop it and go for the Tier 1 tower. This is something that I really like about offlane Dragonite, more than mid, I would even say, is it feels so natural to pop that first ulti and go for the tower, as your 2 supports can rotate in and help you. It doesn't really feel that great to go on mid lane and just sit behind the Dragonite when he's taking the tower, and it's more natural to take this one first.
Yeah, I would say this is always that first tower, right? Dragon Tail into the Inkswell. It's not going to be able to catch them. They do actually stun up XM for the moment in the Ember. Going to just chase after Y here, grab himself a quick pickoff. So they do force 4 heroes bottom. They do defend the tower at the end of the day. So Not bad out of Vici Gaming, but commitment for sure.
I think it's all right for them. They defend the tower, they delay the dragon form. You know, it's going to run out, and now probably he's going to have to use another one to take down the tier 1 bottom lane. Yep. So it slows them down quite a bit. But then again, like you said, there's always upsides and downsides. The upside for PSG LGD is Storm got a lot of free space to farm.
Oh, speaking of Storm, he's got a DD rune now. Very nice. He's going to go straight to top lane with this, and Irving knows he's TPing home. Yeah, nice ward that scouts this.
If this was some other player, you know, from the same region, they would stay there, ravage, fight until the death.
Not Irving. He's too good. Yeah. He knows. D-word mid lane out from the Bane. Very nice. But so far, based on the net worth, like, we're seeing this Terrorblade already start to pull pretty far ahead.
I feel
is
like
that like concerning for the side of Vici Gaming, or is this like TA you think gonna be able to catch up pretty easily?
Oh, it just comes down to the next couple of rotations, really. I don't feel that it's that concerning. They're trying to set up a gank on the Ember Spirit. You see it?
Yeah, I see it on the Remnant there behind him too, but they're sitting under a ward, so...
Yeah, it's exactly on the ward, so it won't really work. Okay, Grimstroke did go 1 in Phantom's Embrace. This is something that they lacked before. Some control for XM.
So Faith Beyond now mid lane with the Dragon form, trying to chip this tower.
Yeah, I actually like this approach a lot. I expected him to go bottom, but this is way more useful.
They do catch the Bane. Interesting that he goes for this. I guess they did get the D-ward, but Irving with a rotation on in does have that Ravage. Grimstroke gets melted pretty easily here. So a 1-for-1.
1-for-1 plus a dragon form used, right?
Yeah.
Like, so is that big cooldown spell that I'm always looking at? Not the hugest cooldown, but yeah, still. So
He's
it's
got
something
chip
that
damage. That's it, right? He needs to have a tower at this point, right?
You'd like to, but it's the 10-minute mark. It's not the end of the world. Like, you're still farming up with your TB. As long, the thing is, offense is the best defense, right? And as long as you're pressuring their towers, they're not really pressuring TB. They're not doing anything about Ame, and he's able to do whatever the hell he wants to. So overall, they're still in a good position. But now Ember and Bane, as I say that.
Open top. Puts a ward sentry down. They do have vision of the Terrorblade. XM's got to be the one to initiate, and does have that Arcane Rune. Gets the Searing Chains right on top of him. Nightmare does come through. Irving, the rotation in, has the Ravage if he wants to drop it. The question is, will they? Sunder is available. There's going to be the Ravage, plus the double Remnant in, and it's going to be enough damage to finish him off just barely. Now the turnaround here, nothing to say. Thinking of engaging, but he doesn't have much mana to work with. Just has 10 wand charges. He's going to have to back out.
Yeah, that was the unfortunate part for PSG LGD. Nothing to say was nearby all the time, but he was 50% HP and 50% mana. And he's thinking, do I jump in and prevent the Ravage so that he can Sunder? But if I do that, I risk being ravaged as well, right?
Yeah,
and then
he has no escape plan.
Yeah, exactly, and it's just a disaster then. Meanwhile, Irving really kept that Ravage and used it in pitch perfect time, really.
Oh, speaking of Irving, rotations on into the top lane. Going for the body blocks here. They even go ahead and commit the meta. I don't think they have the damage. Tidehunter is pretty tanky with these 3 points in the Kraken Shell, and it's just going to be Storm Spirit to take down the Bane on the backside of this engagement. So they do defend the tier 1 tower top. They do get themselves a kill. So an overall pretty good rotation.
Yep, and that dragon form that you talked about was actually used on the bottom lane to take down the tier 1 tower. So it wasn't like only used to go and try to kill the TB, the Tide, sorry. So overall, it's okay.
Man, I am very scared about like the future of this Terrorblade here. This guy is super farmed. He's a solid minute ahead, minute or two in front of this TA.
Yeah, but I feel it comes down to the next couple of engagements and taking Roshan, right? Like if you manage to do that bottom lane, why? Has been caught.
Yeah, that's a DD Ember as well. No chance. 7-4. I mean, game overall seems pretty close. Like a little bit of give and take from both teams, but it looks like top tower here should finally go down to the Tidehunters, so evening up the map just that much more, as well as the gold. Mid lane.
I feel that there are some very offensive items coming for PSG LGD. That's the Orchid on the Storm Spirit, and already the Blink Dagger on the Dragon Knight has been completed. So they can start smoking up the moment that Orchid is done and perhaps threatening bigger kills.
Yeah, that'd be big. That Orchid's going to be huge.
Ame? Oh, he's running straight into
walking right into him. The smoke. He gets the TP's coming through. Illusions will be able to push them back. And there it is. The blink in from the Dragon Knight into the Dragon Tail. They take down the Bane. So a quick one. Very unfortunate there for Vici Gaming that he happened to pop the smoke in that fashion, but they're going to continue the chase here, looking for more, and there it is. Blink Dragon Tail out onto the Ember Spirit. The silence, it doesn't come through in time, and XM will be able to survive. Gets the 2 heroes searing chains. XM, though, has to be a little bit careful. Coming a little bit too far, but there's going to be the Winter's Curse onto the Hoodwink. Plenty of damage to follow it up, down to 33 HP. That's going to be the Storm Spirit that finishes him off with the Ball Lightning. I don't know if they continue this chase. They're going to try. Yeah, Storm's out. He's too far. He's going to find an Illusion Rune in the top lane as well.
Yep. This is the problem with playing Hoodwink versus any spirit, really. Like, Hoodwink is an extremely squishy hero. You get dropped to 10% HP almost in every single fight, and then you play off of that, scurrying through the trees and whatnot. But when you're playing versus a Storm, Ember, Void Spirit even, they just hunt you down. But overall, like you said, when they smoked up into the triangle and that smoke got popped by TB that had an illusion next to him, that's the problem. If he had no illusion, he gets gripped.
Yeah. Goes in, searing chains, double. Nice setup. Irving has Ravage available so far. They're just going to go ahead and settle for Y, but you get the Fiend's Grip on the backside. It's going to be the Winter Wyvern on the high ground. Cold Embrace for the moment. Sharpshooter plus a Sleight of Fist. And a handy Maelstrom proc there. Will grab them both supports, and the question is, they've got to get an objective, so maybe they're looking to go mid lane here, but their push is not all that fast.
Yeah, it's not that fast, but it is the 15-minute mark. The catapult is coming in. Maybe they can do something off of that. Plus, Irving does have Ravage. The only question is, how hard do they want to force this objective?
Yeah, Dragon Knight's just kind of posturing himself in front. Only a single point in the Dragon Split, so he's actually not that tanky. I mean, he's got 1800 health still, you know, but he doesn't have all this extra bonus armor and regen.
Yeah, the Power Threads Embracer, and that guy already has double the HP of most heroes, so...
Yeah.
Yeah. The Orchid has been, by the way, just completed, by nothing to say. At the same time, TA has not only a Desolator, but a Blink too, I believe, right? It should be flying out. So we're going to see some pretty sick clashes very soon.
Now, this is the point when Erica is going to start trying to pop off.
Oh, Fate. He's
yeah,
going
they
in.
Caught him. The Silence plus the Inkswell to follow. There's going to be the Ravage, but he's holding him in place. The 2 heroes. Soulbind, the DD. He's doing a lot of work. Orchid comes out north to say he ran out of mana. Oh, no.
I feel like, okay, TA with a slow, can't really do anything there. I feel like this is still alright for PSG LGD.
Like, you got Ravage, right?
Yeah, you force that Ravage out. I feel it's more important than the Dragon form, at least at this point. So, Fate
Beyond is under a ward, and he is going to regret this dive here. Is caught by the Sharpshooter, broken. Erica going on in. Plenty of burst damage there.
Now I understand. Why skill Dragon Blood if it's gonna get broken anyway?
Yeah, true.
Next level. So far, I really have to commend Vici Gaming when it comes to warding. I feel that their wards have had more impact than the ones of PSG LGD. They have given them more info on the rotations of all the cores coming from PSG LGD, so yeah, pretty good stuff. And not necessarily wards that you usually expect, like this ward that scouted out Dragon Knight. Like, You
Yeah.
don't see that from Radiant.
Yeah, that's not a Radiant ward, like hardly ever, right? Like you put Sentry up there occasionally just to see, but very rarely.
Yep.
Unless like maybe if you're trying to defend your tier 2, but that's not happening
Later
yet
on.
anyway.
Yeah, like later on in the game.
Oh!
Ember, oh!
That is unlucky for XM. They didn't even see the remnant there either at the time.
No.
Like they were just kind of smoking bottom with their like Tinker ward, or they just placed it, but they were just smoking bottom to find something, and happened to walk right into it. They will get
they were
D-ward in the process too, so pretty good.
I feel that smoke was a preemptive one because Ame is pushing in bottom and they're expecting a counter smoke to try and gank him. So they're going towards him. They're trying to cut the gank off. And instead of cutting the gank off, they cut down Ember. So pretty great for them, really.
Yeah, that was sick. And now Terrorblade gets to play on the side of the map that he loves, right? Like he can just sit down here, shove like bottom lane with an illusion occasionally, like farm up his triangle, get closer and closer to the Iascati. And I mean, you mentioned this. Terrorblade is like the king of the late game here, right? Like it is not something TA can deal with.
I feel that they do have ways of dealing with him all together, right? Like he obviously is the ultimate core one-on-one, but you do have Tidehunter with an Aghanims already.
Yeah.
You have Ember with the Maelstrom. TA will help out a little bit, but I feel like Ember, Tide, and Hoodwink. These three heroes are supposed to deal with the TB, while TA is perhaps dealing with the supports of PSG LGD. And again, we'll see how it goes. As PSG LGD, they have some saves in their court as well. You have Interwyvern with not only the Curse, but Cold Embrace, so...
And he's already got that Aether Lens on his way to the Blink Dagger. I mean, BCop talked about this, right? He plays pretty greedy on his Winter Wyvern. So, smoke up again. VG Gaming. Who are they going to find, though, is the question. Ooh. Gush does come out. Doesn't connect on anything, so swing and a miss here from VG Gaming.
Yep. And another one. Hitbian might jump in here, but TB is far away, and...
Ooh, they smoke.
Irving
you don't want to initiate on the Tide, right? You don't have any way to hold him in place. I mean, maybe with the Cold Embrace you can. Or I'm sorry, the Phantom's Embrace, but you're going to be able to stun him up for the moment. And there it is, Phantom Embrace. He can't actually crack a shot, so he's got to break it himself. And the Chain Stun's holding him there. Gets the Ravage off last second, but the backside of the fight, Bane tries to walk in. Gonna regret that one. It just dies to the illusions there from the Terrorblade. And now they're looking to go for more. TA silenced up, held down. Erica gets the meld off. They've got to have some sort of detection coming soon. He's down to 20 HP, and it's going to be a fireball that finishes him off.
Yeah, that was just one of those fights that looks kind of bad for PSG LGD, but they make it work. Like they commit 3 heroes on the Tidehunter, who manages to get out his Ravage. But for some reason, the rest of his team was focusing other targets, and it wasn't really helping the Tide. And that reason is probably, you kind of have to deal with the Winter Wyvern. We talked about it before. If you don't, he's going to break off your fight and probably, you know, probably just Winter's Curse one of your heroes. You won't be able to do much.
Yeah, especially when you have something like a TA who's going to like jumping in as well. Like you have Cold Embrace to protect that target. So it just it's difficult, right? If you don't catch the Wyvern.
Which they did with Ember and Bane, but the other side of the fight didn't really go that well for them. TB connected with the Wyvern, killed off the Bane. Just really good map awareness from PSG LGD, and I feel like VG Gaming must be feeling really bad right now, as they had the Aghanims, they had the Ravage on Tide, but they didn't wait for the BKB on TA. That BKB on TA just changes the fight completely.
True. She's almost got it, though. Just about 100 gold away. Orchid comes out bottom lane. There it is. Exactly what we're talking about. The Hoodwink, just food for the Storm Spirit as this game goes on. And it's actually a pretty big payday. 416 gold. That is not bad.
It's a rich Hoodwink as well. Only, what, 3-4k behind the Tide? XM, actually.
I did not see that one. That is just a Blink Dragon Tail, I guess. And the Chain Stuns onto the Ember.
And
That
it
is
feels
pretty good.
Yeah, it feels pretty good to have this Dragonite plus Grimstroke combo. Like, there's just so much control from the two of them.
It's 3-second stun plus the Ink Swell, which is a 3-second activation time too, right? So as long as you throw it on just like the instant before he blinks, it's gonna chain stun perfectly every single time. It is just so sick.
And that's how you usually do it anyway, right? Like you
Yeah.
Ink Swell first, then you jump in, because if you jump in with Ink Swell, the enemy can't even blink out. There's just so many good things about it. By the way, if you click on Ember that just died, he has a BKB, and he queued up a Linken's afterwards.
Yeah.
That
That's what I'm
doesn't feel
saying. You
that
have to
great.
get a Linken's this game, right? Like, it feels so hard to play without it. Top lane. Bane's TPing out. They're smoked as 5 here in the triangle. But, like, the BKB is a little weird. I feel like first, like, just going a Linken's before the BKB might have just been a safer bet, because he still can't split push even with a BKB, right?
I guess it allows them to take this particular fight, this moment right here. Like, you can go with the BKB and contest it. They have a BKB on him, BKB on TA. But, you know, TB doesn't care. He's just gonna pop that meta and destroy you with his Kadi already, so...
Yeah, he has that completed on the way to his own BKB, so... Yeah, Terrorblade is getting a little scary for sure.
Why?
Yeah, gets the 2-hero soulbind, so that's gonna be a little bit of a waste, and Erica does have this haste rune.
They're so afraid. Like, they're afraid
They
to
are.
go on
It's
him.
just a Grimstroke, but they don't want to overcommit, and rightfully so. Jin Q is ready and waiting behind him. They are gonna be able to TP out on the Grimstroke, so he's gonna be safe.
And he TP'd on the tier 2, not
Yeah.
even to base, so he's able
coming
to
right back.
rejoin. Yeah.
Oh, gosh. All right, they have to know there's a ward there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Who do you think is going to take this rush? Like, who has better chances right now? I feel that both teams, on one side you have Gush and Desolator, right? If you leave it,
Radiant's bottom tower is
like, look at Storm, he's showing himself bottom.
Yeah,
But it's a
that's the
Storm
thing.
spirit.
That's why I don't understand. Okay, he's TPing out now. I was gonna say, I feel like if Storm's not here, VG Gaming can just take the Roche, but he just TP'd back as they go in, so...
I feel that...
They're gonna get the
They're
D-Ward,
going in.
Blink Dragon Tail onto the Ember. They get the chain silence there, and Terrorblade just absolutely destroying him. Faith Beyond with the BKB as well. Bane, no chance in hell he's surviving this one. So 2 heroes dead. He's gonna buy back. Nice bushwhack there to slow them down, but without an Ember?
It's going to be difficult. They have Ravage, no Blink, but he could run in.
Faith Beyond
Faith
just goes
Beyond.
in. He does
Doesn't
not
care.
care. He's gonna go ahead, get broken by the Hoodwink, but the beautiful save there from Jin Q, and the silences onto the Tidehunter. They've got a Winter's Curse, but he gets the Ravage off just in time, connects onto 3. Erica with BKB will finish off Jin Q, gets the blink out. Erica trying to survive, but Faith Beyond's gonna be able to chase them down, and TA in so much trouble as she falls as well. Does have buyback, but nothing left in the tank.
They're just taking some fights that perhaps they shouldn't, right? Like, if your Ember is dead... Well, Ember is actually coming back. He wants to continue contesting this. They're really low. Earring and Tide with this Aghanim's is just so annoying. Deals too much damage. By the way,
He's finding a DD.
like, I really feel... you're playing this Hoodwink, right? You're going for the Aghanim's Aether Lance. It's just so greedy. Imagine if the Bane had... Or if you had any utility item there, Ember doesn't die, right? Like, if you had Aether Lance on Bane, Ember doesn't die, because you can sleep him and he can continue fighting after.
Oh, Ember Spirit forced a BKB right there as he just walks up on Faith Beyond, tries to... Oh, he gets the last hit on Roche. That's kind of cool. Just snatch it on Nothing to Say, and as a result, it's going to go super aggressive. Knows there's no BKB there on the Ember, and gets himself a kill. Irving will TP home after throwing the Gush.
Is this one of those? I got Rush, you scrubs.
Yeah. Exactly. Like, yeah, I got Roche, right? Totally worth. It's starting to fall apart here for the side of VG Gaming, though. 10k gold lead. The kill score is really not that far off, but the net worth is becoming a serious issue, and we see it's not just the Terrorblade anymore, right?
The thing is, there's a huge difference in the way these two teams have itemized. On one side, you have a team that itemized for farming and kill potential, And on the other side, you have a team that's itemized for fighting and survivability, right? All these BKBs and whatnot on the side of Vici Gaming. And they didn't even manage to take these fights and win them with all the BKBs and team fighting items. Now it's, I would say, heavily, like the probability of PSG LGD winning is like way higher now than before.
According to Gaben, it says it's 94%, so that's pretty high. That's a pretty big number. But it only really gets worse for them in my eyes, right? Like Faith Beyond, he's queuing up his Aghanim Scepter, which obviously unlocks the Elder Form Black Dragon, which is just so strong. Combined with the Scotty Slow from the Terrorblade, like if you're playing TA this game, you actually just don't get to do anything if they get on top of you. Like even if you BKB, it doesn't matter. So that is going to be a huge issue.
All these pokes from Ember, yeah, I don't see them really doing a lot.
Finds nothing instead. You actually got to be a little careful here on the Terrorblade. He is starting to fall low. Cold Embrace will survive for the moment, but Winter's Curse. He's got to sunder something, but BKB's protecting Erica for the moment, and there it is. That BKB ends, and so does her life. XM with the BKB trying to get aggressive here on the Ember Spirit, falling incredibly low as Faith Beyond just jumps forward, and so does nothing to say. They grab the kill there onto the Ember. The buyback coming out from both cores now. Storm Spirit's still protected by the Aegis, so he will end up falling his first life, but second one coming soon. Can they actually chain stun him down? Bushwhack is there. The damage is not enough, but he goes right into a Ravage, and nothing to say goes down. Xin Q stuck inside the base, trying to get to the low ground, but Erica in pursuit finishes him off. So a little bit too deep here on LGD.
I'd say it's okay. Like you did dive a little bit, but you forced the buyback on the Ember and on the TA. Plus you took the side. Plus your TB is alive, and the Dragonite managed to get out. So overall, I think PSG LGD, they knew what they were doing. They got what they went for, and
they still got out on, like, you know, mostly important heroes.
Still in very comfortable lead, really.
They still have a tier 1 tower, and it's 30 minutes into the game.
Yeah, about that. That's usually a good sign that you outplayed the enemy team really hard when it comes to strategic movements across the map early on.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, they finally get the mid one. Faith Beyond is just farming like a madman with this fireball. This thing is super good. I'm so glad it finally got a buff. This thing was pretty bad for the longest time, and they finally made it actually do a decent amount of damage. And honestly, combined with this Cloak of Flames, dude does a lot of magic damage AoE.
Yeah, and it's something that you don't really, you still haven't been accustomed to in this patch, right?
Yeah.
So it can catch you off guard a little bit, and it's really good versus TA for obvious reasons as well.
Yeah,
Smoke
TA
up.
is really sad, and you know they ban out the Darkseer, and then now there's just a Dragonite with Fireball and Cloak of Flames. So that feels bad. A lot of instances of damage there are going to burn right through those refractions. Mid tier 2 tower. The next target in sight here for LGD.
PB running straight in.
He just walks onto the high ground. There's no cares in the world, and it's going to be Storm just covering the whole backside with a Shiva's Guard as he finds Bane. Nothing to say with a very Chad play there. Why? Falling low, but still surviving for the moment, and it's just going to be Terrorblade who pops the ultimate. They know Hoodwink's sitting there at Invis, and they drop the Fireball on top of her. Ame ends up finishing her off on the Terrorblade. So tier 2 tower falls, no fortification to protect the high ground. The question is, do they want to commit for it? And it looks like they will, as Faith Beyond just goes right on in. Black Dragon form, very strong.
That's a full completed Daedalus as well in TB.
Yeah.
When he, I really like the fact that Hoodwink tried to get a pick off there, but it was a little bit courageous from the Skrill, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, if you get Y, it's actually not that bad, because the Inkswell is pretty big, but...
Yep.
Yeah, they're just, it seems a little bit too far behind at this point, as the Terrorblade seemingly unstoppable and Faith Beyond ready to go on an any, moment's notice. But they get the tier 4, they get the entire mid lane of barracks, and they just back out once meta falls.
Meta obviously is coming off, so because of that they have to go back, and as well the tier 2 on the top lane is still standing. That's something that they have to deal with. So top lane is pushing in, you just run back together, push in the top tier 2 tower once you get that meta, which should be there on time, and then you can close out the game very easily.
And Roche isn't that far away too, so like by the time they like get this wave pushed all the way in and maybe take control of the triangle, it could just be them waiting for second Roche to like really put the nail in the coffin, but it's hard to say if they really need it.
Yeah. Like yesterday we were casting YBB versus Phoenix, and those guys were waiting for way too many Aegises. I think the 4th or 5th Roche fell or something. It was ridiculous.
Oh my god. That was like a 63-minute game, right?
Yeah, it was very long. You can be careful here for PSG LGD, and you can go for Roshan, and they might do that, but I think they are aware that it's not really necessary.
They are death ball mode now.
Yep.
Right, onto the tier 2, Faith Beyond. Happens to walk into Erica. Right. BKB comes out, and Squirrel sniped by the Storm Spirit, and that is just the nature of his existence this game. It is not much you can do at this point, and he had a regen rune bottled, so nothing to say. He's going to go right back up to full mana, play with this Shiva's Guard, and try and hunt Bane next, right? Like, he's just doing the same thing over and over.
Pretty much. Unnecessary to go back. He goes in.
Oh, they get the stun onto the Tidehunter. They need to get the silence out from Grimstroke, but there it is. He managed to find the Bane in here. Nothing to say. Can he finish him off in time? He can. And Terrorblade just destroying Irving. They're going to go ahead and buy back on the Tidehunter on the front side of the fight. XM catches the Winter Curse. Not going to last. Oh, it does. The creeps are there for the full duration into the Dragon Tail. 105 seconds. That's your dieback. I don't know. It seems nearly impossible at this point. 4 heroes on buyback cooldown. Irving goes in, gets the Blink Ravage. Can they get the Sunder? He doesn't. Terrorblade is dead. All right, a little bit of an instant curse there. Erica now getting aggressive on Nothing to Say. Nothing to Say, he's got no mana left. He's got to be careful. Cold Embrace trying to keep him alive, but Faith Beyond is here. He's just going to burn down the TA. Oh my goodness, the DK, the real carry now. BKB to dodge out the Sharpshooter. He has no TP though, so he is stuck here on the DK.
They have 2 buybacks on both the TV and the Storm Spirit, and they know. There you go, Storm
there it is.
buybacks.
And that's bots into this mid lane. Gonna be able to just go right on top of the Hoodwink. Great call.
GG.
And there, GG, they know.
These buybacks, they know for 100% that Ember and TA do not have ones, right? So if you buy back, you can just close the game, and that's exactly what they do. What Storm does, at least. At this game, man, it was a little bit of this Vici gaming story in which they're perhaps not one-dimensional when it comes to the heroes that they play, but with the play style they are. Like, you always have to give Erica enough time to get his farm, and once he gets the BKB, the Blink, and the Dezo, then you're ready to fight. But what happens if PSG LGD says no? We're gonna itemize all into offensive, we're gonna get a Blink on DK very early on, Orchid on Storm, and just crush you and take fights 24/7. I feel that their strategic approach to the game was really good, but also one-on-one hero matchups were also slightly better for them. Hoodwink, you have this position for Hoodwink that just dies in the first seconds of team fights.
Yeah, it's pretty much just the nature of the game here, right? I think you're entirely correct. Like, you called it from the draft. You're like, as soon as the Storm Spirit has anything to work with, the supports just kind of became food, and the Shivas was like the best possible scouting tool he could have had. He just pops that, just runs all the way through the enemy team, and is like, all right, there you are. Now we can take the fight, right? Like, you just get right on top of the Bane, and then the rest of the team follows after that. So,
yep,
super well played. That was a sick performance from LGD. Pretty much as expected. Hello, B-Cop. How you doing, buddy?
Doing good. I'm just agreeing with you guys. I like sitting here. I like that you guys are just having this conversation. I was gonna let you guys talk, and
we need you now.
No, yeah. I heard what you guys said at the beginning of the game, so I just was gonna let you just continue talking. I was gonna keep my XK analysis to myself. X, you can fill in the number with whatever number you want. It's
I
okay.
believe the Roman numeral is 10 for X, so...
10,000 MMR. Hey, look, I'm the same MMR as Pick on Aster, #1 in China. So, I mean, we just figured out the whole thing. Blue's Clues just got figured out, and you know, it's all because we're really smart. Yeah, LGD. Were we really shocked with how this game went? It felt like, again, Vici just falling back to old struggles, and LGD continuing to just be the team that we thought they were. It wasn't really... What was the toughest challenge that LGD really had to face?
They didn't really have one, did they? That's
everything went according to plan.
Yeah.
TB got his farm. They took down the tier 1 tower on the bottom lane early enough. They took down the tier 1 on the mid lane early enough after. Just the challenge for Vici Gaming was to start fighting on time, start taking some objectives on time. And they did it. I feel like they did it even a little bit too soon in the end. If you're not gonna take all these little skirmishes early on, then don't take the fight 200 gold away from a BKB on TA, right?
Yeah.
Messed you up a bit.
Like, the TA is like the only... I feel like this is Vici Gaming, like, once again, like, kind of putting all their eggs in the Erica basket. Like, we've seen that kind of from them before, where they just put Erica on, you know, presumably one of the best heroes, and hope that he gets them through, like, this mid-game. But, I mean, you're going up against a Terrorblade who had arguably the best possible start you could have as a Terrorblade. And you had like 5,700 net worth at 10 minutes. Like, you're not going to compete with that at all. Like, that is just not happening.
Yeah, you can already see how far ahead he is in the replay we're seeing right now. And as you can see, it just gets so out of control for them. I think one of the things that I would like to see maybe Vici do is take the RNG route. Don't put that pressure on Erica to have to be perfect every single game. And maybe focus your drafts more around enabling XM and allowing him to be the leader of this team, because I think it works for RNG, and I think XM's a good enough player to kind of pull that off. He has had times in the past where he's shown to be a very strong player, and I think taking the pressure off of Erica might even help him be you know, a better player overall and perform better as, you know, maybe we see time go by and he has himself that spot in the lineup as being maybe the #2 and not the #1.
I feel like one thing that could enable that on the side of Vici Gaming is actually picking heroes on position 4 and 5 that can help out the Ember Spirit a bit more, or any sort of a spirit heroes that are building utility or have built-in utility spells, some saves or anything like that, because December had a good time. Like, his laning stage was good. He got a ton of kills. It wasn't bad for him. The problem is he's going Maelstrom into BKB into Lincoln. I think that's an issue. Like, he understands that there is no help, so he's just going all in to these items that will prevent him from dying early on in fights, when in fact you need him to dish out that extra amount of damage to kill off the TB, right? It's not only going to be Hoodwink, TA isn't going to even be near him, so you need him to be doing that.
Yeah, it felt like LGD had all the answers. Vici still struggle. Maybe they're going to change something up. It's hard to know, but we'll find out as we get to game #2. We're going to take a quick break before we do get to that game #2, so stay tuned. We'll be back in just a moment.
还剩10秒，还剩5秒。请 V7 请 P 打傻四方。
Welcome back, folks, to some Division 1 China. We've got LGD up against Vici. I hope you guys have grabbed your snacky snacks and your drinks of choice as we're
drinky drinks.
Your drinky drinks. I should have. Damn, I had such an opportunity. Snacky snacks, drinky drinks, all your foodie foods that you can have here, ready to go and watch some great Dota, because we've got some great Dota on the line, on the hook. Coming up for you, as LGD is going to take on Vici for game number 2. LGD, dominant fashion, game number 1. No surprises coming out from LGD's gameplay. Maybe just more of the same. I think we've all just been expecting great things from them, and it's only a surprise when they perform like utter garbage, which we rarely see.
Did that happen during your casts of OGA tournament?
I wouldn't say utter garbage. That would be a little bit too harsh. They played Magma. They got 2-0'd by Magma. That's why the faith is there in Magma when we finally see them come and make their debut in Division 1 once again. But we get ourselves into this draft. Broomstroke TA for LGD, another first phase TA, and another Hoodwink. Now, this time paired with Tiny. I know, Ricky, you have a lot of thoughts on this Tiny, especially in the hands of a team like Vici. I think our conversation kind of led to there are players that I think can handle Tiny in all situations. I'm not sure that Vici's really this team, but what are your thoughts on this Tiny pick for Vici?
I mean, I think first phase Tiny is just a massive grief. Like, I think it's so rough. Like, this hero is definitely broken. Like, this hero is way too strong. That is a fact. Like, we know the numbers are there. This hero is way too strong. But in competitive, first phasing a Tiny, I feel like is a grief. And they get TA as a response. I think she's easily one of the best heroes at doing this, because she just plays so dang fast. And then now you can just pick an offlane hero that just shuts down the Tiny. And if they let it through, in my opinion, I think it's Mars. I think this hero is way too strong, but they're actually just focusing on doing a little bit of Faith Beyond banning here as they get rid of Phoenix, get rid of the Beastmaster. We'll probably see the Lycan potentially, but man, I would just love to see a Mars here. It just shuts down the Tiny lane so hard.
I think you have a really good point about Mars. I think it would be a better ban than the Lycan, especially as you're playing versus a Tiny, right?
Yeah.
And also the arena cuts down all the trees, so Hoodwink wouldn't feel that great as well. But overall, when it comes to Vici Gaming's opening, I like it more than the one in the last game. I like Hoodwink Tiny more than I liked Hoodwink plus TA. So, you know, they get a lot of kill potential from these two. It's easier to play the map. You have this 1-2 combo, Hoodwink hiding in the trees, catching someone with pushback. Suddenly Tiny is there with a blink or a shadow blade, blowing you up. It's decent, I would say. Later on, the Avalanche talent versus TA could prove to be of significant importance if we do get that far, but...
Yeah. How do you feel about the Omni Knight? We've been seeing it here and there, but I've seen 5-position Omni Knight with a Tiny, and boy, let me tell you, that is whack. That shouldn't be allowed in the game. That hero at like level 20 has like 6,000 health and 600 damage.
Yeah, I actually didn't experiment a lot with it. I played versus a couple of Omni Knights and I picked it a couple of times, but you know, just I was in more of a brain off and just play the game kind of a mood. I wasn't into, you know, experimenting with everything. I like the fact that now he has an active in the lane that helps with slowing down heroes. Also, Black yesterday said that Orb of Venom is actually applied to the hammer, right? If you do have an Orb of Venom, when you throw it,
it applies on hit effects?
Yeah, it applies effects, so that's pretty nice.
The look of shock on Ricky's face was priceless.
How? That's hilarious, but...
But you're throwing your hammer, right?
I guess,
so
yeah.
It's like a tour. You throw it, it comes back to you. It makes sense.
Okay. I'll let it slide this time.
Yeah. Pretty decent Viper pick, by the way, versus TA. I wonder if PSG LGD will pick something like maybe a Rubik, go all crazy. Nah, they just go with the Bane. Yeah, the easier one.
And a Brew. Seen a lot of Brew. It used to be Red Panda on the 5-position Brew that showed up all the time. But now this hero going back into the off-lane position, and we're seeing a lot of Ags into the Refresher. Going back to your Omni Knight point, Black is just every game, he just wants Huskar Omni Knight. One day we'll get it for him, but I don't think this is going to be the game anymore. I'm always praying that one day it'll happen, because then he could stop asking for it and we could just base our information on that pick. He says it's going to be meta changing.
Yeah, I think it's very strong. I feel that Huskar overall is on the better side of the patches.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think Huskar Omni Knight, Tiny Omni Knight, those two combos I think are some of the strongest in the game, without a doubt. Like they're just so difficult to deal with. If you don't have any way of bursting down like Omni Knight at the start of the fight, like you're just going to be in a lot of trouble. But they have Brewmaster, which is a decent answer for the Tiny in terms of like being able to just cyclone him out for a lot of the fights and just letting the TA get to work on the other heroes. But as of right now, Vici's got to round this out with something to fight with, right? Because they just have like a Viper to just kind of like dump out some AoE damage, but they don't really have any AoE control here.
Yeah. I guess you have the hookshot, right? And some cogs coming in. It's a good clock game. Like, I love it. You're playing into a Grim, into a Bane, into a Brew, into a TA, into all 4 of these heroes you just like playing against. And more importantly, I feel that you picked Viper, but it still should be on the off lane, right?
Yeah.
And then you have the Clockwork to kind of protect you and to make sure that you have a decent lane.
I agree. I liked the idea of this being a 3-position Viper, especially since it's probably Ame on TA. So
well, that was definitely my next question is, do you think TA is going to be played by Ame, or is it going to be on Nothing to Say? And Vici actually have the last pick, so they can react to whatever LGD do here if they do show that maybe TA is going to be safe or in that mid lane, which at least right now they're still banning Morphling, so potentially thinking that TA is going to be mid.
Yeah, I mean that's the nice thing about the hero, right? It's flexible, and right now there's no matter what lane it's going to, the Viper's going to it, right? Like that's just what's gonna happen. Like Viper is just gonna follow to the TA lane, I think.
Probably should be the case, unless PSG LGD go for some like super flexible last pick core, and then you switch up TA and that core no matter what. But but like you said, Viper should be the one following TA.
Yeah. Viper, we saw one game, I want to say during OGA, where TA was just countered by like Bat Rider and Viper and a couple other things and still won. And now you get that Kunkka, which again is a hero that's not going to give Vici all the information either, because Ame plays Kunkka, he plays the TA. It leaves it open to now really LGD wanting what's going to feel comfortable once they see this last pick.
That's exactly what Lizard just said. He's like, they'll just pick another flexible carry, right? That can do either.
Yeah.
That was perfect.
I'd still, I don't know. I'd feel that, yeah, they can put Kunkka on the safe lane. You're right. They can put him on mid too.
They could put him off lane if they really wanted to, but they already have
they can do whatever the hell. But their draft now is more on the aggressive side, right? In that first game, they had the ultimate win condition. In that position 1, they could just hands off the keyboard, let Ame carry us eventually, right? We don't have to do a lot. This game, I feel that they might have to play around the map a little bit more aggressively and secure every single rush and make more plays. Let's put it that way. Especially if Witchy Gaming picks another well-scaling core as their last pick.
From the mid lane, you could always just go for the Queen of Pain, honestly. Like, it is pretty frustrating to deal with.
I thought this was...
that's a much better pick. I don't know why I didn't go for this one.
Yeah, I was. Yeah. I'm not gonna say I was thinking about everyone is good in hindsight, but you have Kunkka, you have TA, and the Brewmaster. Razor is just like, yeah, it's an obvious one.
I will say the Razors we've been seeing recently have just not done well at all. They seem to lose their lane. They don't get into the BKB quick enough. And then from there, they just don't play from behind well at all. And they fall apart. But it's a hero that I think XM can really, if he does have a good lane, make space and enable Erica. Kind of what we were alluding to after the first game. But he's going to be up against the Kunkka. It'll be an interesting matchup, as that was the matchup I believe we even ended up seeing earlier today for the LBZS matchup that they had, and the Kunkka ended up destroying the lane and pushing Razor out. So I'm now a little bit worried if the Razor doesn't get off to the right start. We've seen Erica struggle, and this could be a problem for Vici. So before we get into the game, predictions off the information we've got so far. I'll start with Lizard. You can go first. I saw you wanted to speak.
I really didn't, because after the first game, I feel that PSG LGD, they are just way stronger and they'll find a way to win this game. But if I ever saw a series that's supposed to go 3 games only according to drafts, I think it would be this one. I think Vici Gaming have got what it takes, like the Viper, the Razor, and the Tiny. I really like the cores that they've got. Like the perhaps one ace in the sleeve, right, for PSG LGD are these 2 supports and how much they can do, Bane and the Grim.
Ricky, last thoughts before we get into the game?
I mean, I kind of agree. I think like the core matchups they have are just really, really, really good on Vici Gaming. Like the last big Razor is like a dream Razor game. Like this game should be so easy for him to play, but dude, I don't know. Last game looked just so clean from LGD, and Vici Gaming just struggled a lot. So I'm gonna go LGD again, and I think it's gonna be a 2-0.
Yeah, so 2 for LGD. I'll go LGD as well. It's the Dream Razor game, but the question really is, do dreams become a reality here for Vici, or will LGD stomp their dreams into the ground, just like my parents? Take it away, guys, for game number 2.
Ricky, do you have any unfulfilled dreams? What's your biggest dream that you never accomplished?
Oof, man, there's just so many. Honestly, like it's a very long list.
Yeah, because you're American, right? Like you guys get all these participation rewards and stuff. Like you think you can do everything. Meanwhile, Slavs are like, son, you're not good for this. Then that's it.
See, one thing I have learned in life is if you just don't set goals, you're never going to be disappointed when you don't achieve them. So, you know, I'm typically not. I'm very, very often not disappointed. It's a good feeling.
Do you have some Slavic heritage? That's the bleak outlook on the world that we usually have. But yeah, sure.
You know, I might. It's somewhere in there probably.
Yeah. One thing that's kind of bleak. Let's transition into this mid lane. On the Razor is that he cannot link twice any longer. That's something we learned yesterday. So that's a pretty big change for the refresher build.
Yeah, the way it works is you can't double link the same target, but you can still double link 2 targets,
top lane,
right?
man. Top lane, it's already a bloodbath.
Yeah, he's dead. It's just 5 stacks of poison attack. And he went meld first to try and like surprise him in the lane, and surprise back the other way, I suppose.
It's rough. You're playing versus Clock and Viper as TA Bane. Like this lane, I don't think it ever gets easier.
No.
It's going to be difficult for them.
And Viper is just going to ferry that Urn out like as soon as possible, because they know that they're going to be able to grab themselves kills in this lane, right? And Urn is one of those items that in the hands of the right heroes, in this case, the Viper, it is devastating.
Yeah, it's a very optimistic build, I would say. Getting it so early on. But still, the build-up is nice. So,
yeah.
You get some mana, you get some armor, some stats. It's solid. It's all right.
Oh, that is a little bit of a surprising death, actually. Brewmaster falling bottom here. They just used
really.
the level 2 power spike, it seems.
I feel that 3 out of 3 lanes should go really well for Vici Gaming here. That's why we all said that their draft is looking really solid. And later on, they should have a good winning chances when it comes to ultimate winning conditions top lane. Yep.
Yeah. More of the same here, and Irving grabbing himself his second kill here of the game, just continuing to CS for free as well. I mean, this TA is 6-2. She just has to meld underneath the tower in fear of dying. 2 points in the poison attack is just so frustrating to deal with.
They even had the sentry. I was thinking if he just pops the sentry there and he cogs her in, the battery assault was on cooldown a bit, so maybe that's why they didn't go for it.
And they've got Urn coming out right now as well, so they might just be waiting for the Urn.
Yeah, don't kill them before we have the Urn. We need the charges.
We need
sense,
the 2 charges, you know, to kill them faster now that we have an Urn, right?
Yeah, that's usually how I think of my games too. I don't make any kills until I have the Urn, right? That's my excuse.
Mid lane, we haven't really touched on this too much, but it is just Razor and Akunka. It's relatively uneventful lane. XM will just be like static linking and denying and CSing, right? Like there's not much you can do about this as Akunka. It's just the nature of the matchup.
The nature of the beast, indeed, yeah. Like, you just can stack the small camp as a Kunkka and perhaps try to last it once you have the Tidebringer, which is what he's doing really well so far. He's 7 CS behind, 30% more or less, but it's you know, it could be worse.
Another dive top lane. This one, Bane, gonna fall, gets that Urn charge, and honestly, they might turn around onto the TA. He pops that Mango. Meld will dodge one of the auto attacks, and Irving body blocked by the creeps. The only saving grace there for Ame.
It's just so difficult to play this lane. Like, especially now that you've fed a couple of times.
Sin Q goes down.
And Fabian apparently
crushing the lanes.
Yeah. This is something that we really saw happening during the draft, and it's unsurprising, really. You're thinking of PSG LGD as this god team that's going to make, you know, things work no matter what. But even they can bleed if you get the best possible responses to the laning heroes.
Yeah, and lanes are super important right now. Like that's the other thing. You can't really afford to just lose 3 lanes in the current meta. Like there's just so much time spent in lanes now, and a lot of that.
They're trying to go for him, but this isn't a kill as well. I think it isn't. There's a brain sap, but
level 2 brain sap. He actually might get this kill.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to get it. Nicely done by Y here.
Yeah, why didn't he run?
Bane's pretty fast. He's got boots.
Yeah, but there's a Viper next to you. Like,
oh yeah, true.
If you joke into the trees, there's no way Viper gets that kill, and you maybe even counter kill him. But okay. Irving was like, bro, I'm farming my creeps. I ain't got time for this.
Oh my god. That is spooky. This is the life of the new jungle. Your core is having to go walk back to base. Lane. Into the boat, but Razor, he's stolen a lot of damage already, so nothing to say, has to back off. Meanwhile, Clockwork able to get on top of ZenQ and find that kill, and thanks to this rotation, it leaves this Brewmaster vulnerable in the bottom lane as they get a second kill here onto this hero.
Yeah, we have a Brazil happening.
I like it. I see what you did there.
I'm not opposed to taking.
Took me a moment. I was like, a what? And then I was like, oh yes, of course. The classic.
Times were simpler back then.
Times were indeed simpler. Nothing to say. Dove behind his tower as Faith Beyond unable to make it in time. Y rotating as well. I mean, these are just 2 level 4 heroes. XM, he might just try and turn. Oh, okay, he's fallen. He's dead here. Y is gonna pick it up.
Yeah, you know, there's this quote. I don't know if it was Notil on Envy or someone. When you're losing the game this hard, just make chaos happen, right? Like, just rotate all the heroes across the map, do whatever is possible to recover and put your enemies out of their comfort zone, really.
That definitely sounds like a no-tail quote.
Yeah.
Nice invis rune. Gonna find the Bane here as a bushwhack to just secure the kill. So Clockwork, like you said, a real fun Clockwork game.
Yeah, and that was all the time without even boots being on him. Like, he's level 5, minute 7. These two supports are loving life on the side of iG Gaming.
And bottom lane, Kunkka. Needs to be a little bit careful. He is going to get the X boat onto Xiaoma, but he doesn't have the damage to finish off the kill, so we'll have to back off.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Clockwork just messing with the TA in the jungle, not letting her get the solo experience. That's delaying her farm overall. I think PSG LGD, at least they did stop the bleeding a little bit. Grimstroke is on the top lane, preventing the Viper from taking the tower, but yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, he's about to get dope. Viper Strike comes through. Jin Q, no way to TP out of this one. More charges for the Viper.
You can understand what he was doing there. He has to be. He has to be there. He has to be doing it.
Why? On the Bane? You gotta be careful here as well. He's gonna get the Nightmare off onto the Clockwork, but 5 poison attacks.
They're sweeping in.
The Urn. He just burns him down, gets the kill. Primal Sprint comes out from Faith Beyond. Does he have the damage to finish off the Viper? It's gonna be enough, I think. He's stuck here right next to the tower, and he gets the kill. So a pretty big gold bounty being split there.
Nothing to say.
In some trouble, XM gets the Eye of the Storm. What a bushwhack as well. A DD rune helps, you know. 12-3, man.
It's rough. It's really looking rough. iG Gaming this time around definitely showing up on the back of this awesome draft that they've made for themselves. One thing that
Erica too.
And now Bane again. They're just crushing them, really.
This is gonna start falling apart real fast too, because like they're not making space for the TA. Like her section of the map to farm is like almost non-existent at this point.
Wait, Ricky. I'm the one that's usually look at the other side, be positive, but it's going to start falling apart real soon.
That's what I'm saying. Like I don't like it hasn't even started yet, right? Like I feel like it's just gonna get worse here really fast.
Yeah, I can see that. I guess Fate Beyond. Trying to run away.
Plasma Field's got him.
Yeah.
He's doing his best here. The Wind Panda form, but it's not enough. Mid lane, nothing to say. Gets the X, the Torrent, the boat, everything onto that Hoodwink, but he's not finding the kill. Sharpshooter just going to be channeled out for the moment. Connects onto the Bane, but no follow-up.
Yeah, you need to get
seriously lacking damage.
You need to get your level 6s on the 2 supports on the side of PSG LGD. It's not like the worst timing for it even. They have experience. It's just that Clock and Hoodwink have more.
I'm actually pretty stoked on Erica's build here this game. Like a lot of times I'm seeing like just a Wraithband into like Echo Saber, but he's actually opting to just go this Mask of Madness straight into that Silver Edge.
Yeah, with the 2 bracers as well.
Yeah.
So he gets the attack speed from the Mask of Yeah, it's an interesting build. Haven't seen it in a while.
All right, rotation from XM to the top lane. Irving potentially baiting this one out. They're going to go for the Fiend's Grip onto the Viper as the Primal Split comes through, but a beautiful hook shot. Viper needs help and fast. He is going to be able to get the Viper Strike off as his dying breath, but does end up falling in the engine queue with that Soul Bind onto 2, but just the Faith Beyond Brew is not going to be enough to finish off these heroes as XM now on top of the Brewmaster as that Shapeshift ends, and Erica just trying to chase down the Grimstroke. It doesn't look like it's going to be enough. X into the boat. Can he finish off the Razor? He does. Beautiful kill there for nothing to say. Erica able to walk away underneath that tower. Clockwork not going to be lucky here as it ends up being a double kill for the Kunkka.
That's perfect, really.
That's pretty good, right?
If TA survived, it would have been even better. But they got all the killing sprees. They killed the Razor, the Viper, the Clockwork. Man, this is a comeback and a half. It's not great. You're not out of the woods by any stretch, but managing to even take a fight that way is next to miracle, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of gold that went the way of the Kunkka, and even Faith Beyond getting a decent amount for himself as well. So he's closing on a Spirit Vessel, which pretty solid item this game.
Yep, versus Tiny, it always is.
Yeah.
You just need the Vessel versus Tiny. You pop that on him, the bad boy loses like 30% of his HP. It's good. Plus he has a Mask of Madness, so you negate that as well. Just a solid pickup.
Gold is a great conductor.
Bottom lane, Y might be a bit dead.
Yeah,
just
he's
a little
super
bit.
dead.
Just a little bit.
Sometimes you see a little squirrel and then you got baited.
Yeah. But look at the difference between the squirrel in this game and the last one. I just love that Woodwink is going for impact. He's going for impact earlier.
So sick.
You know? Top lane, Panda.
Yeah, Faith Beyond. Did he just get soloed by Clockwork?
He was really low. He was on like 30% HP, then he got hooked and he just died.
Alright, that makes sense. I was gonna say, I feel like he should have no business dying solo to that guy, but yeah, if you're low, that makes sense. Did about 600 damage.
Do you like the drum boots, the tranquils plus drums? Like I see a lot of players buying tranquils and drums and then just opting not to go for the what are they even called? I need to check.
The boots of bearing, and the only reason I know that is because
Bearing.
Sunspan yells the item every single time he uses it, and I have also gotten in the habit, thanks to him, of just yelling boots of bearing every single time I activate it now.
The bearing, like, yeah, I can see why it could be fun to scream Clockwork, aiming at TA.
Ooh, he's got her. And there's some help in pursuit as Irving, plus a little bit of a sharpshooter action. Yeah, mid lane. They do manage to find the Razor, Fiend's Grip. So a trade. Honestly, not the worst trade, but VG Gaming getting TA is pretty big.
Any trade is good for them at this point. They have ulti on Panda.
The Primal Split off in time. Soulbind onto 2Y will take out, but Viper gonna fall here pretty soon after. They do manage to find Xingqiu on the backside of the fight, and it's gonna be nothing to say, trying to just disengage here on the Kunkka. He does have a DD rune, gonna go for a cleave play up onto the high ground potentially. It's a decent chunk of damage. X into the Torrent does manage to find two, but Y is here. The Clockwork ends up trapping them in place. They're still under cover of this sentry, and Erica will be able to get away with just a sliver of HP, but the Clockwork
Razor is
not
back.
as lucky here. Pulled back Torrent plus the Thunderclap. They will find a Bane now. Just gonna get ran down by XM. And that's a dieback. He just diebacked on the Bane. He came back for that one.
Yeah, it's bad for him, but overall, I feel like these skirmishes and clashes in which you're trading off heroes are good for PSG LGD. I mean, obviously they are. When you're far behind and you're trading kills, that's great for you. Because you're always going to get a little bit more out of everything, right?
Yeah.
They're making their presence on the map worth something at the moment, at least.
Yeah, I mean, we can see it just in the net worth change, right? Like the graph for a little while, it basically flatlined. Like there was a moment where like it was just constant increases here for VG Gaming, but they've really stemmed the bleeding on the side of PSG LGD. And TA, I mean, she's catching back up. She was 6th in net worth in terms of the cores coming out of the lane stage. Like she was bottom of the pack, but you know, almost neck and neck with a Razor now.
The Razor that he was on the receiving end. Every time they fought elsewhere, he would get caught. The only problem is, it always feels like this game baits you. You feel like you have everything that it takes for that comeback, and then this happens. Razor gets a BKB. How do you kill him now? Like that X marks the spot probably will not be enough any longer. You had the opportunity and you used it, but was it enough is the question, really.
Yeah, the TA really needs to pick up some like real damage items if she wants to be able to try and deal with him. And she also can't be the target of his static link, or else, you know, they can't fight on PSG LGD.
Maybe some grip onto the BKB Razor, and then you finish him off with the TA. It's possible.
It's just so difficult because you have this Clockwork who has just always been there looking for this grip, and Faith Beyond ready to defend this top tier 2. Flare doesn't actually scout him.
Is this rush? I feel like it should be, right? Yeah. Straight into the pit.
Looks like it.
Yeah, you can't even contest it.
He's got the shard, so tons of minus armor onto the Roshan because of that, plus the Solar Crest, super helpful.
Who takes it? Is it Erika?
Yeah, I imagine so. He's gonna be the one just hitting buildings here fairly soon. He's got the Aghanim Shard plus the Shadow Blade, so...
Yep, makes sense. It's actually very telling which one of the 3 cores takes the Aegis, means pretty much gives you an idea about what they want to be doing in the next couple of minutes. So, with the Tiny taking it, it's probably going for the remaining objectives, remaining towers.
But TA did get her Deso flown out, which is a pretty big damage spike for the hero. Nothing to say, managed to finish up his BKB, but yeah, this top lane tier 2 taking a beating here from the Tiny, so they're going to pop that fortification. No one coming to defend. It looks like they might just try and opt to push bottom lane slightly, but...
They're buying themselves some time at least to get the Ags on the Brewmaster, and I don't know if Vici Gaming feels comfortable to go high ground just yet. Probably not. They smoke up, yeah, they want to engage instead.
I mean, imagine finding TA, you know, right like before this blink comes out. Like, she still doesn't have the BKB.
Yep.
It's gonna be why putting himself in harm's way here.
He's in a good position. He knows. He knows. This is okay. Jin Q.
Yeah, Jin Q decides not to stick around for this one, so he just backs off. Erika though with a wraparound, and that is a dead Grimstroke.
Yeah, because he did stick around for way too long. That's why I was saying Jin Q, as usually if the Bane is caught there, you just run away instantly. You just turn around and start running. But I guess because he had the Force Staff, maybe he was thinking, okay, I can perhaps try and save you.
They found Irving. They go and commit the Primal Spirit as well. They get the kill. TA will just TP on home. So nice ward vision there that grabs that kill. That's a big one.
Pretty damn huge. You did use your ultimate on Brewmaster before you had that Aghanims. So
yeah, that is rough. He does have it completed now, so he will TP back to the base.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So I will refill one more charge.
Yeah, you get it. It's fine.
Smoke up from LGD. This is a good time to smoke, right? They don't know about this blink. Well, I guess they will see the blink now, but they don't know about the Aghanim Scepter on the Brewmaster. So the Primal Split being available after just using it could catch Vici Gaming off guard. That being said, they still have the Aegis on the Tiny.
Exactly. So as long as you manage to maybe... if they manage to grip this Razor and kill him off before... yeah, Tiny's coming in. They know everything.
They saw them place the ward on the high ground, so they're going to go right on in. Soulbind catches the Clockwork, but they get this Bushwhack onto the Kunkka. They will just take down the clock to open the fight. The gem goes on the ground. Erika ends up picking it up, trying to just cleave down these Brewmaster Pandas. But they will survive for the moment. Faith Beyond able to get away. Still, obviously, can cancel that Primal Split at any moment. We'll just throw Tiny into the air, try and stall this one out a little bit.
Top tower is under attack.
Pretty solid engagement and disengagement from PSG LGD once again. Like, you get a nice little kill and you get the hell out instantly after your Panda almost dies. So, nicely played by them.
You managed to save the gem, though, which was pretty nicely done there by Vici Gaming. So, XM holding that one now on the Razor.
Yeah. I feel like in a game such as this one, I'm not necessarily biased towards PSG LGD, but I'm biased to seeing if they can get out of the hole that was dug during the laning stage. It's just interesting, right? Because we've seen so many times teams get crushed on 3 lanes and then just lose straight after. You don't really see a team make a successful comeback after that.
Yeah, this patch specifically too, right? Like it is rough to come back in this current meta. Top lane gank not going to connect there. They also try to make a gank bottom onto the Kunkka. So both teams trying to find some pickoffs here and there, but players being smart.
Yeah. And it truly feels like the stomping time has been finished by Witchy Gaming. Like you can't really stomp them that easily any longer. And as long as PSG LGD is moving around S5, they should be able to take a decent fight for them at least.
DD bottled up here on the Razor. They're gonna go ahead and smoke up on PSG LGD, obviously with the Aegis timing there. So they do know that this is happening. Heading to the other side of the river. You know, just let tier 2 down. Like that's the last one, so that means all 3 lanes are now exposed, and against a Tiny that is very scary.
Yep, it is. Then again, that tier 2 is extremely difficult to defend when you're behind and you don't have the triangle control. The triangle has been warded up, you're playing into a Viper Razor. Like moving uphill right there is game losing, so not defending it is, yeah, probably the sensible option. Zinq!
Oh, he is in so much trouble. Erica's gonna find him there. Yep. Shadow Blade, plus a couple love taps from the big tree. And why? Also gonna get found here on the other side of the map as Clockwork was still nearby, so they end up losing both supports pretty much simultaneously.
Yeah, it comes down to the fact that they smoked up twice in a row and they didn't manage to take any map control off of that. Like, you smoked up and you kill Clockwork and the next smoke really accomplished nothing. So the map is extremely dark for you, and usually when the map is dark, supports are the ones that get picked off. Like, you have to sacrifice yourself, right? Like, you have to run uphill to try and deward under the enemy vision. You're playing into a Clockwork, it's just difficult.
I'm just trying to look at items here and like see if there's anything like really big coming out for either of these teams. It looks like Tiny's got an AC queued up. Kunkka the same. Did manage to finish his Silver Edge though. Let's do a decent chunk of damage here to the Viper, the X, the Torrent, the boat to follow. Can he finish him off in time? Just one more auto attack. Maybe he's going to pop the BKB and nothing to say. Takes down Irving for a lot of gold, nearly 700.
Yeah, like the Viper actually does not feel like he's having way too much of an impact at this point. Perhaps an earlier BKB or something defensive would have been better versus a Kunkka. But like this Fate Beyond Panda that had the roughest time in the lane feels way more impactful at the moment.
He's got 1,000 less gold too, right? Like that's huge. He's on his way to a shard. He's just about 30 gold away, so he'll now have the 4th Panda during the split, which is always super useful.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Lane XM with a bottled Arcane Rune on the way to the SNY. Erica, Invis running into the triangle, seeing if they can find something here. They did have a ward that scouted this.
Nice little fallback by PSG LGD. Meanwhile, it's also good for Witchy Gaming as they're securing the area for the next rush, which will respawn in 2 minutes. So not the earliest respawn timer for them.
So what is what's the game plan here for PSG? Do you kind of just continue at this pace, or do they have to do something soon? Because the game is kind of just still slowly going in favor of Vici Gaming, but
slowly but not heavily.
Yeah.
At this point, I would say that it comes down to teamfight execution. They caught Razor and they force a BKB. Probably not.
And nice patience from XM there.
Yeah. You'd rather fight earlier, right? As you know that there's a full map being farmed up by the Tiny. So you'd rather make a move earlier. We've talked about the fact that their draft is oriented towards early aggression, and their lanes failed, so it's hard to come back into it, but they do have what it takes.
This gem's causing such a nightmare scenario here for PSG LGD. Is like every time they get vision out, it just ends up being dewarded by this gem.
And it's also bot versus the TA, right? Like,
yeah.
You get rid of all the traps.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
This is a huge tower mid lane. Like, if you don't kill it, it's so hard to defend Rosh.
Oh, hook shot, he gets two! XM comes in as well as a Tiny. He's able to get out for the moment on the Grimstroke, but nothing to say. Trying to tank this one up. It's not going to be enough. The TA doing what damage that she can, but Faith Beyond forced to run here on these Pandas. And Split 1 going to come to a conclusion. Still has the second one in the bag as they continue the chase here. Clockwork did buy back for this.
And in 20 seconds, Rosh will respawn. So perfect timing for them to go back into the pit. And it all comes down to the tier 1. It's so weird. Like, you try to force this tier 1 tower so that you can smoke and perhaps contest Roshan from a different angle, right? Because if you only have one approach, they will break the smoke and you won't be able to do it. But because of that attempt, you give away your position and the Clockwork's hook becomes way easier to set up a fight with.
And as is customary, a DD rune spawns, or as Roche does, so XM gonna bottle that one up.
Yeah.
I'll probably just save it for the next fight, honestly, as Tiny will make quick work of the Roshan here.
Yeah, Kunkka is dead for an extra 15 seconds, so no need to use that DD.
I'm assuming they'll probably just give the shard to the Clockwork. You could go for the decoy, but the shard on Clockwork, having that jetpack, dude, this ability is so fun. I think go for decoy.
When the shards got added, I looked at the Clockwork's shard and I thought it's utter garbage. Like, it was a meme. It wasn't garbage. I felt it was a meme. But then, like, when you start picking it up a couple of times, you realize, man, this is actually ridiculously strong.
It's so fun. Yeah, it's so good. Like, flying movement speed with bonus flying, or with flying vision and 20% faster. The cooldown is super low too. I wish it told you the cooldown on it, but I want to say it's only like 15 to 20 seconds or something. It's really low.
Yeah, it did get nerfed after it got initially added. I believe it got nerfed a little bit when it comes to the turn rate or something like that. But
okay,
it's still like really damn good. Also activates your Clockwork in different ways. Like, once you get Aghanims and the shard, you can hook in, jetpack out after you place the cogs, then cog back in, then hook again. It's just,
it makes your playmaking potential so much different.
I just wonder, because they changed it a little bit, can you fly over Mars Arena still? Why?
I think you can, because his is like flying in the terms of like Night Stalker. Well, quick rotation bottom as they find a kill onto the Bane. Because it does lift you up off the Z-axis, and I think that was like one of the main distinguishing factors between the Mars Arena.
Yeah, before you could, for sure. So, oh no, Xinkyu, no.
He's gonna run for his life here as Erica is trying to chase him. Gets the dust. It looks like Tiny will not find himself a free kill there on the support. Instead, just gonna look for some tasty creeps.
Yeah, he's way too big. He has that Satanic now, AC. Yep, you asked if they had to do something. I believe that last fight was crucial. When Kunkka died, that is. Now it's just way harder.
Well, Erica gonna get to work here on the buildings, and they do have fortification still, so they will pop that. They need to clear up the catapult. But yeah, Solar Crest on top of the Tiny, just sitting on your high ground. It is not an easy defense here. Erica, still 2 minutes left on the Aegis of BKB, and plenty of health still to work with, and he's gonna get to tier 3.
Yep. He has that Satanic, he can just go hit a neutral camp once or twice, heal up to full, then go back in.
Yeah, PSGLG's got to do something here. They cannot keep bleeding like this, but
what do you do?
What can you do?
Yeah.
TA caught inside the Avalanche, still has that BKB. Erica actually taking a lot of damage there from a cleave, as now they're going to turn their attention over to the Vipers. He doesn't have a way out. Faith Beyond just gets destroyed.
Double grip though.
The double grip, yeah. Gets the 1 kill. Tiny going to be able to come back here with that reincarnation. Nothing to say, has to run here as his BKB has expired, but XM will chase him down here on the Razor. He gets himself a double kill. They're going to be able to throw the Tiny into the air, and XM, that BKB's expired. They still got plenty of time here on the Tiny, but a second Cyclone comes out, and Faith Beyond, he has to run. All Panda splits are done. Holding the TA in place, she's going to pop her BKB. Erica protected with a Lotus Orb, but Viper back into the fight here, able to get pushed away, holding Tiny in place. He's going to pop the BKB. They got to get away. He's still got that Satanic to work with as well. He gets that melee barracks. And we'll just disengage as there's not much left in the tank here for PSG LGD.
How bad was that? Like you lost a side, but you forced the buyback from the Viper. You didn't buy back on. Did anyone buy back on?
They bought back on Grimstroke.
Yeah, and that's I think your buyback is not as huge as the buyback of Viper. Maybe if you can pick off Irving, once Kunka is alive, you can take a decent fight afterwards. It's not great, like you still lost a side, don't get me wrong, but I feel that it could have been much worse.
Yeah, they still managed to keep, you know, the Templar Assassin alive, and Faith Beyond almost to his refresher, which is a pretty big power spike for the Brewmaster as well. XM on the Razor is becoming a huge issue, though. Like we saw in this last fight, like he just static links these heroes and just runs them down here. Has the Shiva's Guard on his way to his refresher as well, so becomes pretty difficult. Oh, I'm surprised. He went the 21% Storm Surge move speed talent.
Hmm.
He is super fast, I'll give him that, but that is not a talent I see all that often.
Well, they're chasing them all the time, right? So.
Yeah, I guess. That's a good point. He just wants to be anywhere on the map.
Pop that ulti and Storm Surge around. Conca, it's fine. What's the movement speed on? 458. That's some. I don't know.
You just got an Elven Tunic to boot.
He needs some drums popped by the Clockwork. We need some 505. Okay, that's much better with the smoke.
Yeah. They're heading to the top lane, seeing if they could maybe catch Faith Beyond, but he is already TPing out, and they will not be able to connect with the hook shot. The creeps there blocking that one.
Yeah, it was a nice idea from the Clockwork. Sadly, it didn't work out. Yeah, nothing to say has been the one that they caught out the most in the last couple of fights. And it's understandable, right? Someone has to be up front.
EA's got to be careful as well.
She knows.
Gets the blink. Hookshot comes through, gets on top of the Brewmaster, and he needs help and fast. He needs to be able to get this Primal Split off. Clockwork nearly instantly dying there to the Templar Assassin.
Yeah, the Halberd helping out a little bit there with the missed chances, but look at this. They smoke up instantly. Oh, the Viper. He has no BKB, remember.
He just bought back, too. This is a huge kill if they get Irving. There's going to be the X, the burst damage coming in from the TA. That's 90 seconds without the Viper. This is exactly what we're talking about. If they get this kill, maybe it gives a moments of opportunity here to the side of PSG LGD, and Roche potential to respawn in just 30 seconds.
Man, I just love how precise they are with their movements. Like, if you make a single mistake like he did right there, like, you instantly get punished. That's it. Even though they were on the bottom tier 3, just escaping from an attempt by a Clockwork to kill off the Panda, they transitioned that moment like with such speed.
Yeah, like instantly. Like absolutely instantly.
It's not even my birthday.
Mid lane? He should be fine.
He's on his way to a Lincoln Sphere. So this game, if you think about it, it really only stops Static Link and Viper Strike, right? Like there's not a lot of targetable spells here So that's pretty value, actually.
Yep. You can pop it on the TA. You can keep it for yourself as well. Now, very interesting. He bought the recipe first. Like, okay, you don't really see that very often.
Yeah. Confident in his item decisions here, but we are going to go ahead and see Roche respawning in about a minute, so Viper should be back up for that one, but 37-minute mark means we have the tier 4 neutral item, so a Timeless Relic, Spell Prism, going the way of PSG LGD, but Hoodwink, she picks up the Telescope, they get a Trickster Cloak as well. I mean, these are all really sick items.
Yep, on both sides, really.
Yeah.
What they've got. I really think that the fact that Irving doesn't have a BKB is one of the main reasons why PSG LGD has managed to delay this game so much. Like, if he had that item earlier, he doesn't get picked off as often. His team gets time to react to the moves.
Faith Beyond, he has a Trickster Cloak now. I hope he equips it.
Thank you.
But Erica comes in, finds Zinq. They also manage to get on top of Brewmaster when the Force Staff gets him out. He's going to be able to pop that first Primal Split. Throws that Tiny into the air. They're going to be able to buy back on the Bane, but Disarmed is going to be the TA, so they need to be careful, need to try and get back out of this one. Erica goes in, Avalanche toss. There's going to be the Cyclone, but he gets the BKB off instead, and now they've got to be able to get just into the base. They have no other options here. Faith Beyond Primal Split will end.
He has that refresher as well.
Nil.
Yep. There was a buyback on Bane as well. Nice little
They
pick
did
off overall.
commit the BKBs, though, on Vici Gaming, at least on the Tiny, so this might be an opening as they managed to catch Zhalma in the mid lane. Stunned up for the moment, trying to commit on top of the Hoodwink, but she's just so fast, and now Faith Beyond needs to be careful here on this Brewmaster. Razor caught there in a sleep. Stunned up as well. Do they have the damage to actually kill him? Erica comes in, just crushes that Bane one more time. That's going to be a dieback. Faith Beyond with the refresher here. He's doing work. Kunkka to be forced to BKB, trying to chase down the Clockwork. Faith Beyond, can he get the kill? He's going to finally get him, but XM starting to burn down the Pandas as well. The rest of the heroes are just completely split off from here. Faith Beyond making some space here, it seems.
Yep, they managed to kill off Viper on the other side of that fight, and like every single fight that I'm looking at, I feel is the last for PSG LGD, and they still make it somehow work. It wasn't amazing, this last one, don't get me wrong, but they're still in it. Can they contest Roshan? That's the only question. It's really low.
He does have a Primal Split if he can get the ability off, but it's not going to happen, and that's no buyback. XM, no BKB though. They can hold this in place. It'd be a huge fight, but they got on top of the TA. She needs help and fast. Trying to get away here. Clockwork, maybe a little bit too far, but gets caught by the disarm there from the Halberd. It's going to expire in just a second. Meld Strike plus an extra. It misses! Oh, no. Unlucky there for that Templar Assassin is Roshan. Now going to go the way of Vici Gaming, and that is a free Aghanim Scepter now for the Razor.
Yeah,
and
like
for the Tiny.
They needed to contest that, Roshan. Like, they went in for it. They understood that if it gets taken, that's 2 lives on them, right? Aegis Enchies plus the free Ags. Likelihood of taking a proper engagement after that is really low. So nice attempt by them, but the Halberd doing God's work once again on the Clockwork.
Yeah, he's actually had so many good disarms in these fights. Just delaying this TA, you know, from getting any attack off for a few seconds is so value.
Do you think that Panda maybe should have used his ulti before running in? Like, just pop the ulti, run in like that.
Probably. I mean, they didn't have a ward in place, for I think, and so he just kind of was like hoping he'd be able to get in at least somewhat close, but a single bushwhack just sets up a kill.
And you aren't certain if rush is even happening, right? Like I don't think they had a trap or anything like that. They had to scout it first, so makes sense that he tried to kind of see what's happening first.
Jin-Q in some trouble. Toss back. Sharpshooter misses, but they still get the kill anyway. And now Erica onto the high ground. Disarm. Pops a Satanic to just dispel that. And XM's going to chase down the TA now. Second Static Link comes out onto the Kunkka. He's just trapped completely inside the cogs. That's no way back into the game. 2-hero feed script holds him down, but XM pops the cheese. Tries to do what work he can here on the TA, but he's taken down and fast. He's dead. that might be all she wrote here as LGD falling one by one. Faith Beyond really the last survivor as Razor just chewing through these heroes. Avalanche toss the kill. 4 heroes dead, no buybacks, and there it is. We're going to a game 3.
Oh, that was a good one. This game actually, like, Witchy Gaming finally showing some strength, some teeth versus PSG LGD. I don't think they took a single game in the first season versus them as well, right? I think I'm correct. They got 2-0 pretty quickly. But it also comes down really to the draft of PSG LGD. The way they played, I'm even surprised that they managed to hold on to 42-minute mark. Like, you're playing after you lost all 3 lanes. And they still kinda looked like they didn't lose completely. Like, they had their chances. They made it work somehow, but it's just so hard when you're that far behind.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. This was a just super sick game from Vici Gaming. But honestly, a valiant hold by PSG LGD. But yeah, I agree with you. This is just a straight out draft. Vici Gaming had everything that they needed, all the tools here. So yeah, well done.
Well done indeed. Dreams do come true, Mom. They do come true. And Vici, well, it's just one game so far, but maybe they can make it the whole series. We did have an upset to start the last season when LBZS beat RNG. This would be a little bit more than that, though. If Vici are able to get ahead of LGD and take the 2-1, it would be a big shock to the system and a big shock to the second season here. But Vici, they did everything pretty much right. There were a couple things that really stood out with the BKB not being there from the Viper. But for the most part, everything seemed good. Is there anything you want to see Vici clean up on coming into game 3, coming out of that game 2?
Yeah, like, it was only 2 heroes that had 0 deaths on their side. It was the, Hoodwink and...
Tiny.
Who else? Yeah, so maybe the rest of them can step it up a little bit and die a little bit less.
Yeah, got to get those 0 deaths across the board.
Versus PSG LGD, it's easy, right? Like, no problem.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, very easy. Of course, you should be able to make it happen every single game, and that will show that you're the best. I think more so that I'd love to see some teams go pacifist route, no kills, still get the victory. Have we ever seen it before? Is it ever been a reality? Pro game pacifist.
Wait, we had that patch that was ending like long time ago, like 13-minute mark snowballs with Chens and Profits.
Yeah.
We could probably recreate it in that patch, and this one, very unlikely. Yeah.
Maybe unlikely. Well, now we got to figure out if the unlikely will be likely and happen here for Vici. If they're going to take the 2-1, we're going to take a quick break before we see the outcome of that. We'll be back with game 3 in just a moment. Get your snacky snack, hit your foodie food, and we'll be back in just a moment.
还剩5秒。
And welcome back to the third and final game of the series, LGD against Vici. Joined here by R Cryptic and Lizard to break down this third draft. And well, LGD, they took game number 1 in convincing fashion. Vici did the same the other way around. Although at the same time, LGD, they held on pretty well in that second game. And now it becomes a question of, are LGD going to give up something like that in the draft again? Or are we going to see them full serious faces? No questions. And if they're going to bring it to Vici, Vici already coming out with this tiny pick. So it was something that was successful in the last game. Guys, what are your thoughts on this first pick tiny? Lizard? I don't know.
Wait. Let's go with Ricky first now.
All right. I'll reverse. Hold on. Tiny, first pick. Ricky, what are your thoughts on this pick?
Yeah, I'm actually going to be mad if they don't just pick Mars. Like this is an ultimate first pick tiny. Mars is not banned. You can pick a 3-4 combo that's really strong in the lane to slow down this hero. I think you just pick Mars Snapfire and call it a day. Like you can go Mars Weaver even. Like Weaver's still in the pool here. Like there are multiple heroes that you can go with to slow down this tiny, and if you don't commit to it, you're setting yourself up for a potential repeat of game 2 where like Erica just has an absolutely free game. So I don't know. I cannot imagine that they do not just pick their 3-4 combo here.
They are taking a lot of time to think about what they want in terms of these first 2 picks. A lot of reserve time for first 2 picks. And that is usually kind of indicative of being a little bit unsure of what you want. And there is the first pick Bane, second pick Necro. The look of pain on Ricky's face as that
3
Bane came
Necro
out.
at least. It is a 3 Necro.
Necro, right?
This hero owns tiny in lane, so it's probably a 3 Necro.
It's pretty solid versus him later on as well.
Yeah.
Right? You get that Reaper sight, which has been, you could argue buffed, I guess. It depends what you liked more. Do you like to hate yourself while playing this game? Or do you like to actually play Dota? Reaper sight made players hate the game before, right? Now you don't get to do that anymore to people, but at least you get the region. By the way, yesterday I saw on Reddit, the sight works on illusions. Like if you kill an illusion with the sight, you still get the bonus region, which probably shouldn't work. Yeah, probably shouldn't be that way. But the hero itself is, like Ricky said, pretty strong versus tiny. Overall, I like it. But the
that might be actually, never mind.
It's solid, right? Like you get the Grimstroke versus Necro. He pops that Shroud, you hit him with the Phantom's Embrace, suddenly he can't really deal with it. Can be good.
Yeah, I was thinking like maybe it would be a deny pick because they went for the Bane Grimstroke last time, but Grimstroke Necrophos is such a pretty bad off lane. So this, I think like you're right. It is just really strong against the Necrophos. It does give you the initiation with the tiny Blink Dagger eventually if they go for it. So yeah, and just a really solid pick in general.
It would be good for PSG LGD, like you said. You'd have the double sight, the double Bane grip. It's still solid. The only question is, like you said, how would you really lane it? Maybe you'd find some difficulties in that department.
The Necro we've seen a couple times. It feels like if you're not getting the benefits of that Reaper Scythe, you're not finding those Reaper Scythe kills. It almost feels like this hero kind of falls off. Like it's almost a little bit reliant on getting 3 or 4 stacks to really bump up that regen and make him feel a little bit better. Is it simply just the stacks, or is it just this hero, once he's fallen behind, just struggles to find any way back?
Yeah, I would say that Necro as a hero concept usually wants to be dominating the lane and having a good time afterwards. Like you need that one defensive item early enough to propel you through to whatever you were going for, anything that's actually offensive afterwards. Like yesterday, we've seen some crazy Necro picks. We've seen some Blink Dagger first Necro with Travels, which is a little bit out there, but yeah, getting any sort of a dispel on yourself early on is probably the best way to go about it.
Yeah, I think Necro is just like one of these heroes that's super item dependent. I think he's one of the most item dependent heroes in the game. Like, maybe less so now because you can get bonus regen off of your Reaper Scythe, but this hero does need items to be able to take over a game, and a Necro playing from behind is so bad. So I think Necrophos, like, yes, the Reaper Scythe, like, regen helps out a lot in terms of, like, sustaining him, but he does just need to stay ahead. He cannot afford to fall behind, especially, you know, when he's probably your answer to the Tiny as the game goes on.
Yeah, what's up with Pugna, by the way? Like, I've seen the hero in the new patch. It can work, the neat trick with draining, what's it called? The mana ward. And then everyone else around.
There's the pug, like, you're talking about the Nether Ward and like life draining the Nether Ward.
Yeah, the Nether Ward. But also, why I'm mentioning Pugna is not because of that. I'm mentioning because historically it used to be one of the best heroes versus Necro. So maybe it's an option. We'll see.
I love some Pugna. I just played it the other day and had an absolute blast on that hero.
Blast. See what you did there.
Mm-hmm. Every once in a while, I let my dad jokes out, but
it's good. It's good. You have to, you know.
I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of dad jokes. Keep them coming. Blizzard, I expect more. I want some more dad jokes coming from you.
I'll try.
Son, I need some more. Gosh, this Earth Spirit coming out for LGD. Not really the Sync hero that you think of at times. I feel like he's a little bit more unique with his 4 position. We've seen him Wyverns, the Techies, we've even seen Void Spirit on him, or even Ember Spirit. But here with the Earth Spirit, gives them some reach potential, some longer ranged initiation. I like Earth Spirit overall. I'm hoping that Sync kind of shows us something a little bit different, because this isn't normally his thing. But against just Tiny Grimstroke right now, it's not a lot showing from Vici. Is it enough to know that this Earth Spirit's going to have a decent game, or is it too early to tell what he's up against?
So I think Earth Spirit's like kind of essential here. Like, they do need something that has reach for the Necrophos, since this hero is super immobile, and you need something that can kind of get in lane in front of, you know, the Necro here, like set up the harassment in the lane. And so if something like Tiny or Grimstroke are slightly out of position, you just go for the roll. You can kick to slow. You just get so much damage out from the Death Pulse and all the auto attacks, because Necro and Earth Spirit both hit pretty hard. So Tiny being 0 armor is not good for that. So I do like it in terms of the lane, but they go back for the Hoodwink once again. And so that's a little bit of a save if she's able to, you know, keep her space from the Earth Spirit, I guess.
Yeah, I agree. If you remember last game with Vici Gaming, Viper and Clock, and that's pretty much the general idea, right? Like, if this Necro is offlane even, they can still flex it. I believe it is. And then you have this Earth Spirit that's a brawler position 4 that can stand up front and protect the Necro from anyone that might try to go on him. And Morphling was banned out in the last game. This time around, PSG-LGD, they grab it for themselves earlier.
And that's, I would assume, kind of showing more safe lane morph than if we were ever going to see it mid. I think the only team we really see is IG with the emo and fly morphlings, the good morphs and bad morphs right there. But it seems to show that, I guess you could throw the Necro mid. Nothing to say, keeps his hero open, which is something that LGD really love to do, where they want to put him in the best situation possible. And we'll have to see what he wants to pick. And right away, Vici are like, you're not getting Kunkka again. Even with the bad start that LGD had, he was still playing a really good Kunkka.
Yeah. Do you think that some just extra burst from the mid lane might be the best way to go for Vici Gaming? Like,
yeah, that's
might have Lina Zeus, right? Something like that.
Yeah, I'm actually like not happy about this morph pick. I think this morph pick is actually really rough here. There's a lot of catch and a lot of burst damage on the side of Vici. So Morphling like has to play very careful. There's gonna be the Pugna ban, like you were talking about, one of the better heroes against the Necro. But I look at this Vici Gaming lineup and it's like I just would have picked anti-mage. Like this is just such a free anti-mage hero. Like he absolutely bullies Sand King in lane super hard, and it's a good matchup into the Tiny, especially with the changes to the mana burn, because you just can't get away. But you know they go for the Morphling instead. It's a little bit more risky, and they ran it out with an Ember Spirit.
Okay. For this Invoker right now, Tornado is the best spell in the game, I guess. Just use Tornado, get that Vessel. Vessel is super high priority versus Necro versus Morphling. Then the Tornado, obviously, to get rid of the Shroud, to get rid of Ember Spirit's armor, like shield, that is. Overall, Ember is solid, as it does give you a hero that can get on top of Invoker, on top of Hoodwink, so they do have that gap closer. Same like they had in the form of Storm Spirit in the first game, right? Yeah, I'm not sure. I would actually favor Vici Gaming's draft slightly.
I do too.
But it's way more even than in game 2, and because of that, I might go with PSG LGD's side once again.
Okay, so Lizard taking LGD. Ricky, are you taking
Are you
Vici?
ready?
Are you gonna split?
I'm actually gonna go Vici Gaming. Like I really worry about this Morphling pick. Like it should do okay in the lane, but I think as soon as the lanes start breaking down, this Morphling is gonna struggle. So Faith Beyond has like a lot of work to do on this offlane Necro, I think. And even then, like I don't know if he'll be able to do it. We'll see.
Yeah, I think banners off. I would probably take Vici's draft over LGD's, but again, it's LGD, and you got to think that yes, they lost the last game. They're probably coming into this third game. If you're thinking as a little bit of a favorite, I think the biggest thing for LGD is going to be Xingqiu and how he plays on this Earth Spirit. He's a playmaker, and if he can make the plays, I think he opens up a lot for LGD. We'll have to find out how game 3 goes. We're going to throw it into the game, and I'll let you two get onto the casting. So take it away.
Thank you very much, B-Comp. It's been a lot of fun so far on this series as we finally get a game 3 between Vici Gaming and LGD. And honestly, probably not what most people would expect, right, Lizard? Like, I think people kind of just see LG and they're like, yeah, it's probably a 2-0, right?
Yeah, that's... Wait, I think I predicted that. Maybe I predicted a 2-1 or something like that. Not sure. But usually you think, yeah, PSG LGD versus Vici Gaming. Back in the day, it could have been kind of even, but right now it's just full-on PSG LGD. So, yeah.
Dude, Y just walks up, no cares. Like, he's got Faith Beyond Xingqiu behind him. Like, those two heroes are pretty dang... I mean, all three of these heroes are very strong level 1. Like, you do not want to mess with these guys.
Yeah, they're pretty damn strong. You can't really contest that. You just trade, I guess, the bottom 2 runes for the top 2 ones. Ember going in, so he might get... Yeah, they might lose this one because of nothing to say. He's alone.
He's got the ward there, but roll does come through. Xingqiu doesn't actually connect with it, but gets the Bonnie blocks, and nice slide of fist dodge there on the Ember Spirit.
You could
trying to give him the first blood, but ends up going to Faith Beyond instead.
Yeah, they had like 3 seconds there to finish him off, but they were waiting for one of the cores to come in range and get it. So they did lose, what, 3 bounty? No, actually, it's 2 bounty runes each side. Ember was the one that picked it up in the end.
Yeah, I mean, that's about as good as it gets in terms of like what you'd hope to start with on this game. Obviously, first blood going the Ember would have been huge, but still getting on Faith Beyond is not bad. Considering like we do know that like this offlane Necro has to be able to bully out the Tiny, and he is just going the exact build which I typically go for if I'm playing offlane Necro, which is just literally double Bracer. Well, this hero is just so tanky once you have it.
Yeah. How do like a different storyline here, going back to the first blood? How did you feel about the EMP level 1? Is that something that's often picked now, or?
I've seen some people like go for the Wex level 1 just because you use it to like secure ranged creeps, like as well as like push the enemy mid laner off the creep wave. So like if they want to try and deny it, you just EMP on top of the ranged creep, and they either have to like sack the mana burn or let you get the last hit. It's
I see. Yep.
similar
Makes
to how
sense.
Tornado works, I guess.
Yep. Because maybe Tornado in that situation. Oh well. Let's see. Irvine, top lane. Dropping really low.
Yeah, he's fine. Does he have a salve at all? He does. All right, so Jama does have a salve for him. Also, I just realized, of course, the other thing is you can't have Tornado level 1, so you either have Cold Snap or EMP, right?
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, makes sense.
Oh, mid lane, XM, about even with nothing to say, so we'll check back there in a little bit, I'm sure. We haven't really talked too much about top lane. Burrow Strike to follow Bane. Why's taking a lot of damage here. That Acorn shot getting a couple lucky bounces.
Bottom lane, Fade Beyond as well. Actually falls.
All right, well, gonna be able to chase here on Jin Q onto the Grimstroke and does trade, but yeah, I feel like this Necrophos shouldn't be falling in this bottom lane.
Yep, they tried for an aggressive play, they got punished for it, and it's the Necro that falls in the end. I still think that the lane is kind of alright for them, nothing too crazy happening. Support getting 1 kill on one side, support getting kill on the other side.
Yeah. Faith Beyond's gonna get level 2 Death Pulse here. He did have the second Bracer sitting on Courier and now has a stick to boot, so a lot more difficult to kill now on the Necro.
Mm-hmm. Yep, 2 bracers on both sides, right? Tiny with his.
Same build from Erica, yeah. Had the treads into Mask of Madness last game, so not really too much of a change there. Yeah, Bracer's just too good. Regen got nerfed way too hard, I think, and so Bracer is just so value now.
Yeah, at some point I'm wondering even of just starting with a Bracer ferrying in Tango or asking from the support.
Yeah,
when you report.
There's like a few heroes right now that I'm seeing like just go Bracer Tango to start the game.
Yep.
And totally working.
Never refuse gold given.
Jin Q. Just harassing the Grimstroke a little bit. Nothing to say. Grabs the bounty rune, heading back towards mid. What's going on top here? Irving unable to get the D-ward there. Nice nightmare from Y. And got the back up a little bit. Actually taking a lot of damage here, but still pretty tanky. He's got his first Bracer and some boots coming out now.
The problem is they caught Hoodwink a couple of times on top lane, which forced Shama to TP back to base. And usually, as it goes, if you TP back to base as a position 4, your offlaner will get zoned out immediately. So you can see that kind of falling apart a little bit on the top lane.
Yeah, Irving actually walking all the way back. Wow.
Yeah, it's rough, but at least he got his boots on the Courier, right? So he got back to base in a fairly decent time, I guess. Still, though, lane's looking way better for PSG LGD this time around.
Yeah, boy, that was a rough game too.
It can't really get any worse than how it went for them in that game 2, sorry.
Weren't they down like 12-0 or something? Like, I feel like it was a ridiculous kill score early on.
12-3. There was Brazil at one point, and then it was 12-3, yeah. Jesus. But it's not even... Sometimes it's not even only about the kill score. It's about the fact that your team is not stronger late game, plus you're losing early on. That's the problem.
They lost so much of their map, too. Like, they just lost their towers early. Like, all tier 2s were taken pretty relatively soon. Ooh, Ame playing with the Morphling's morph there and barely surviving. Do they have a salve on the Bane? They do not. So he just has to sit in her tower here for the moment.
He has a Morbid Mask, right?
Yeah.
So, and heal up. As a Morphling, it's kind of easier to do than with any other hero. You just go full Agi, heal up with the Mask of Madness. You can continue laning. Bottom lane and Walker's tipping in.
Oh, yeah? Tornado catches the Necrophos. We'll be able to finish him off, so... Gets the kill and gets 2 urn charges. This is the dream when you're playing the mid invoker, is making these rotations.
Top lane.
Oh, yeah, okay. Ember also came bottom as well. He's taking a lot of damage there. So what ended up happening top there? I didn't catch that one.
Oh, nothing. Bane just strolled down the lane, got hit by Bushwhack, and finished off by the Sand King. So Ember, he's
kind of dancing with him a little bit here.
Can he get the Grimstroke?
Yeah, I was gonna say he might be able to get Grimstroke here, but without any mana left, he does have 8 wand charges. We'll be able to hold him, roll in from the Earth Spirit, and they do get the kill onto one. Y rotating in as well, and he's just taunting him with the wand, but he ends up regretting the decision as an avalanche from Erica, ends up finishing him off. So being a little bit too greedy there on that Ember Spirit, continuing the changes in Q, gets the urn onto XM, but there's no way they're gonna dive this tower.
Yeah, and XM doesn't really care that much. Quas Wax, Quas level 3 already, should be able to heal up quite easily. Going for that Midas after an urn. Probably maybe a Vessel would still be fine, I'd say. Perhaps after the Midas. You're playing into a Necro, into a Morphling. It's such a high value item. I think you have to get it. Nothing has changed, right? Like, cause last game... Yeah, Vessel is the same. Okay. I was just thinking because last game Brewmaster never built it. He was playing versus Tiny. But he never built it because the Tiny already got like a BKB, so it was too late.
And he was really struggling net worth wise too. He like had to just go for the Ags refresher. I think he ended up selling his urn at some point. Oh, roll bottom. Jin Q able to get on top of the Grimstroke. Rotation in here from Nothing to Say as well. He should be able to get this kill. Reaper Scythe, first one of the game, comes out, giving Faith Beyond his first stack of regen, so feels very nice.
Yeah. Feels better again. Like, even though he did die twice in the lane, he's still on top of the net worth charts, so the game is going quite fine for Faith Beyond. He has a full Food of Defiance completed. Didn't perhaps dominate as hard as you would expect him to, but it's still completely okay.
Yeah, he's gonna be loving life right now because basically he's so tanky and just has so much HP regen that he just needs to pick up like one more item, and then once you have Shard, this hero really becomes a powerhouse.
And it's also like when you think about this game, it's way more similar to the first game than the second one when it comes to the strategy that PSG LGD has to adapt to and perform. Like, you just slowly take down this bottom tier 1 tower, then rotate towards mid, and make plays all across the map as long as that places on the map are as far away from Morphling as possible, right? Just make space for Ame, that's it. That's the name of the game.
Yeah, and he's gonna need it too, because that was something I was worried about with the Morphling here, is like you have this hero that is pretty susceptible to burst damage, and there's quite a bit on the side of Vici Gaming if they manage to get eyes on him first. So see how he ends up doing. I mean, I'm curious if he ends up going for like an early Lincoln's, but
it's an option. Yeah. Top lane, they have a dust.
Yeah, they do get the Magnetize out. The question is, can they keep it ticking? Looks like they will connect for the moment, but roll. Is it going to connect? Comes up a little bit short, but the boulder kick comes through. Plus the urn. Should be able to finish off Irving. One more boulder just for good luck. Meanwhile,
What
mid
was that,
lane,
like?
or rather in the river, XM is going to be able to grab a kill there onto Y.
Was that like 3-4 stones that he used?
I think it was, yeah, 4 stones, maybe more. Yeah, it's a lot. That went forever.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, they managed to kill him off, and there's a catapult on top lane as well now, helping Ame pressure the tier 1 tower. Not necessarily where you usually want to be as a carry. You'd rather, you know, be farming under your own tower, perhaps farming the jungle, but when you get the chance, why not?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, tower damage is big, right? Especially when it comes to like opening up the map here for the Morphling. Mid top tower here doesn't actually grant you too much. As long as the mid tower still stands, it's
mid lane
doesn't really matter. But
XM, they see Tiny as well. The only question is, who do they go on?
Oh, what an unlucky Searing Chains there.
Yeah. I still feel that they could engage with Embers, sorry, Earth Spirits, right? He could roll in first. Instead, they find the Hoodwink.
Yeah,
it should
Nightmare
be a quick
into
one.
the Fiend's Grip even as well. So they'll be able to find that kill. No problem at all. Kill goes the way of Y, though.
Yeah, I love how Ember was trying to get there just to snatch that
Just
last.
a sleight of
Secure.
fist, yeah.
Are you the kill securer or are you the guy that actually lets the kills go?
If I'm playing support, I like almost always try to give the kill to my carry, unless I'm playing. If I'm like, very close to a big item pickup, sure I'll like you know, secure the kill, quote unquote.
For me in pubs, it's better to let the core get the kill because they'll whine if you don't. But in pro games, you very rarely see people let kills go. I've been burnt as well. Like you try and you let the core get the kill, and then a random 4-staff happens or something, and no one gets it right here. Like they just play more cohesively and they can rescue each other. While in pubs, if you steal that kill, you just piss everyone off.
You just get like pinged, and then someone like drops their items. You know,
Pretty
classic.
much, yeah.
Hoodwink bottom lane. Ooh, guess is the wrong way here on the Ember. Almost to his Maelstrom, but Morphling top of the net worth already here. He's got the Dragonlance queuing up the Sanj and Yasha here, so opting for a little bit of status resistance. Interesting.
Wait, who's got the Maelstrom? Ember?
Ember, yeah.
He's getting closer. You're right.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Top tier 1 tower. They're going to push it here with pretty much everyone on the side of iG Gaming, except for the Hoodwink, because she's still just kind of deep pushing bottom. But Erica, with that Mask of Madness build, makes quick work of this tower and grabs the last hit himself.
They could smoke up as well on top, and they are going to do exactly that, as Blink Dagger is completed on Sand King.
This Blink Dagger is huge. They're actually TPing everyone in.
Remember, they have Vessel on Invoker. He didn't go for the early Midas, so even Necro is a kill for them.
Vessel and Blink is definitely huge, and they're going to be able to grab the Necro. Blink Dagger revealed. Nice Nightmare in, though, from that Bane to be able to dodge out some of the damage. But Necrophos is still stuck here. Spirit Vessel does come out, but the Reaper's Scythe turns back the other way, and now the buyback from XinQ paying off big as they grab the kill onto the Invokers. Continue to roll forward. Nice avalanche there from Erica, but they've got to get out, and it's not going to matter. Ends up being 3 back.
They get the Tiny as well?
Yeah. He tried to get back to the base, but the chase from XinQ is just too good.
This is some like real punishment after game 1. This is a statement right here. Oh, that was rough. And they had like, the thing is, like, we're thinking about it because we see the whole map, right? We understand what's happening, what's going to happen. Then they will go on Necro. It's the sensible thing to do. But how does PSG LGD ever, like, always know these things as well? How is Ame close enough to morph into Sand King to stop that epicenter from going off? It's like, yeah, these guys have map hack, man. I'm telling you, they see everything.
Dude, it was so weird too because, oh, we'll come back to that. Burrow Strike comes out onto the Morphling, and they decide to back out instead. I was going to say, there was a moment in that fight where it looked like they were going to be able to finish off the Necrophos, but they didn't get, like you said, the epicenter didn't end up coming out. I feel like I saw the Vessel come out super late onto Faith Beyond as well. And so they just, like, they kind of just, like, missed that initial burst damage.
Didn't they have 2 Vessels on him even? But yeah, you might be right. I didn't really see. Plus the sleep from Y was very well utilized.
Dodge the whole EMP, like that was really sick.
The buyback as well from XinQ, following up. That's really well done by PSG LGD.
Invisibility.
XinQ now has stones to play with. They smoke up. He also has an Invis rune to boot. Finding XM would be the perfect way to start the fight. He gets the Searing Chains. Nice tornado, though. Gonna buy him a little bit of space. Reaper Scythe is there. He just goes down so fast. Buyback coming back the other way this time. Sharpshooter does connect. Do get the epicenter out on top of the Necrophos, but all the damage is spent, and now in comes the Morphling as he's gonna try and do the damage himself. And they get a Fiend's Grip onto the Invoker. He diebacks instantly as Xiaoma on the run here on the Hoodwink. She should be able to make it away.
Oh man, like you buy that vessel because it's the right thing to do, as it allows you to win a couple of team fights earlier on, and then you die back afterwards. And this Midas is just so far away from you. Oh no.
I mean,
do
look
you even
at the
go
net
for
worth
it?
difference. It's just 7k now all of a sudden, and the Invoker and your Sand King have no items now.
Do you even go for the Midas any longer, or do you just switch up and, I don't know, buy some utility items on Invoker?
I mean,
I
he's
guess
level 10 only. I don't know how you can not go Midas.
Yeah.
But then you're just like gonna be 25 minutes in with a Midas. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's really rough.
It's rough. Yeah, it's rough. You get to this point in which, okay, we have the Blink Dagger on Sand King. Okay, never mind, they miss. You get to this point in which you get the Blink Dagger on Sand King, everything is there, Vessel on Invoker, you make the right move, and then the right move doesn't work because PSG LGD is just a little bit faster, a little bit better. And it all falls apart, really.
Yeah, it all comes down to that mid-tier 1 tower, right? That first fight where they tried to get the Necro and just completely backfired. And it's just been a downward trend ever since here, going the way of PSG LGD, so.
Yeah, but tell me this, like, looking at that fight from distance, without seeing the outcome, obviously, would you rather say that VG Gaming had better chances of winning it or PSG LGD?
I would say VG Gaming for sure. Like they just hit like a decent power spike, and I feel like they should have hit the fight should have gone their way, but spell usage just wasn't exactly there, I guess.
I felt the same way. Like the blink, the vessel, the positioning, the vision, everything was there, but yeah, it didn't work. Irvine.
Yeah, nice fine bottom roll in. Gets the kill there on to Xiaoma instead, so he gives up his life for the Sand King, it seems.
XM mid lane.
Dude, they are just falling one by one. XM just gets caught by the Fiend's Grip into the Reaper's side. The 4th one of the game now for Faith Beyond, as he's got Guardian Greaves.
Top lane.
Is it just kill after... Oh, okay, this one going back the other way. XM... Or sorry, not XM. Ember Spirit gets caught there.
Yeah, I'm just gonna interrupt you as you're playmaking with top lane. Mid lane.
Yeah, just
jungle.
Yeah, that is just gonna be the future of this game. Yeah.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, at least they get the Ember on top lane. So one bright side for Vici Gaming is that Tiny has been having a decent game. He's 3rd on the network charts. It's not amazing, but he's keeping up with the 2 cores of PSG LGD. And I believe he does have Shadow Blade flying over. So with that SB, maybe they can start threatening even the Morphling.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
They do take tier 2 bottom now, and that will open up the outpost. They're looking like they want to go mid. Jin Q just goes right onto the high ground, finds 2 heroes waiting for him. Maybe a little bit too aggressive there, but nothing to say. Comes in, gets Searing Chains onto 2. Morphling, Avalanche, Toss, Erica in a lot of trouble. 2 hero Pro Strike to get the kill onto the Sand King. And it's going to be the Tiny that falls next, and the hero who was having a pretty good game now in the grave for another 40 seconds.
Yeah, it feels... they're going to take Rosh, by the way. I don't think there's... Well, 20 seconds from Sand King, perhaps they can contest it, but it's going to be very difficult. And Xinkyu rolls in there. It looks like, I don't know, something a madman would do, right? You're rolling into uncharted territory into 3 heroes, but it buys enough time for the rest of his team to follow up. All they needed truly was vision for Ember to go in and catch 2. So.
Yeah, it worked. Worked out great. First age of the game seemed to go in the way of the Morphling here. You know, looks like VG Gaming unable to really contest this. Tiny not respawning either. So. Not that bad. PSG LG now holding all top 3 net worth positions here. A 10,000 gold lead just 21 minutes in. And an Arcane Rune spotted bottom. Faith Beyond is so tanky. This dude has Guardian Greaves, Double Bracer, and a Pipe.
Yeah, all those utility items that are needed really for you.
Radiant's top tower has
I'm
fallen.
surprised he didn't go for the shard, honestly. I'm a big fan of the shard on Necrophos.
Yeah, you like the Death Seeker?
It just, like, you just farm so fast with it. Oh, did you find Grimstroke for the moment? Gets caught by the Searing Chains. Another Reaper's Scythe. Doesn't end up getting the kill this time. Faith Beyond, jumps the gun on that one, but they immediately TP bottom as Ember again has this Arcane Rune, so he's able to get aggressive here onto XM. Pops the BKB, stays on top of the Boker, catches him with the dust.
Oh, the Midas!
Double
He got it!
Kill. He did get the Midas, you are correct, but unfortunately, it's what we would like to refer to as the massive Pitus right now. On the other side of the Tiny, caught in the mid lane. Y gets the full duration Fiend's Grip here, and with the Morphling's rotation in, another kill. 4 dead around the map. Absolutely dominated by PSG LGD.
Doesn't matter, got the Midas.
He did.
I mean, for the morale of XM, getting that Midas is pretty huge, I would say. You know, at least
He's
now.
just queued up an Ags. He's like, all right, whatever. Cataclysm's our play.
It's a long shot. Considering this Aegis is up there for 3 more minutes, Oname, every single tower on this map should fall in those 3 minutes. At least the outer layer, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Epicenter.
Go anyway. Blink Bro Strike onto the Necro. Nightmare dodges out so much of the damage, and now they're going to reinitiate on their own. Grimstroke popped by the Morphling. As Hoodwink held in place. Irving trying to make his way back into the base. Yules, by him a little bit of time, comes out with another 2-hero Bro Strike. They're going to catch 2 buybacks in the process. Sand King absolutely melted once again.
Midas used.
Morphling just doing way too much damage. You're right, Midas used there. They get the Bushwhack onto the Morphling, but Tree instantly cut by Faith Beyond, and Invoker waiting for his next Midas, and the GG comes out instead. Oh no. What a beatdown in game 3.
That was just like insane. The way they played off of that tier 1 fight on the mid lane, they just broke Vici Gaming afterwards. I've seen some games in my lifetime in which one fight really changes everything, but that one was, yeah. It's like...
You can see it, man. Like, the graph alone, like, as soon as that fight happens, it just is it's just out of control for the side of LGD. Like, they just never recovered on Vici Gaming.
Yeah, and they couldn't really, right? Maybe they could if they played a little bit more in a compact way, perhaps, but they started getting caught left, right, and center after that. And yeah, you could see that really. Like, you get the blink on Sand King, you don't use it properly the first time, and then you're kind of lost at what you're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, that was wild, dude. Like, it's hard. It's so hard to explain, like what Vici Gaming could do differently. But like, if this was any other team besides LGD, that mid fight probably goes completely different, and the whole game probably goes completely different. But LGD, just the fact that they can somehow turn what looked like such an impossible fight, I don't know, and take the whole game off of it, like that's absolutely wild.
Seems to be the OGD way. Take fights that seem impossible, take series that seem maybe not their way to go, but still take the victories at the end of the day. I mean, they played really well. You had Ame go unkillable. 6-0 and 8, nothing to say, showing up pretty big. And for the most part, I think LGD kind of proven again, it's going to take more than just one backstep to shut them completely down from losing a series. You got to do the magma. You got to beat them 2-0 on the day of the patch. And that's probably the only time you got a good chance of taking out this team. But they look clean. And what's your biggest takeaway from the series as a whole coming into their next matchups as they come up for both these teams?
Nothing really. It's a huge statement once again. They might have struggled, like you said, against Magma and RNG in OGA Dota Pit, but they're just back to play. At least in the DPC, that is. And like when you see the second game, you realize, okay, if we outdraft them and just crush all 3 lanes, we will be able to win against them. If we don't do that, however, game 1 and game 3 is what happens, and it's not a nice sight to behold for anyone that's going to face them in the future.
Yeah, and in game 2 was like, even though they outdrafted them, won all 3 lanes, Vici had to really outplay PSG LG in every aspect and to actually like secure the game. It wasn't like it was a free game, even with the outdraft as well. So
yeah,
it just proves the caliber that PSG LG is. They go undefeated in the previous season, and I would imagine they're trying to keep that you know train, I guess, rolling at this point.
Yeah, trying to keep the streak alive, see how long they can go for. I'm not sure what the longest undefeated streak is for DPC, if they're just setting the record right now and setting it ablaze, but we could potentially see them go 7-0 again, go 14-0, and after these first 2 tours, and they've looked really quite well. But that is it for the series today. 3 Series 1 Division 2, Series 2 Division 1 series, with Aster taking a 2-0 over LBZS and LGD taking the 2-1 over Vici. That's just about going to wrap it up. As coming up, we do have Vici taking on LBZS on March 18th. And then for Division 2, before that, we've got Aries taking on the Dandelion Esports Club. A very fun set of games for March 18th. But like I said, that is it for us here today. We're going to wrap it up. We've got rest of the regions showing up for the rest of the day. Hope you guys enjoyed the Chinese region. Hope you guys get your foodie foods and your drinky drinks and enjoy the rest of the day of Dota. Have a good one. And your snacky snacks. Have a good day.
就选个好补刀的大哥，然后对线一下都别碰他，让他别攒3技能就行了。那换条路吧。嗯，有期待呀。就本来以为这次更新会加进来的嘛，之前新英雄都是就是过一个版本就加进来，然后感觉他就是也是打辅助很厉害吧，就是能把人弄回来。嗯，好，谢谢。
话说，谁想玩上一把？
我的最爱，让我来。
让我
来挑战我试试。起！看好了！来吧！
我的天！
这能干嘛？
我们来搞搞明白。到底是多少下？再来一下！我们还行吧？
那当然。
再多就数不过来了。
专业。
有点奇怪。稳操胜券。
看我表演。哟呼，我总是能得到自己想要的，胜券在握。
干得漂亮！
哇，我的法术真厉害！
不错。
你也是。兄弟，你跑哪儿去了？
想抓到我，有本事就来呀！